Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 13, Mad-Eye Moody.
You'll notice, Jay, right away in the chapter art, no leather strap.
No leather strap. In fact, I went as far as to say 11 out of 10, how he's supposed to look. And then I put little like shiny thing arts around it, and I colored in his eye.
Hey,
yeah,
that's really beautiful and lovely. I like it. I like what you've done with the place.
There you go.
Also using purple highlighter this week.
I did. You know what? Because I brought a highlighter from home. Because I was like, maybe while I'm at the coffee shop this morning, I will mark up this book whilst I read my coffee. But then I didn't do that.
While you read your coffee.
While I read my coffee. Yeah. While I drink my coffee and enjoy my breakfast bun, which was amazing.
That sounds
by the way.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
I was like, it's I'm getting the breakfast bun twice this week, which is a little indulgent, but also one, it was my birthday on Tuesday, and today it was straight up thunderstorming outside, and I was like, it's a 2 breakfast bun kind of week.
It's a 2 breakfast bun kind of week. I love it. I love where your head's at.
Yeah, but instead of reading the chapter Mad-Eye Moody, I just made notes on a script about Mad-Eye Moody. So I still had a Moody kind of thing, but then I was like, you know what? I brought this highlighter from home. I may as well use it. But actually, I didn't like it because it's not as thick, so all the lines are a little bit thinner, and I'm just getting real nitpicky about it.
That's okay. I mean, everybody needs to have their important highlighter. I'm actually using pink highlighter right now myself. Wow. So, there's that. But back to Moody and the artwork here. One of the things that I never really caught before is just the kind of like flowing locks.
Dude, he's got
that Moody's got going on.
Got some good hair, man.
Do you think that he's maybe buying into like whatever Gilderoy was using? He's like,
oh, you think so?
Like he's going to the same stand.
The same stand. I mean, he mentions that one Lucius Malfoy is an old friend in this book, in this chapter. So maybe he's just using like Luscious by Lucius.
Luscious by Lucius. Yeah.
Right.
His failed startup trying to take down Sleek Easy's hair potion.
Exactly.
From the Potter household.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Why do you think Lucius Malfoy has such good hair?
That's it.
Exactly.
He's also using Sleek Easy's because his own product doesn't work.
Yeah.
No, I love the thought that Barty Crouch Jr. is like, okay, I'm gonna be Moody. Okay, I'm gonna deal with the leg. I'm gonna deal with the eye, the missing half my nose. Kind of got to be a little grumbly, a little bit grumpy all the time, but darned it all, I will have clean hair.
I draw the line at the hair. That's where I have to have that back. And if anyone asks, if anyone thinks it's out of character, I'll just say I'm trying to look professional for my job at this school.
That's it. Yeah. So so I wrote flowing locks. And what is his routine?
What is his routine? We'll never know. Well, if you'd want, if you do want these particular pages, then just as a reminder, anyone who signed up on Patreon as an annual member will get a page from each of our books on the annual. That we have marked up and highlighted. And this is a good one because it's a unique highlighter color you can compare with other people who have pages. I haven't used this one before that I'm aware of.
That's going to be like one of those things like 100 years from now where people, like what's that like TV show where they go into like barns and find stuff?
Oh yeah, like
American Pickers.
American Pickers. Yeah.
They're like whoever's hosting that at that point in time is going to be like, now this podcast, it had listeners. Once upon a time. And the thing is they would mark up the books and they would send them out. It was a really fun thing that they did. But Jay, one of the hosts, only ever used this highlighter for this chapter.
For just this chapter. And this is the title page.
The title page. So it's like, it's like within that chapter, these are highly sought after. There's some people who are trying to collect like the whole thing.
That would be insane.
Yeah, wouldn't it? Yeah, like they like
reassemble the book.
All the pages find themselves back in one place. And I love to create these things as if we will be that important.
Oh, no. I don't think so.
Yeah,
that would be great.
Yeah.
That said, though, Ben, we did learn that Spotify has introduced the idea of like how YouTube does the play buttons for subscriber counts, but they're doing it for a number of streams. So if you get to 50 million streams of like your show, you get like a Spotify bronze button or whatever.
True.
So now I'm like, in addition to trying to get our silver play button for Through the Griffin Door on YouTube, now we got to be trying to get our bronze play button from Spotify.
That's right.
For a number of streams.
So yeah, tell your friends and your dogs and your neighbors.
Yeah.
Go and listen. Because occasionally we do actually discuss the story, which I'm transitioning into now. Look at that. Boom.
There we go. Transition. Boom. Yeah, we're going to get there.
Actually, so what I was going to say though, and as we continue further about chapter 13, Mad-Eye Moody and the chapter art and everything, is that it's sort of an interesting chapter to be titled Mad-Eye Moody.
It is, because he doesn't actually teach. We don't go to Defense Against the Dark Arts in this class.
Not really. Like, we only really run into him in like a common area. Like, Harry doesn't even have like an important one-on-one conversation with him.
He really doesn't. And if we're being really, really honest, the title is especially misleading because we don't actually run into Mad-Eye Moody at all.
Yeah, so it's titled Mad-Eye Moody, and Mad-Eye Moody is not in this chapter
at all. Yeah.
And of course, what we mean there is that it's Barty Crouch Jr. as Mad-Eye Moody. So like,
I feel like this is the book using the chapter title against you.
I think you're right. Yeah. So I'm trying to go back towards the end of the chapter to see like the parting of the ways. I feel like is possibly one of the chapters that it could be, which has the symbol of the dark mark on it. Look, we finally get that over chapter 36. I feel like this one could be titled Mad-Eye Moody. Because that, I think, is the one where you actually see
the real Moody.
The real Moody.
Oh,
so
that would be such a good one for that chapter too. I guess, what should you call this one then? Like Blast-Ended Scroots or something?
Yeah, I think Blast-Ended Scroots would be fine. Give us a depiction of what they look like.
Show us what they look like.
Right.
Because there's no canon description, or there's canon descriptions. There's no canon imagery in the books.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yep. So I think that one would totally make sense. Or if you want to use the most commonly used words in this chapter, you could go with booba chuba pus.
That's not, well, there's that, but then there's also the word that Lavender uses to describe the Scroots. Urgh.
Honestly, it's one of those moments where I'm like, Jim Dale, I need you to get past this particular onomatopoeia, because it's hard to hear as you're listening along.
I know, especially the way he does Professor Sprout's voice.
Yes, it is very like. It sounds like what a boober tuber pus would sound like if it spoke.
Right. Yeah. They were like, okay, start when you're developing this character's voice. Start with this word. Go.
Booba tuba pus.
It's gonna come up. Yeah. Finnegan. Oh man. Anyway, so we open on just the very next day. So September 2nd here, and it is the first day of class. It's always eventful for Harry. It seems like whatever happens in the first day tends to dictate a lot of how the year goes. A lot of the time. But so the storm has blown over, which is good, and they're looking through their schedule. They've got herbology with the Hufflepuffs and care of magical creatures with the Slytherins.
Yeah, and this is, it's kind of interesting because I think we talked about this before, and I wanted to ask you if you remembered what we said last time, because we will get like the term double potions at times, and we have been torn as to whether or not that meant a double block or if it means with another class, like double potions with the Slytherins.
That's what they always say. Yeah.
That's what they say. But they literally just said, we've got herbology with the Hufflepuffs, not double herbology with the Hufflepuffs.
I think, yes, you're right. This is the chapter we've been waiting for to solve this dilemma.
Okay, so this means that double divination that they have this afternoon means a 2-hour block or 2-class block.
A 2-class block, yes, because they go to it after lunch, and like when they're departing for that class, Hermione even says, "See you at supper."
Okay. So, yeah, that's true. Yeah, so it would mean that this could potentially be as long as like 2 45 minutes, 2 hour and a half minute, whatever, however long a class is.
Yeah. So they have got so double means a twice as long class. Not necessarily. So when they have double potions, they have, with the Slytherins, they have a twice as long class with another set of students.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
But like, you would not describe this herbology class they're having as double herbology because it's just a single period.
Precisely.
Yes.
Yep.
So herbology with the Hufflepuffs, care of magical creatures with the Slytherins, and double divination with just the Gryffindors, as far as we know.
Yes. Which also is kind of like one of those things where we can at least rule out Hermione. We know that Ron, Neville, Seamus, Dean,
Parvati and Lavender.
So 6 of them.
But then Hermione goes to arithmancy, and by all accounts, all of the other Gryffindors are like, maybe the 2 other Gryffindor girls who never get mentioned could be in arithmancy with her.
Right.
But is it just the 3 of them in that class, or are they mix, or is arithmancy like mixed with the Ravenclaws or something.
These are rather competitive class sizes.
They are.
Like as a parent who is as like starting to like actually consider like what are the class sizes they're going to be with.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
You know?
Yet again, no matter what, maybe Hermione has class with the Ravenclaws, but Harry will never have class with the Ravenclaws.
Which is shocking.
Shocking.
Absolutely shocking. But you know what I do think is funny about the fact that they have care of magical creatures with the Slytherins is that it means that for some reason, Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle, and at least a couple other Slytherins, continue to take care of magical creatures.
Yeah.
Out of what I can only assume is raw opportunity to go and just give Hagrid a hard time.
I mean, absolutely. That seems like what it has to be because they just spent an entire year trying to get him fired, didn't succeed, and then we're like, I guess we'll take him again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, Draco.
Why?
Why?
It's an elective.
Find a different you know he's not going to do Muggle studies. Maybe like arithmancy and
or ancient runes.
Ancient runes are like too hard.
I don't know.
I mean, yeah.
Like, I guess I don't think he's taking like divination or anything. Right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. I guess Gryffindors only just take it by themselves. So
I guess he could be.
Right.
Yeah. What other electives is Draco taking? He must be taking some. I mean, Harry takes 2.
You have to take at least 2.
You have to take 2. So what's his other one?
Yeah. And you can know it's not Muggle studies.
You can know it's not Muggle studies, but I guess we can't rule out divination, ancient runes, or arithmancy.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
But care of magical creatures and something else. So anyway, but he just keeps showing up.
Keep showing up. We know that, at least Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy Parkinson, and Theodore Knott are in the Slytherin.
Look at you
block.
go.
Yes.
Pulling Knott out of nowhere.
Pulling Knott out of there. He's here. He's here in this class.
Theo,
right?
Honestly, I think kind of a lad, a good guy.
You think so? I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either.
His dad's a Death Eater, right?
I know.
Yeah.
But we can call him Theo. It's so endearing.
I know, right? It's like Theo James.
Yeah. Theo James. He's like the actor I want to like look like.
He's very handsome.
He's super handsome.
Yes.
Yeah. He was 4, right?
He was 4 in the Divergent series, not a book series we will be covering.
Yeah, anytime
incidentally.
Soon. Yeah. Back to the book series we are covering, though, and not any man crushes on Theo James. Double divination this afternoon, Harry groaned, looking down. Divination was his least favorite subject apart from potions, to which I also sort of have to add in that, like, Harry basically dislikes half of his classes because History of Magic is painfully boring.
Yeah.
And so it's like he doesn't like divination, potions, or History of Magic. I guess it sounds like Transfiguration is very hard. Charms actually seems like it might just be like a kind of enjoyable class.
Right.
In herbology.
Herbology, when you're not squeezing bubo tubers.
But although it's oddly satisfying.
Oddly satisfying, they do say.
Yeah.
And then don't forget he's still taking like astronomy as well. Which rarely comes up, but he is taking, which means he has like night classes also.
True.
Yeah.
Maybe that was just one that was like way too hard. It's like, I don't know.
I can't keep mentioning it.
Right. Yeah. There was the midnight duel thing.
Right. Astronomy tower. But he takes an OWL in it, so.
That's true.
It's there.
True. Yeah.
Okay. He's taking it.
Onward and upward.
Onward and upward. On to the next page here. Hermione comes down. So they're talking about how they don't want to go to divination, and Hermione comes down briskly, buttering herself some toast, saying, then you'd be doing something sensible like me. I feel like, what a power move, buttering this toast.
Yes.
She's like being so superior here.
I know.
Well, if only you didn't take that class.
Harry and Ron are like, it's a good thing we already like you too much to like decide that we won't be friends because you're being a little superior.
Being a little bit right here, okay?
No, I'm just kidding. I love Hermione, so.
No, I know.
But yeah, it does say that she is, said Ron, watching Hermione adding liberal amounts of jam to her toast.
I know. Continues the move.
It's like the equivalent of like eating an apple. It's just like a very like villainous thing to do. It's
right.
like
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let's see. But although Ron points out that he notices that Hermione is in fact eating again, and she says, "Well, I've decided there's better ways of making a stand about elf rights." And Ron's like, "Yeah, and you were hungry."
Yeah, and you were hungry.
Yeah. Which, I mean, you'd think she could have made it one more meal. I mean, she ate most of dinner last night. This is only the very next meal.
Only the very next meal. I mean, she may have just been given it like a big contemplation.
A big thing. I mean, she clearly wakes up with a plan anyway.
She does. Yeah. She does. Yeah. So, and it's another one of those things. She does this sometimes, like where I feel like she's figuring what is it? The basilisk.
The basilisk.
She's figuring out. She's like going to the library and she's like not telling them like why. It's like, I'm surprised that she's not just like, yeah, I'm going to go work on setting up SBEW. Like,
right. Yeah.
you know,
She like does not tell them. She does this all the time. She's like, all right, well, I'm going to go do a mysterious thing and not tell you, but I will hint at, or like the time turner for the whole year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's so true. That's so true.
Yep.
But then the other thing that's happening during this scene is that there is the rustling, rather, of all the owls arriving for the morning post, and there is still no sign of white among the mass of brown and gray, meaning that Sirius's letter has still not returned.
Also meaning that literally nobody else has a snowy owl.
It does mean that. It does mean that. I think that snowy owls are actually more common in America.
Oh, are they?
Most common in America. So that's kind of like just like an interesting little tidbit about those. So maybe there would be fewer of them at like an owlry in London.
In Europe. Okay. Well, fun fact. I mean, I like that Harry has a unique owl.
Me too.
Yeah,
me
it
too.
is very cool.
Plus, if I was going to choose an owl, it's probably what I would choose.
Yeah.
Although, if you've never looked up an eagle owl, which is what Draco Malfoy has, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool looking.
This is a weird presentation here. Draco's going to have himself an interesting chapter because we get reminded that Neville is being, gets a large parcel delivered to his nap. Neville almost always forgot to pack something, which like we don't know what's in the parcel. Like the assumption is that it's something he forgot, but then it goes on to also say like Draco Malfoy's eagle owl landed on his shoulder carrying what looked like his usual supply of sweets and cakes from home. And it's like, we don't know Neville didn't get sweets and cakes from home.
Exactly.
And also, this is the way it's phrased makes it sound like, oh, and Draco got his usual cakes and sweets from his parents. And I'm like, it's like, seems like actually kind of just like a nice gesture from his parents here.
I totally agree.
It's being presented like as a negative thing. And I'm like, that's good for you, Narcissa.
I remember when we were kids and we went to, or you were going to like a Boy Scout camp and like mom sent you with like a Tupperware container of like her homemade cookies.
Yeah. Oh.
To like, do you remember that?
No, I don't.
No. Oh man. Well, by my recollection, everybody loved them.
Oh, okay.
And it was just like a really like nice treat.
Yeah.
For when you guys were going to be like out living in the forest and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you're right though. It does seem like we're trying to paint like big. We're painting with like broad strokes about the characters and what might they represent. The other question that I had though is how long has it been at this point? Like, because we're 13 chapters in, although I'm not sure that more than a couple of weeks have passed.
Yeah, because it opens like what 2 weeks in after Harry's birthday, I think.
Yes, so we're halfway through the summer.
Yeah, it's halfway through August when we start, I think.
Right,
which means that it's only 2 weeks left until break. So yeah, I think the whole book has only been like 2 weeks long.
Right. So we're basically getting like 1 day of Harry's life per chapter, just about.
Yeah, just about. So far.
Which is that was the main thing for me though, because I was like, it feels like it's starting to be like a little bit too long for this letter to have not returned.
Yeah.
Like I don't know how far an owl can fly in 1 day, or just how far across the globe Sirius might be. But like I'm starting to think that like Hedwig could do it.
Yeah.
And she's a pretty great owl.
Great owl.
Yeah.
But so he is worrying that Sirius hasn't gotten his letter yet or hasn't gotten the response yet. This will come up later as well in this chapter.
Right.
I think this concern. But otherwise, they leave from breakfast to go down to Greenhouse 3, where Professor Sprout showing them the ugliest plants Harry had ever seen. So he's off to like his first morning back at Hogwarts after arriving in the rain is going to be a pretty bad one.
That's the thing is that like I so often feel like when Harry's not at Hogwarts, he's just like, oh, I miss my home. And then he gets there and it's like,
he's like, oh man, school's the worst.
School's kind of full of pus-filled things.
Yeah, geez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I totally agree with you. But yeah, it says that each was squirming slightly and had a large number of shiny swellings upon it, which appeared to be full of liquid. But tubas, Professor Sprout told them briskly. They need squeezing. You'll collect the pus.
Gross.
The what? Said Seamus Finnegan, sounding revolted.
Yeah.
Pus, Finnegan. Pus.
I know. When he says the what, I said correct response, Seamus.
Yes.
Yeah. And then pus, Finnegan, pus. I was like, please stop saying it.
I have a pus counter on my page.
Yeah.
And I just now realized that I actually overlooked a pus. So I think we have as many as 6 uses of the word pus in one paragraph.
Wow.
Yeah.
In one paragraph. That's probably not even as much on the whole page. but or the whole chapter because it comes up again in Carry Magical Creatures.
True.
So yeah, you're right. It might be the most common word in this. I'm sure everyone listening is like, you guys could go ahead and stop saying it too.
Yeah. Y'all take a leaf out of that book you're reading and stop doing it.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point. It's extremely valuable, which I think is kind of interesting given what we find out the use for it is. But what you have to do is basically like squeeze these swellings and this strong smelling petrol-like liquid comes out, of which they collect several pints.
It's interesting that it's so petrol being like the word for gasoline in like Europe, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your thought there?
I'm just surprising. Like, why does it smell like gasoline? Like, could you use it as such?
I don't know. That's a very good question.
It's like, can you use gasoline to get rid of acne? Like, probably not.
Well, yeah,
probably don't put acne on your face or not gasoline on your face.
Yeah. I would say in general that would be.
You're gonna want to not do that.
We're not medical doctors or anything, but I think that's a safe bet. I did write that down as a little piece of trivia though. Like, what does boober tuber pus smell like? Will you remember that?
I'll remember
pages
that.
From now?
Yeah, petrol.
Petrol
pus.
Yeah.
There we go. Now I got it.
Now you got it. You've given it like a mnemonic device.
Given it the story.
Yeah.
We're best friends.
Let's see here. Because basically it's an excellent remedy for the most stubborn forms of acne, boober tuber pus, which I really do feel like she is going to extraordinary lengths here to continue to say boober tuber pus.
She really is. There's no doubt about it. And what's interesting here is that a lot of times whenever we get to like the herbology lesson, the early one, it kind of like sets up a plant that will become useful later in the book.
Yes.
Which like for like the mandrakes in year 2, it's like, well, it just so happens that mandrakes are exactly the thing we need to depetrify people.
Yes.
And then this time though, that's not really the case. Like boober tuber pus isn't going to come up again.
You know who is going to come up again?
Eloise Midgen.
Basically the book's literal punching bag.
Yes.
I looked up every usage of the word Eloise in the book, and every single time it's in reference to Eloise Midgen, and every single time it is a slight being made against Eloise Midgen.
About her acne.
Either about her acne. I think she's like one of the first students to be pulled out of school in Half-Blood Prince, like when all this stuff is happening. And oh gosh, there's one other instance that has to do with it. But even in this particular, it's like you would expect, again, almost like a line that you might expect from like Ron. It's almost sort of like, they're talking about ridding themselves of pimple. And then Hannah Abbott's like, Eloise Midgen tried.
I know. I was like, Hannah Abbott?
Oh, yeah,
I was like, ouch, Hannah.
I know.
I don't know much about you, but everything I do know about you is that you marry Neville eventually. So I assume you're a pretty pleasant person.
That's my suspicion as well.
Yeah. But nope. Apparently not. Well, I guess, this is... maybe she does genuinely just feel sorry for her. I don't know.
Yeah, right. Well, that's fair. It says like poor Eloise Midgen. To which Professor Spout overhears and says, silly girl, but Madam Humphrey fixed her nose back on in the end.
It's like they all know about it.
Yes.
I know.
That girl.
But really what's happening here is the entire point of this first chapter is to basically set up Eloise Midgen as someone who has acne, because it is eventually... It's setting up Ron's shallowness later in the book.
True.
Really the whole purpose of this particular class.
You know what would have been a really, really, really funny little like breaking character at such a serious moment is upon Voldemort's return, if Harry was like, geez, man, you could just use boober tuber pus.
What? For?
Instead of cursing his nose off.
Oh. It's just like, oh, got it.
He's like, what's that now? Boober tuber pus?
Yeah.
How do you spell that?
I
shall be at a CVS pharmacy.
Yeah.
Right after killing you, boy.
Right after that. I've got Wormtail. Write this down. Send it into the... You know how long it takes them to fill prescriptions.
We're going to be waiting that line forever.
I know. Probably a Revco back then, not a CVS. Yeah.
Was it Revco before CVS?
It was.
Wow, what fun pharmacy trivia.
You don't remember Revco?
I don't, not even at all.
What?
I don't know.
Oh, man. Okay. Well,
yeah.
Revco turned into CVS.
How about it?
Yeah. That's where we went as kids.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
I do remember it now that you say that.
Yeah. Kind of looked ahead to the kind of like big blue shopping cart looking logo.
Yeah, we got to go down to Revco.
Yeah.
I think Mom used to say that.
Yeah. Pick up the prescriptions.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so let's see here. What happens next?
Let's see. They head down to Care of Magical Creatures, where Hagrid's standing outside his hut. He's got the blast-ended Scroots newly hatched, and Fang is sitting there, apparently keen to investigate the contents of the boxes, which I was like, not for long.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a bad move, Fang.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
Yep.
Morning, Hagrid said, grinning at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Better wait for the Slytherins. They won't want to miss this.
Yeah.
Blast-ended Scroots.
Yeah. Better wait for them. Better wait for them because they're part of the class.
Yeah. It's Hagrid's like, I want to show you now, but I better wait for the other students who signed up for my course.
Right, yeah.
It's like, yeah, Hagrid, obviously.
You probably should. But then he points down into the crates. Lavender makes the next great word of the chapter. Ugh! But I do like that Harry just agrees with her.
Yeah.
Ugh, just about summed up the blast-ended Scroots.
They looked like deformed, shellless lobsters, horribly pale and slimy looking, with legs sticking out in very odd places with no visible heads. I mean, they basically sound like oversized maggots with like that somebody tried to turn into like a weird snowman by shoving sticks into them.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly what they sound like. And they smell like rotting fish.
Ugh.
So they've gone from gasoline to fish. It's a really smelly morning they're having.
It really is. I mean, I think at some point in time, Seamus is gonna make the point that's just basically like first puss and now this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, says puss again.
Yeah, he does say puss again.
Yeah.
I think we're up to 7.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
And then so Hagrid's like, this is great because they're like basically a new species. I just invented them by breeding is it a manticore or a chimera?
I think it's a manticore.
A manticore with fire crabs? Pretty sure.
That sounds right.
Yeah, fire crabs. Fire crabs, which are actually
Turtles?
bejeweled turtles?
Yeah, it's like, what?
What? Okay. Yeah.
Nothing about that makes sense.
Nothing about that makes sense, nor does the fact that Hagrid has access to the manticore. And not only that, but the breeding of species like this is straight up illegal.
Straight up illegal.
And what's more, Draco will not do anything to try and point this out.
I mean, yes, good point. Yeah, he just spent all of last year making a huge fuss over
literally nothing. This is a genuine problem.
It is, and he does make a couple of good points. He's just sort of like,
and why would we want to raise them?
Yes, I mean, what do they do? What is the point of them? Which, to be 1,000% fair to a student in a class designed to teach about creatures, this is a fair question.
I mean, it is absolutely a fair question. It's like, yeah, like what? Okay, like they're gross, but like, what are we? Certainly, they must be useful in some way, right?
Do they cure seasickness?
Right. Yeah. Do they get rid of acne?
Right. And Hagrid seems to not know. He's just like, that's the next lesson, Malfoy. You're just feeding them today.
That's the next lesson. Well, it's interesting too because like to Hagrid, they're just interesting in and of themselves.
Yes.
Whereas to Draco, it's like there needs to be a point to something.
Right.
But like I kind of agree with Draco here. It's like there probably should be a reason you're learning about them.
There should be. I mean, Hagrid does say, so refresh me because I feel like this is one of those things that I know in my head that I hold as knowledge. But the way Hagrid says, I've never had them before, it sounds a little bit like he got them, not made them.
I think that is how he kind of phrases it, but I do think canonically he has bred them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, even if you're standing in line at Universal for like Hagrid's motorbike or whatever, like the story you're walking through is Hagrid breeding these things.
Okay. That is totally reasonable to me. And it could be the type of information that maybe comes out in Rita Skeeter's article.
I think it does come out in Rita Skeeter's article that he bred them, and that's where like you learned the combination of creatures that made them.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Although when it says Manticore, it's worth noting as well. Excuse me.
That was the longest yawn.
That was the longest yawn. That like I think typically a manticore is like a half lion, like scorpion tail sort of thing.
Yes.
Yeah. But in Harry Potter, there's actually 2 different classifications of manticores.
Is it not the case that what Newt and his brother encounter are manticores?
Exactly.
And they're kind of scorpion-y?
They are kind of scorpion and crabby. So it's like those manticores are clearly the kind that are being used for the Scroots, not the big lion head one.
Exactly. And this is the one that Newt and Theseus kind of do like the hilarious like crab
crab walk thing.
It's like the one mildly redeeming characteristic of Secrets of Dumbledore.
Yeah, that is a very good scene. He's like, scuttle, I am scuttling, or whatever.
Yes, yeah, it's like classic brothers.
I know. Like, to Newt, there's nothing Theseus could do that would mean he was doing it correct.
Right,
Even though he's absolutely doing it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh man, that's let's see. So they start trying to feed them. Nothing nice either. They're just getting all handfuls of ant eggs, frog livers, and bit-o grass snake.
A bit of grass snake, which that's another one where I'm like, does that mean that there's just a bin full of grass snakes?
I was assuming that is a bin full of chopped up grass snakes. But I was saying bit-o grass snake, like bit-o honey,
Like a bit of honey.
Like a bit-o honey. Do you remember that candy?
I sure do.
Yeah, you love them, if I recall.
I quite did.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe bit of grass snake.
Yeah. Bit of grass snake.
Individually packaged.
Chopped up like Mike and Ike's grass snake.
Yeah, sure.
But of course, Harry's like, doesn't seem like it matters at all because they don't seem to have mouths, but they must have mouths somewhere because they do end up growing quite a bit.
They absolutely sure do, yeah. And sure enough, not before too long, even at this size, though, it says, "Ouch!" yelled Dean Thomas after about 10 minutes. "It got me." To which I was like, Hagrid, you in first day lessons do not go well together.
I know, man. Like just like the other thing is, these are like this is like a brand new species, and their OWLs are next year. So like there's such a curriculum for this,
Yes, I know. And it's like I love Hagrid, but there is a little bit of it that's like you might need to stick to the beats.
It's like a little bit. I mean, that's what they pretty much tell him all the time too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of even what Hermione's going to be like. She's like, I actually kind of agree with Malfoy on this one. That was a pretty terrible creature we just encountered.
We should stomp them out.
We should stomp them out. Hermione, who's standing up who's like spending her time between this class and her other classes, developing like elf rights, is like, this species though has got to go.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I'm simultaneously campaigning for elf rights and Scroot extinction.
Yes.
Yeah. What a morning she's having.
She is having quite the day. Yeah, that can happen when they blast off, said Hagrid. That was me doing Lavender Brown's noise again.
It sounded pretty good.
Thanks.
Yeah.
What's that pointy thing on it? Some of them have got stings.
Yeah, they got stings. And then he just like females, and it says the females got sort of sucker things on their bellies. I think that might be to suck blood. And it's like, oh, good. Like, I said, joy.
Do you hear yourself,
I know.
man?
Can you hear yourself? And then, Malfoy just continues to chime in fairly accurately. Who wouldn't want pets that can burn, sting, and bite all at once? And Hermione like sort of defends Hagrid, just because they're not pretty doesn't mean they're not useful. Like dragon's blood's magical, but you wouldn't want a dragon for a pet, which is just a reminder that Hagrid did have a dragon in the form of Norbert the Norwegian Ridgeback, and is sort of set up for the dragons later, which Hagrid will show Harry.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Good little reminder, I think, as well, because I think even when they encounter the dragons for the first time, Hagrid will ask Charlie, like, how's Norbert doing? And he's like, Norbert? You mean Norbert?
Yeah. So it's almost like needed to bring this up as a reminder that happened, because there's no way Hagrid could encounter Charlie without talking about it.
Yes. Yep, absolutely. So just little bit of setup there.
Yep.
At least their scroots are small, said Ron. And Hermione's like, well, they are now. I expect they'll be 6 feet long, which is not a terrible estimate, but it's actually on the small side.
Yeah.
I did jump forward to the one that Harry will encounter in the maze, and it is over 10 feet.
10 feet?
10 feet.
These things get huge.
Absolutely huge.
Absolutely massive. And then she goes on to say, like, Ron like chides her. He says, well, it won't matter if they turn out to cure seasickness or something. Well, that's where your joke was from.
Yeah. You got it now.
Yeah. And then Hermione's like, perfect. Even she admits that she doesn't think anything of the sort, which is kind of funny because it's like, well, they don't know yet. Like, maybe they will do something.
Well,
but yeah.
Almost certainly it seems like, it's even like the acromantula venom. It's like, it's really hard to get, but if you can, it's very useful. It's just, nobody can get it.
No one can get it.
So, it stands to reason that there must be some redeeming factor of the Scroot.
Right.
Somewhere.
They definitely will take study, though, as they are a brand new species.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, rare. But this is also like a very rare time they actually like agree with Malfoy.
Yes.
Which almost never happens.
Right. At least not to his face, though. So there's
certainly not to his face. Yeah, they couldn't possibly have that. But so they're heading up to divination, and Hermione is going to head back to the library where she is going to be working on SPEW, but not telling them about it.
Yes, continuing to be rather secretive. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron make it to the top of the North Tower, where at the top of a spiraling staircase, a silver stepladder to a circular trapdoor in the ceiling drops down, and they enter into where Professor Trelawney lived. Part of me, and we may have brought this up back when we first were introduced to this particular classroom, but part of me was almost like, you think there's any world that this was like an attic? Just sort of like a spot, and Dumbledore's like, yeah, I've got just the space for you.
I know exactly where to put you.
Oh my God, we'll clear out the North Tower.
Yeah, North Tower. She's like the one that's like super far away, and you have to get the step ladder and the second ladder, and there's a trapdoor in the ceiling. Yeah, that one.
That's. And McGonagall's like, oh, I see. Yeah, I'll be right on it.
Yeah. Although actually I could maybe see McGonagall suggesting it. Like Dumbledore being like, and this is Professor Trelawney, Deputy Headmistress. Any idea where we could set up a classroom? And she's like, I know exactly where to put you.
McGonagall goes into Sorting Hat voice.
Yeah.
I know just what to do with you.
Yeah.
To the attic. To the attic.
Yeah.
Gryffindor. No, the attic.
Yes. But then, as ever, Trelawney comes in and starts making terrible predictions about Harry, saying that my inner eye sees past your brave face to the troubled soul within. I regret to say that your worries are not baseless. I see difficult times ahead for you, alas, most difficult. I fear the thing you dread will indeed come to pass, and perhaps sooner than you think. So, this is, of course, vagaries at best, and yet true.
That's it. Yeah, I was like, you are preoccupied, my dear. True. I regret to say that your worries are not baseless. Also true.
Yes.
I fear the thing that you dread will indeed come to pass. Also true.
Well, what do you think she means? Like Voldemort returning?
I sort of think Voldemort returning. Yeah. This is sort of like one of those instances because I think Harry is going to go on to be like, I wasn't dreading anything at all.
Yeah. Unless you could count worrying that Sirius is going to get caught.
Right. But to me, I highlighted that as well because I was like, to me, I think this is almost when you get like overly accustomed to living like inside of a stressful situation.
Yeah.
This is like existing in a toxic relationship because you've like, it's become your normal and you don't even realize that like it's toxic at this point in time. Like Harry's fear of Voldemort returning must be living in his brain.
Yeah.
Always.
All the time. Well, like I said earlier, like at breakfast, he is worried about Sirius.
True.
And, like if he's worried something's going to happen to him, like something is going to happen to him. Like he is going to die in the Department of Mysteries, which is probably way sooner than Harry thinks.
True.
Yeah. So that will come to pass. And Voldemort will return. Probably sooner than he thinks as well.
Right.
So
right. Yes.
Whether either of those concerns is the one she's referencing, they both happen sooner than he thinks.
Right.
And they're both things he's dreading.
Yes.
So there you go.
But we then go on to see just basically that, which she's setting him up for the curriculum in this class for the year, which says, my dears, it is time for us to consider the stars. Basically the movements of the planets, the mysterious portents that they reveal only to those who understand the steps of the celestial dance. And
which is not her, although then she goes on and says human destiny may be deciphered by the planetary rays which intermingle, blah 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 blah. But it's basically what Ferenz says.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah. It's like, well, this I wrote up top. I was like, well, this is real, and then I was like, at least in Harry Potter, just not quite as she interprets it. And I feel like what Ferenz will end up kind of pointing out as it pertains to like Trelawney's comprehension of this topic is like not the small comings and goings, individual squabbles between people, death of pets or whatever, but like big, important, massive, like shifts.
Although he's being pretty condescending too, because based on what's going to happen on the next page, she's still sort of right.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Trelawney's always right.
Trelawney's always right. Yeah. So we'll get to that in a second here. Harry starts like wondering like, oh, well, she did say the thing I fear will come to pass. And, then he's like trying to console himself saying like, well, Hermione thinks she's an old fraud, but she did make that one prediction at the end of last year.
Right.
But at the same time, I'm not actually dreading thing, except the thing I am dreading.
Right. Yes. Yeah. It's funny because this is a big deal in the other fantasy series that we love, which is the Kingkiller Chronicles or Name of the Wind. But like, and of course, except for that last time at the end of last term when she had made the prediction about Voldemort rising again, this is sort of like, it's like a thread of truth that sometimes can be like woven through a story that gives it just enough of a backbone to like make it reliable. And I feel like that kind of keeps coming up with Trelawney as well. Even just for you, the reader, it's sort of like, she was right that once. Like, when should we doubt her every other time? And it's like,
it's the same trick that will eventually be used with Luna.
Yes.
Where it's just like, Luna's like, she's right sometimes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you're like, which makes you question everything she says.
Right. The Cloud Cuckoo Lander.
The Cloud Cuckoo Lander, yes.
It's like the character trope that Luna kind of falls into.
Yes, that's exactly it. But then we go on to the next chapter where Harry's sort of like zoning out, but Toon's back in, and she's describing, she's saying, I was saying that Saturn was surely in a position of power in the heavens at the moment of your birth. Your dark hair, your mean stature, tragic losses so young in life. I think I am right in saying, my dear, that you were born in midwinter. And Harry, of course, just scoffs her off, saying, no, I was born in July. However. The thing is that this is such a clever thing, is that Harry, unbeknownst to himself, or Trelawney, is a Horcrux and has the piece of Voldemort's soul. And everything she's saying is accurate about Tom Riddle and Voldemort.
Yep.
So, yes, position of power at the moment in the heavens. Your dark hair. Young Tom Riddle did have dark hair. Your mean stature. That's more of a Voldemort thing. Yep. Tragic losses, so young in life. Both of his mom dies giving birth to him.
Yes.
Yep. I think I'm right in saying you were born in midwinter. Voldemort's birthday is December 31st, which is midwinter.
So. Yes. Yep. Although, I mean, I guess somebody could be like, actually, technically, winter doesn't start until December 21st, so it's only like 10 days in, but you know what we mean.
It is. I mean, yeah. I think without doubt, this is talking about Voldemort.
It is without doubt talking about Voldemort.
So, like, as ever, Trelawney is correct, but has no idea why.
Right.
Yes.
That's
sort of her big, like, her problem at all times here. So they start working on it. Harry, I don't know how he messes this up though. He's like, I've got 2 Neptunes here. I said, Harry, that can't be right. Can it? And I'm like, no, Harry, it cannot.
Yeah, obviously.
You cannot have 2 Neptunes.
Right.
Come on now.
To which Ron interprets, when 2 Neptunes appear in the sky, it is a sure sign that a midget in glasses is being born, Harry. Yeah.
Yep.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, part of me is like, I wonder if there's anything to that. Like, is there a thing like if there was the same planet twice or something? Because that'd be like time travel or something. But it also,
I have no idea. Or if it was even supposed to be like Ron. I looked this up because I was like, I don't know, like, if it's a joke that I'm missing. I even asked ChatGPT to explain it to me. I copy and pasted it, and I was like, "Am I missing something here?" Because I don't know if I totally get if an other reference is being made.
Right.
And at the very least, all it and the rest of the internet and Reddit could come up with is the possibilities that Ron, being notably tall, is referencing Harry as a shorter than him person and somebody who wears glasses.
Yeah.
And that was about the size of the joke.
That's about as much as I could glean from it as well.
Yeah.
But then, fortunately, Lavender across the room says, "Oh, I've got an unexpected planet. Oh, which one's that, Professor?" And this is one of the best lines of the whole chapter. Trelawney comes over and says, "Oh, it is Uranus, my dear." And Ron says, "Can I have a look at Uranus too, Lavender?" I love that this joke is in here.
It is funny because they do date later.
Indeed.
Yeah. How about that? It's early love.
Ron's going to go ahead and make this joke as well. When he's in the Department of Space or whatever. Yeah. In the Department of Mysteries.
Uranus, Harry.
It continues to be funny, and I love it.
It's never not. I do love the fact though that Trelawney that she does overhear this particular joke, and it kind of snaps her into a slightly different mood all of a sudden, which makes you believe that there must be a more serious version of Trelawney that lives like just below the surface.
It makes you feel like she is putting on an act.
It kind of does make you feel like she's putting on an act. A detailed analysis of the way the planet and her movements in the coming month will affect you with reference to your personal chart, she snapped, sounding much more like Professor McGonagall than her usual airy-fairy self.
Airy-fairy.
Yeah. It's like, that's kind of interesting because McGonagall notably hates her.
Yes.
You know, so it's like, it would be weird if like somehow deep beneath the surface they were more similar than we realize.
Yeah. But so then they meet back up with Hermione, who kind of continues to be superior, says, "Lots of homework. Professor Vector didn't give us any at all," which, just for reference there, Professor Vector is the arithmancy teacher.
Yep.
Great name for the arithmancy teacher. Arithmancy is basically like wizard math.
Okay.
Vector is a geometric term for a line moving in a single direction with what is it in Despicable Me? With direction and magnitude.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because
Vector, because I'm committing crimes with direction and magnitude.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Me and my Addie and Allie watched that recently, and Addie has been saying "oh yeah" ever since.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Very good.
Also, this seems so like what happened to last year Hermione, who is like falling asleep over all of her books because of all the massive amounts of homework that she had. And
Well, it was basically all divination Muggle studies, Ben.
must have been.
They're gone now, so
yeah.
she's just back to regular work schedule.
No big deal.
No big deal at all.
Professor Vector didn't give us any at all.
Yeah.
That seems ridiculous.
I know. Well, it does, but it also neither Hagrid nor Professor Sprout gave them homework either. So
Well, that's because Professor Sprout rather got what she wanted, which was pints of booba tuba pus.
yeah, I know. She was like, "Oh boy, today's a good day. I'm going to make the students Harvard pus for me." Fantastic. And then I'll give it up to the hospital wing. But then as they are heading down to dinner, I guess, Draco, as ever, goes out of his way to find Ron to tell him that his dad's in the paper, which...
None of this article is really going to make sense to me.
It does not make sense.
I'm curious if you'll be able to sort it out. But
I will try.
Yeah. So Draco is what I can only imagine just hiding behind like a suit of armor for as long as is necessary to step out at exactly the right moment.
Exactly the right moment.
Your dad's in the paper, Weasley.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Listen to this. Yeah. Yes. And then the article is further mistakes at the Ministry of Magic, which I don't know what mistake is even being referenced.
I don't either. And also it's very interesting because, well, I guess Rita Skeeter doesn't end up being on the side of Ministry of Magic next year in Order of the Phoenix because the Beatles at bay.
Yeah.
So I was going to say, like, it seems like the Prophet's going to take, well, the Prophet as an entity seems to be like giving the Ministry a hard time right now.
Right.
But then it seems like we'll be fully supporting it in just 1 year's time.
Well, yeah, it seems like Rita Skeeter is giving the Ministry a hard time. Because now at this moment, the Prophet and the Ministry seem to exist independent of one another.
Right.
Whereas next year, Fudge will begin to lean on the Prophet. But then Rita doesn't actually change tacks. She continues to basically attack the Ministry just from the Quibbler on Hermione's orders.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yes, maybe she's always sort of anti-ministry, which is an interesting perspective for someone who we largely hate.
Yes, for the most part is not that great. But like this is like it's a weird article all the way around. Because let's see, it says the Ministry was plunged into fresh embarrassment yesterday by the antics of Arnold Weasley of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office. So like what Malfoy is loving about this is that she printed Arnold instead of Arthur, but like to him he's saying like, oh, they didn't even get his name right, and I'm like, that says more about Rita as a reporter than Ron's dad. Like her inaccuracy over the subject of her like article's name, that's like you should get fired over that, like that's a huge mistake for a reporter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Especially when it's like the primary person, like the subject of the story.
Right.
It's like Rita Skeeter messed up here, not Arthur.
Exactly. Yeah. But that's not how Malfoy spins it at all. But then apparently what he did, she reminds everyone that he was charged with possession of a flying car, which
that feels like classic Rita Skeeter.
That does.
Kind of going back to like Dumbledore wasn't so great because after all, when he was a kid, he said a couple of mean things. And it's like, yeah, there's a lot of life lived between the time he was 18 and the time that he was like 111 or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. But then, so what she's saying he did was involved in a tussle with several Muggle lawkeepers, policemen, over a number of highly aggressive dustbins. So this is in reference to the whole Mad-Eye Moody incident the day before.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. But like Mr. Weasley appears to have rushed to the aid of Mad-Eye Moody, the aged ex-Auror, who retired from the Ministry when no longer able to tell the difference between a handshake and an attempted murder. That sounds like probably not true. That sounds like embellishment by Rita Skeeter.
Yep.
If you ask me. But it says, unsurprisingly, Mr. Weasley found upon arrival at Mr. Moody's heavily guarded house that Mr. Moody had once again raised a false alarm. But like, okay, whether or not he raised the false alarm, the dustbins did cause a catastrophe and get the attention of muggles.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah, right. I mean, at least that's what it sounds like, because it says, and it's also with several muggle lawkeepers over a number of highly aggressive dustbins. But
and Mr. Weasley was forced to modify several memories before he could escape from the policeman. Escape? Like, what do you mean escape? The dustbins attracted their attention. Like, that's why he was there.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like he's there solving the problem of the dustbins that, as near as we can tell, were highly aggressive.
Yes.
Near as we can tell, because you said it.
Because you said it. Like, what it sounds like is Mad-Eye Moody is the one at fault, because, at least from your perspective, because he attacked some dustbins that began rocketing around and attracted the attention of the Muggle police force. And then Arthur showed up and has to modify memories and smooth it over, because otherwise it's a violation of the statute of secrecy, which is the whole point of his job. So, and the entire ministry. So, like, I don't know what she thinks he did wrong. It says, refused to answer Daily Prophet questions about why he had involved the ministry in such an undignified and potentially embarrassing scene. Like, what was the ministry supposed to do? Just let the Muggles see the dustbins rocketing around?
That's exactly yeah, and why are they singling him out for this particular situation? It's not, I mean, we saw this. I mean, granted, she wasn't there for Amos Diggory showing up being like, hey, Arthur, I need you in particular. But like, it seems like if she reached out to the ministry at all, it's like, on whose orders was he there?
Yeah.
It's like, someone could have chimed in.
Right. Yeah. So I also don't understand why it says he refused to answer Daily Prophet questions about why he involved the ministry. Like, I also don't understand why he doesn't just say, because the answer is to the dustbins were a threat to the statute of secrecy.
Exactly.
Like, why wouldn't you just answer that question?
Misuse of Muggle artifacts office.
Yeah.
Dustbins
being misused magically. Well, everyone did their job.
This is exactly what I'm supposed to do. But then it continues to not make sense, because it says, and there's a picture, Weasley, said Malfoy, flipping the paper and holding it up. A picture of your parents outside their house, if you can call it a house.
Yeah. Like, why is the picture of his mom in the newspaper?
Exactly. Like, all I can picture is, all I can imagine is that they found like a family portrait of Molly and Arthur in front of their home from something else entirely.
Oh, certainly Arthur, they didn't send a photographer over to the Weasleys to be like, hey, we're running a piece on you.
Yeah, stand and pose for a
photo. I know.
Yeah. So it's like, what is this photo? We know it's not the one from Egypt either, because they're in Egypt in the photo.
Right. Like, why wouldn't it be a picture of Moody and the dustbins, or Arthur at Moody's? You know,
anything else.
Anything. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. It's really just there so that, like, Malfoy can make fun of Molly.
Right. Yes. I know. Yeah. Then he, again, this is like where I think a lot of times when we are hindsight talking about the broad strokes characteristics of the overall story, we've always wanted Draco to have a better redemption arc, but then sometimes he's just so mean that you're like, I don't know if I really want that.
Yeah, maybe never mind.
Yeah. Your mother could do with losing a bit of weight, couldn't she? It's like, oh my gosh, Draco, like, is so rude. And it says Ron was shaking with fury, understandably. Everyone was staring at him. And this is like one of those situations where, like, movies and stories, I feel like sometimes depicted as if like all the onlookers of situations like this are appreciating the actions of the bully. Like, yeah, make fun of him.
Oh,
and it's
I know.
Like, I'm like, are people appreciating this? Like, if I witnessed someone being a bully, I'd be like, you're the jerk.
Right.
Like, I'm not laughing at Ron. I'm annoyed at you. This is a terrible look.
Yeah, is the implication that the onlookers are like on Malfoy's side here?
I don't even know if the implication is that. It just says that everybody was staring at him.
Okay.
But it's sort of like I am always confused with Draco why people are tolerating him. Like, it seems to me like this would be the kind of person that everybody would just despise.
Right.
It's like, stop being mean, man. Like,
I know.
You are not getting anywhere with this.
Oh, I know. And he continues because then he turns on Harry and says, so tell me, is his mother really that porky, or is it just the picture? And it's like, dude,
I know.
Chill. Like, they're just walking.
Right. I know. Yes. It's like he is doing, I mean, and I feel like what Malfoy normally does in all of these situations, like without fail, it seems like Snape walks up on him where Draco will successfully bait them into retaliating, and then Snape will walk up and give detention or take points from Harry and Ron for whatever they do or say next.
Right.
Which obviously this scene ends up going a little bit differently.
Yeah, very much the other direction.
Right.
But Harry can dish it right back out. He says, your mother, that expression she's got, like she's got dung under her nose. She always looked that way. Or is it just because you were with her? Which is pretty good. But then hilariously, like Malfoy cannot handle this at all. He says, don't you dare insult my mother, Potter. Which just like, people in glass homes or something.
I'm like, yeah, he must realize the hypocrisy here.
I know, dude, what are you talking about? Like you just you're playing the insult, you're doing your mama jokes, Like, come on, don't dish it if you can't take it, man.
Yes, and I mean, and first of all, just don't dish it in the first place.
Just don't dish. Yeah, you know what? You don't even need to dish it. Your article that you're citing doesn't even make sense.
Yes, it is all very confusing.
Yeah.
And Harry's just like, keep your mouth shut then, basically turning away. And it's like, okay, Harry's standing up for himself. And then you hear bang. Several people screamed. Harry felt something white hot graze the side of his face. Any idea what spell this might be?
I have no idea what spell this could be. What white hot spell Draco misses with somehow from apparently pretty close range.
It's not a good chapter for Malfoy.
Not a good chapter for Malfoy.
Except for that one question in Care of Magical Creatures.
Yeah. Oh, and how dare he receive presents from his parents?
Yes.
How dare the gall.
I know. Yes. I will think twice before ever sending care packages to Addie when she goes off to school.
Lest anyone think that her parents love her.
Yeah, right. Yes.
I don't understand the framing of that.
It's a weird one. It's a weird one. But there's a little bit of justice that immediately comes into place here.
Just a little.
Harry's sort of like, whoa, what was that? Goes to turn around, and then we hear another bang, and oh no, you don't, laddie.
Yeah, because here comes Moody limping down the marble staircase. Much better aim. Manages to transfigure Malfoy into a ferret.
Yes. Shivering on the stone-flagged floor exactly where Malfoy had been standing. There was a terrified silence in the entrance hall. Nobody but Moody was moving a muscle. So this feels like the appropriate crowd reaction. Like, oh dear.
Oh, boy.
Stuff is the foot.
Yeah, and this is where we learn that Mad Eye's eye can see out of the back of his head because he sees Crabbe behind him trying to pick up the ferret.
Yep. And then basically proceeds to start to pick up Draco / the ferret, fly it 10 feet in the air, and then smack back to the floor and bounce upward once more. I don't like people who attack when other opponents' backs turned, growled Moody. Stinking, cowardly, scummy thing to do.
Oh my God. Okay, so let me ask you this about that particular statement. Do you think that's Barty Crouch Jr. talking or him pretending to be Mad Eye Moody?
I think it's Barty Crouch Jr. talking. I think that Barty Crouch Jr. hates Lucius. I mean, he would have just witnessed what Lucius was doing at the Quidditch World Cup.
Yeah.
And go ahead though.
But I feel like he might not mind that he was attacking Muggles. I feel like what might be happening, I feel like this must have happened to him, that he was attacked from behind.
Like Barty Crouch Jr. was?
Barty Crouch Jr. was attacked from behind.
By whom?
By Moody. Once upon a time.
Okay. So, okay. Walk me through it. So you think that Moody is super frustrated in this. You think Barty Crouch Jr. is super frustrated in this situation because Moody would have shot at Barty Crouch Jr. from behind?
I think, okay, so let me break it down.
Yes. Okay.
I think he's clearly trying to make an impression upon Harry here as per his actual mission.
Right.
Barty Crouch Jr.'s goal in this scene is to win over Harry, to punish Draco because he also dislikes Lucius, as you say. But I think when he's talking, he's doing a thing where it sounds real because he, the real Barty Crouch Jr., means what he's saying.
Yes.
Okay, so let me fast forward then.
Okay.
So we're gonna later when we're in the pensive in Dumbledore's office and we're going through the different trials.
Yep.
All three trials that we go to, which are Karkaroff's, Bagman's, and Barty Crouch Jr.'s, along with Bellatrix and the other Lestranges.
Yep.
Happen after the fall of Voldemort.
Okay.
So the first one is Karkaroff, which Moody is present for, with 2 regular eyes.
Yep.
The second one is Bagman, both regular eyes. The third one is the Bellatrix, Barty Crouch Jr., and the Lestrange brothers.
Okay. Rodolphus
and Rabaston.
Yes.
Those 4. Okay. Moody is not at that trial.
Okay.
But prior to that, but we do know from Moody that he lost the eye battling Death Eaters.
Okay.
So, but that means he got past the end of Voldemort's fall without losing the eye.
Right.
Right? But then the only other big scuffle with Death Eaters that we know of is with Bellatrix and Barty Crouch Jr. and the Lestranges.
Yes.
Right. So I think the reason he's not at that trial is because in that scuffle, they hit him in the eye.
Oh.
And after Moody attacks Barty Crouch Jr. from behind at some point. So like gets the better of him. Whatever battle ensues, Moody gets hit in the eye. They end up subduing the Death Eaters and capturing them. Moody's recovering. That's when he gets the eye. And this is part of why Barty Crouch Jr. dislikes being attacked from behind.
Wow.
That's my big overarching theory.
So he's like wearing the skin of the man who did it to him.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Even worse.
Even worse.
Even worse.
Yep. Okay. The ferret flew high through the air, legs and tail flailing helplessly. Never do that again. Speaking each word as the ferret hit the stone floor and bounced upward again. Then you hear, Professor Moody, said a shocked voice.
Yeah, never do that. I do think you're right, though. This is like, I think Barty Crouch Jr. does know that it was Lucius at the Quidditch World Cup who was doing, which he again will later say that I never hated anything more than a Death Eater who went free.
Yes.
And I think to him, that's why he sends the Dark Mark into the skies, because he's like, oh my gosh, you guys are out here free and you're not looking for Voldemort.
Right.
Like, I'll show you what it means to be a follower.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. Yes.
And
I think he's frustrated with them.
Oh, he knows it was Lucius, and he's like, guess what? I'm going to do the exact same thing you did to those people to your kid.
Yes. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. That's where my head went.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
I think all of that is true.
Okay. I love it.
That's what I think.
This is a very well infused
situation.
Scene. Yes. Yeah. There's a lot going on here.
Going on.
And I love basically McGonagall comes rushing in, drops her armful of books, which I believe is something that McGonagall frequently does.
Just carrying around books.
Yeah. Maybe Hermione does it sometimes too. Hello, Professor McGonagall, said Moody calmly, bouncing the ferret still higher.
Yep. He's still doing it.
What?
Hello.
What are you doing? Teaching, said Moody. Teaching. Moody, is that a student?
Yep. Yep.
There it is.
I love it. Oh my gosh. Best line of the chapter right there.
Right. And this is funny because she's basically like, we never used transfiguration as a punishment. Surely Dumbledore told you that. And it's like, he might have mentioned it. Yeah.
Which I'm like, did he even? Like, it feels like an oddly specific thing to mention. Just like, so here's the school.
Bathrooms down there. There used to be an attic up in the North Tower, but it's occupied now.
Now it's that way you turn it into a classroom. Very resourceful.
Yes.
McGonagall's idea. Your classroom's going to be down here. Snape is in the dungeon. We don't torture students with transfiguration. I'll just throw that out there for no reason.
And dinner's at 6.
So see you there. If you feel like making an entrance, go for it. Right?
Anytime. Be as theatrical as you please.
Yeah. You know what? You've got the eye wink. That was a one-eye joke.
That was a one-eye joke. Blink more like it. Sorry.
I'll stand up. I'll stand up to do like the Triwizard Tournament thing.
They're dying to know.
Like they are chomping at the bit. You'll know when I stand up because you can see me through the door. That's your moment.
That's your cue.
Okay, that's your cue.
Yeah, I think you can just imagine Moody out there being like, oh, God, I'm ready. I
can do it. Yep. It's exactly. So that's, as far as I'm concerned, exactly how it went down. Let's see. So, but yeah, like might have mentioned it. Yeah. Did he? I don't know.
We give detentions, Moody, or speak to the offender's head of house.
Yeah.
And then I love that Moody's just like, I'll do that then.
All right.
It's like all the punishment I've done so far, that doesn't count.
Because I didn't know.
Because I didn't know, and this isn't allowed.
I didn't know, except I did might have mentioned it. I don't know. Might have forgotten it. Who's to say?
might have forgotten it.
Yeah.
but now I will begin the punishment by going and finding Snape.
Yeah.
But before that, we do get a line, and this would kind of go back to what we were saying earlier, where Draco is now back in human form again and whispers something that sounded like "my father."
Yeah.
To which Moody hears and is like, "Well, I know your father of old, boy. You tell him from me that that I'm keeping a close eye on his son."
Yeah. Oh man. So, but yeah, I know your father of old. This is another like double meaning line right here because he knows him of old. That makes sense coming from Moody, who would know of Lucius Malfoy as a Death Eater because he was an Auror. But actually, what he means is that he knows Lucius Malfoy of old because they were Death Eaters together.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we learned that Snape is the head of house, and Draco says, "Yes, another old friend," growled Moody. "I've been looking forward to a chat with old Snape." Same thing is true once again.
Yep, and this is like the first time you've kind of known that like Snape maybe worked for Voldemort once upon a time.
Yeah.
But this is the first book we've heard the phrase Death Eaters, and this is the first big hint that Snape was a Death Eater.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
absolutely.
there we go. And another old friend suggests that as well, but it's also another nod that Barty Crouch Jr. and Snape were Death Eaters together.
Correct. Yep. So little details that have more double meaning on a second pass once you know everything that's going on.
Yep.
Then I love this little scene with Ron where he's like, "Don't talk to me," and Hermione's like, "Why not?" "Because I want to fix that in my memory forever."
I know.
Draco Malfoy, the amazing bouncing ferret.
Indeed. And then I love the next sentence too. Harry and Hermione both laughed, and Hermione began doling out beef casserole onto each of their plates, which I just think is a very funny sentence. Like Ron says this thing, and they're just like, "I say, pass the beef casserole around, why don't you?"
Yes, a dollop for you and you and me.
Yeah, do you guys remember what just that? Let this beef casserole stand as a monument in our stomachs to the day that Draco Malfoy was turned into a ferret. Does anyone else need some? I've got plenty to go around.
Right, yes. Plenty of beef casserole for any who wants.
Indeed.
It was really good that Professor McGonagall stopped it. "Hermione," said Ron furiously, "you're ruining the best moment of my life."
The best moment of my life. There you go.
So good.
Yep.
So good.
Yeah. Not winning the chess game, not winning the House Cup. That was it. Right.
That was
there.
it. Yep. Yeah. From henceforth and for always, when Ron looks in the mirror of Erised, he sees not a potential future, but instead his past.
Exactly. When maybe a future where he's doing this to Malfoy.
Yes.
Oh, ferret.
A ferret. He's like, "I've got to learn that one.
I've got to do that. Eat slugs indeed." So let's see. Then Hermione, of course, scarfs down her own beef casserole and has to head back to the library. And Ron's all like, "But you said you didn't have homework." And she's going to be as unhelpful as ever and says, "It's not schoolwork, but I won't tell you what I am doing. See ya."
Yeah.
Yep.
But no sooner that she's gone than she's taken by Fred Weasley. We're going to use the word cool a whole bunch of times.
We sure are.
Moody, he said. "How cool is he?" "Beyond cool," said George. "Super cool," said Lee Jordan.
Yeah. Super cool, one word.
Super cool, one word.
Yeah, super cool. No space.
Yeah.
Yep. I also love this continues from the last chapter where I just feel like the twins have like turned a corner on Ron for a second, where he's just like they're just sitting down and they're just like hanging out with him, not giving him a constant hard time all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
They'll eventually return to it. Don't worry.
No. Yeah.
But like
for certain.
at the moment, they're just like, "Yeah, we're all buds. Ron, you want to join the tournament with us?
Right.
How cool's Moody?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're ever just trying to like look cool in front of Harry. You know, they're sort of like, Ron's got a pretty cool friend. He's kind of important in this whole thing.
Yeah. It's like, I know Ron sat with you on the train, but like we would have sat with you, man.
We would have sat with we could have been friends.
We could have been your friends first. Then we could have all been making fun of Ron together.
we have a really cool map that we totally could have given to our brother, but we'll give to his best friend instead.
Exactly. Indeed. Yeah, they're definitely trying to impress Harry for sure.
Never had a lesson like it, said Fred.
He knows, man.
Knows what? Knows what it's like to be out there doing it, said George impressively.
That sentence makes it sound like George like fancies an Auror, fancies a career as an Auror.
It does a little bit. Like I think that, and I mean, there's no doubt about it that like Fred and George like have their flair for business, and there's like something that they're after, like with their deep passions. But like I do think that this demonstrates that probably before the joke shop, like they would still have their priorities aligned such that like, but if they need us, we will be there. And when it comes push to shove, they are there.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, they're in
do.
the Battle of the Seven Potters and stuff, and at the Battle of Hogwarts.
And one of them dies.
Yeah, no, that happens.
Yeah.
It's interesting the way George phrases that though, because it does sound like very ambitious. It's like he's stating it like it is clearly a path to be considered and desired.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Yep. So basically, it's fun, exciting setup for what class with Moody is going to be like, because it does seem like it's a shakeup. even if it's still going to be educational, it's going to be quite different from what we may have expected out of Lupin.
Yes, very different. And we will get to dive into that in the next chapter, the Unforgivable Curses.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. But before we close out today's episode, Jay, do you have a review for us?
Well, I sure do, Ben. Let me go ahead and pull it up right here on the old phone. This review is from Bet My Guy, and it's a little bit of a what if.
Oh,
it says,
okay.
Hey, brother, longtime SCB fan and Patreon subscriber, loving the podcast, looking forward to it every Friday. I have a question though. What if Hagrid didn't take the fall for the Chamber of Secrets? Would Hogwarts close down? How would it affect the rise and fall of Lord Voldemort? Thanks for the great content. Keep up the work.
Oh man. Okay. All right. Let's see here. So the big thing that we have going on is that Tom has basically taken his plan too far to his own demise.
Right.
That is the cue for the setup for Tom Riddle to frame Hagrid for what happened with the Chamber of Secrets, because Tom has otherwise been behind all of it.
All of it.
And it's not until he discovers that they may close the school due to the death of Moaning Myrtle that they're kind of like, he basically asked Armando Dippet, like, well, what if we were to find the culprit responsible? Like, would that change things? And I guess Dippet's like, yeah, that would change things. And he's like, cool. If I come back in like an hour, don't find that to be suspicious.
Don't find that to be suspicious. It's like, oh, what's the matter? Can you imagine how like Armando Dippet needs to be connected some dots, you know?
He might be a bit thick.
He's a bit thick. He's just like, oh, Tom, my favorite student. Yeah, I'm afraid we're going to have to close down the school unless someone catches the culprit. Are you concerned about that? What? No. Oh, okay. Hold on. 1 hour later.
Yeah.
Like, well, look who found the culprit. It was Tom Riddle.
That was so unusual. I was literally just saying to him a minute ago.
I know.
Probably what Armando Dippet sounds like. So then what would happen? So if Hagrid doesn't take the fall, would the school close?
If he's not able to frame Hagrid, then does the school close? I mean, if Hagrid doesn't take the fall for... Like if Aragog's not in the school and like Hagrid's not there with like a convenient second monster for him, then I think my guess is more likely that he frames someone else for the basilisk itself.
I could see a world where something like that could be in play. I mean, my mind was racing like a few different scenarios, because one of them would be like, is there any instance where he might just sacrifice the basilisk itself, kill it himself, and then like leave the evidence in the Great Hall or something, you know, because then it's sort of like, boom, there's the monster. He could even make himself out to be a hero.
I mean, it could just do the Gildor Lockhart thing, right? Bring up the snake skin.
He could bring up the snake skin
as proof that I got him.
Yes. Yeah. Also true.
Wouldn't even have to kill it, because Lockhart's like, oh, yep, this will work.
Right. So I think at least in the short game, the big situation there, because I mean, he's already going to receive an award for services to the school, which is the one that Ron ultimately finds when he's wiping him down, doing the slug's detention. So my suspicion is that Hagrid was the lowest hanging fruit. It was the easiest way to solve it quickly by redirecting and not causing any harm to the basilisk, which he would also see as the means for ridding the school of Muggleborns.
Right.
Eventually, once his plan took fuller form.
Yeah.
And that's effectively the reason behind the diary, is to fulfill his work in the event that he's unable to.
Right.
Right. Like that all makes sense.
Yeah.
But I do think that that's like, you take Hagrid out of the equation, or let's just say Hagrid doesn't have Aragog, then I suspect that is what he would have to amount to, is either framing somebody else or trying to make it seem as though the threat is gone.
Yeah, framing Olive Hornby, you know.
Probably Olive Hornby.
Who Myrtle stays around to haunt. That's a pretty good one.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
It's pretty good. Although, okay, so let me ask you this then.
Yeah.
Do you think how Hagrid came to own Aragog is an unresolved mystery?
Yeah, it's just the pocket of a traveler.
Well, I gotta tell you, Hagrid gets Norbert from, basically the pocket of a traveler.
Essentially.
Who is Voldemort. Do you think it is possible that Voldemort also is the one who gives Hagrid Aragog as a backup plan for exactly what happens, as oh look, this is someone else who could take the fall.
That's an interesting question. Do we know where Acromantula would normally come from? Do they have a decide? My mind went to Greece, but that's fluffy because that's a.
The Acromantula are in the Fantastic Beasts book, so I bet we might be able to look it up.
Yeah, see if that piece is there, because if it was Albania or something like that, it's
okay.
Oh
my gosh, that would be. You're right.
That would be rather perfect.
Yeah. Let's see. Eye color, hair color related to spider, native to island of Borneo is what it says.
Where's Borneo?
That's a great question. Southeast Asia.
That's not helpful.
Not helpful. Pretty far away.
Pretty far away. But Southeast Asia is it not the case that the Chillin? I mean,
the Chillin. I know. That's what I'm thinking. That's I'm imagining now Newt at the beginning of Fantastic Beasts 3.
Yes. Yeah. Because it seems I think that the Chillin is a piece of actual real life Chinese folklore.
Yeah.
And
feels more. Yeah. That's the other theory, is that Newt gave Hagrid Aragog.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, one way or another, it seems like Dumbledore seems to mark those who have an affinity for magical beasts as useful allies. I mean, notably Hagrid and Newt. So the idea of those two having some measure of
connection. Yeah, because the timeline crosses over pretty nice in terms of when the chamber was open versus leading up to the duel with Grindelwald and stuff like that, because that happens in 1942. So Hagrid's expelled 3 years before the duel.
Yeah.
So Newt is presumably still in play based on kind of how the movies were going.
I mean, you would absolutely think that where we left everything off, that is where it was still headed. Because even in Crimes of Grindelwald, he's showing imagery of World War II, which very notably and by no mistake takes place and ends in 1945.
Right.
I mean, there's definitely the ways in which Voldemort or Grindelwald or a combination of their regimes would reflect that of Nazi Germany is those elements are all there.
Yeah.
So I do think that even where 1945 lands in the actual historical timeline versus the wizarding timeline, it all fits for a reason. So yeah, I suspect that would mean that Newt would still be up there all the way through that, which would also make me think that if we got a fifth Fantastic Beasts movie, that we would have seen Hagrid show up at some point in the equation.
We have to.
Right.
Yeah.
The other thing, too, is that Hagrid describes Aragog to Slughorn as no bigger than a Pekingese. A Pekingese, mind you. And while a Pekingese is a small dog, it's a really big spider.
Yeah.
And so the phrasing, a pocket of a traveler, Newt has his case, which would, I mean, it's not a pocket.
It's not a pocket. I also have a hard time thinking that Newt's case was fully thought out when the book was written.
No, I know. I
mean,
I would agree with that for sure. I'm just trying to think of what makes more practical sense.
I know, but it's using Hagrid as the fall twice. What do you
mean using Hagrid as the fall twice?
Taking advantage of Hagrid,
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes.
Voldemort knows how to get information from Hagrid, to get past Fluffy.
Yes.
Which is to give him a dangerous beast.
Yes.
Has he pulled that stunt before? He's oh, Quirrell, I know exactly what we're going to do. I did this 50 years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Something like that.
Yeah, there is that. And I mean, it's preying on somebody who is so otherwise innately good.
Exactly.
It's he's not going to be apt to be suspicious.
Good people are so easy to manipulate.
I know. Yeah.
Right.
That's what Moody says about Cedric.
Because Tom knows exactly where Hagrid's hiding it too,
He does.
There's there could even be an element of he's helping him do it.
Right. Yes. I mean, because it seems like he basically leaves Dippett's office and goes downstairs to where Hagrid is.
Exactly.
And that's another one of those where I think even Hagrid knows him by name.
Yeah.
And
hello, Tom. Yeah,
right.
Calls him by that. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you know what else helps is that we've always said that because we made a video one time saying that we thought Hagrid must be in Slytherin.
Right.
Because when Harry goes around the castle at night, he's constantly getting caught.
Yes.
And Harry is the super nimble, light build of a seeker, kid with a map that shows where everyone is and an invisibility cloak, and he's still getting caught.
Yeah. He has every advantage.
Meanwhile, Hagrid is, a half giant and clumsy at best.
Right.
And yet he is keeping Aragog in a secret room in the dungeons far away from the Gryffindor common room, and would have to be like sneaking out at night to go like feed him. And it's like, there's no way Hagrid's navigating the castle in this capacity by stealth. However, if you told me that Tom Riddle was helping him get around the castle, I would believe you.
That's true. That is very true. I mean, that to me seems like the type of thing where
he's a prefect. He could just escort him.
He could.
Yeah.
Absolutely he could. Yep. No, I could. And then I could see that Hagrid's the perfect mark for Tom Riddle because he's also not great with words.
Yeah.
We see that with Buckbeak's trial when he goes and he's like, I had all my notes. You helped me with Hermione. And then I got up there and started tripping over my words.
Oh, I know. It's you are perfectly innocent and you still managed to get convicted guilty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's where like it almost takes either occlumency or veritaserum on behalf of somebody. No reason to give veritaserum in this particular case, I suppose. But Dumbledore could easily be like, well, I can see your brain, Hagrid. It's like you're not articulating. You're not giving yourself a good defense, but I can tell you're innocent.
Exactly. Yeah. So, man, I'm talking myself into Tom Riddle gave Hagrid Aragog.
Gave him the Aragog, as like a cover, because he does come to the conclusion rather quickly. It's almost like he's kind of got like a built-in wild card.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I can solve this.
Yeah.
I'm ready for this.
Right, like he's ready for this contingency.
Yes.
It's like, I will build in someone, like I intend to kill somebody, but I don't intend to take the fall, so...
True. Yeah. Obviously, he's not going to take the fall.
Yeah. But he does intend to, he's out there attacking people all year.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So it almost makes sense that he would build in this contingency.
Right. Yeah. Because he's been doing it for such a long period of time. He's had time to plan for it, and he is smart. If nothing else.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Aragog at the end of the day doesn't have like a heart of gold or anything.
Yeah. No. Not so
it's
much.
not like he's just like, oh no, like. Voldemort underestimated friendship. It's like he ends up being just sort of an evil creature.
Goodbye, friends of Hagrid.
Yeah,
These are all good points. Yeah, I could completely see it. Yeah, did Tom Riddle plant Aragog on Hagrid as a means to free himself of responsibility? Yeah.
Yeah, because they said, you know what? He does the same thing with Morphin, and he does the same thing with Hokey.
And yeah, you're right. And you know what makes even less sense is that like Newt specifically, like we've said this before, but like, he leaves certain things out of Fantastic Beasts, which I think is because he doesn't want people to go and find them. But otherwise, what Newt is really trying to do is educate people enough so that they don't harm the beasts. Like he doesn't want beasts to have a bad reputation.
Yeah.
And so it would be wholly reckless.
You know what we just said, where they come from. Newt has already published his book by the third movie, right?
Right.
So the information about where to get them would be available to Voldemort.
From Newt.
Dang it. All right. Well, I think we've got to the bottom of this one quite soundly.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. Okay. That's fun. Goodness gracious. Well, another great episode, I believe.
I know.
We just continue to turn along.
I know.
I'm so excited.
I love this book.
This time next week, we're gonna be on tour. It's gonna be so much fun. So looking forward to seeing everybody. Thank you all so much for tuning in.
Yes, thank you for tuning in. Make sure you join us next week for Chapter 14, The Unforgivable Curses, here on Through the Griffin Door. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 14, The Unforgivable Curses.
Could have been titled Mad-Eye Moody.
This one could have been called Mad-Eye Moody, yeah, because we get a pretty good real introduction to him here.
We actually spend a little bit of time with him. We get to know something about him rather than Chapter 13, where he's just sort of like him. He's in there, but
like he makes an appearance, he does a thing, and you're like, oh, okay, this guy. But like you also could have then but then it's like like, would you have called Mad Eye Moody like the Triwizard Tournament chapter?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a fair question. It's the White Ferret.
The White Ferret. Yeah, you could have changed that one to last chapter or something.
Yeah.
But in any case, what do you make of the chapter art here for the Unforgivable Curses?
Well, I almost feel like there's a little bit of a trend going on when it comes to the depiction of what is supposed to be the spiders in the Unforgivable Curses lesson that Moody teaches. Because inside of the films, while it looks like a spider, it's actually a tailless whip scorpion.
Tailless whip scorpion.
Yeah, you don't.
That's what I said. I was like, that's no spider. That's a tailless whip scorpion.
Yes. Exactly. Exactly. Actually, fun fact, just as a brief aside, we were doing career day at Jay's son, Luke's elementary school.
Yes.
And we were setting up and we had like all these like Harry Potter artifacts and stuff like that. And the table next to us was like a insectologist or something.
He had a bunch of bugs.
He had a bunch of bugs, one of which was a tailless whip scorpion. And I was like, did you know, by the way? And he was like, I did know that.
Actually, I think that was on that occasion is when I learned that the creature that Moody was doing spells on was a real animal and not just like a magical looking bug.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they are pure nightmare fuel, are they not?
I mean, they are terrifying looking. I think I was like, well, clearly they were like, well, we're not just going to use regular spiders because that's not magical. Because like to me, it's like spiders are pretty creepy anyway.
Yeah.
So like, and it says spiders. So when they didn't use spiders, I was like, oh, it's because they don't want to use like a real thing.
Yeah.
They want to use like a magical thing. That because that makes it more like magical, but it's like you just didn't use spiders and you used a different real thing for basically no reason.
Right. Yeah. It doesn't really super make a lot of sense, but maybe somehow easier to animate. All of that to say though, that largely I think it's fascinating that in the chapter art for this, it looks very much like a mosquito.
I mean, it kind of does. I guess it has 8 legs, right?
So, let's see. 1, 2, 3,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, maybe closer to like 10 or something. I don't know. 1, 2. No, those would be those back legs there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I mean, it has 8 legs, but it like calling it's a generous interpretation calling it a spider.
Yeah, like I mean, spiders to me are not a difficult to depict thing.
It's one of the few things I can draw.
Yeah. And this does not particularly look like one. So that was about all I had. I was like, it would almost be funny now in the HBO series if they get to this lesson and they use like bunny rabbits.
Just like continue to refuse to use spiders
for some reason.
For some reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like don't know why. Actually, the other thing I noticed about this one is that it is, if you look at the wand closely, you can see there's some like little ringlets on the wand.
Yeah, you sure can.
There, which is like, this is, I think, the first like representation of wands as looking different or having some like style to them.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. Yeah. In the early days, I almost feel like they could have decided very easily, like we need some distinction between each of the wands. Like it makes logical sense for them to not all be completely similar to one another.
Right. They have to look like maybe a little bit different. But like, I think if you look in the first movies, like the one that like Ollivander hands Harry is just like a stick of wood.
It's just a stick of wood. Yeah. And then it seems like somewhere in the process, they were like, y'all, opportunity alert.
Yeah.
We can do something.
Merchandise.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I mean, not for nothing, but the Wizarding World wands are like super top shelf merch.
They're so fun.
Yeah, like each one of them all has the like the mark of the person who would carry it. Like they're all so beautiful, and like eventually even like being able to like identify the Elder Wand feels like so much more relevant.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you need to know what that one looks like.
Yeah, it is. It's an important looking wand. So yeah, whoever decided that the wands were going to have like very unique personalities to them.
Yes.
Like really scored big. That's one of those things like I feel like that was the thing they figured out in the movies. Cause like in the books, it doesn't really matter that much.
No. Yeah. But, and it's even fun too, cause that's a piece of movie canon that I've always really enjoyed, almost like assuming that the wand kind of like grows with you a little bit. Like it almost like will be imbibed with a degree. I mean, obviously it can't change the core or the wood itself, but like Voldemort's wand looking so like menacing.
Yeah.
Like almost makes me think that like as the wand learned from Voldemort, it like kind of grew to be
Yeah,
like that.
I like the idea that the wand can sort of like shift its like appearance based on like your personality a little bit. But I also just like whether or not that is true, I like the idea that like this is a great example of where like the movies offer like a kind of canon that like the books don't counteract in any way. So it's like okay to just sort of accept.
Okay.
Like if you just look at the wands, as far as I'm concerned, how the wands look in the movie are just canonically how they
the wands look. Yeah.
Right. Because there's nothing to go against it and it doesn't affect anything.
Right. Yes. It's like we don't have like a more canon version. It's like, hey, it's not supposed to look like that. It's like we never get any descriptions of the wands really other than like Harry's during the weighing of the wands having like some fingerprints smudged on the side of it.
Right. Yeah. That's about it. So even like the Elder Wand, its appearance isn't described.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. I will say like the way that Ron's wand looks though, I don't like that one. It has this like very like weird looking chessboard pattern on it.
Oh yeah.
Which not my favorite. And also James's wand is like covered in what looks like Halloween decoration styles cobwebs or something.
That's a little surprising.
Yes, that one's a little corny, but like for the most part, otherwise amazing.
Yeah. There are some ridiculously cool ones out there, and they all like have like a nice weight to them. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, they're really fun. So anyway, we're off course before we've even gotten on course. So let's go ahead and dive on into chapter 14 here.
Let's do it. All right. So let's see, we have just moved forward only 2 days. So again, this whole book has only taken like maybe 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks worth of time.
Yeah, we're still averaging right in that territory of about 1 day of passage per chapter.
Yeah. So this is it's a slow moving book here at the beginning, but it says the next 2 days passed without great incident, unless you counted Neville melting his 6th cauldron in potions. Which do you think that means 6th since he started Hogwarts, or 6th in like this year?
I have to think 6th since he started Hogwarts, but maybe those reports that Percy was working on are actually like more important than we're giving it credit for.
There's people like Neville out there just melting cauldrons.
He's got some shallow bottom cauldrons. That's all I can say.
That's right. You know, Grandma Longbottom is skimping on cauldrons.
That's right.
Or else these are school cauldrons or something. I don't know.
Or that. Yeah. But we learn a little bit more about how much Neville just absolutely fears Snape. He returned from detention in a state of nervous collapse, having been made to disembowel a barrel full of horned toads.
Just, wow.
What is the size of this barrel?
I know. How big is the barrel?
Like
exactly.
Because I think I mean, this is going back to my college days, just a scooch here, but I believe the ways in which kegs are sized is like your standard beer keg that you would buy holds like 160-ish beers.
Okay.
And that is a half barrel.
That's a half barrel. I mean, if you go to like a distillery and they're just like, aging the bourbon in the barrels.
Yeah.
Those are big barrels.
They're big barrels. That's what I'm saying.
They're like 4 feet tall or something.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a lot of volume in there.
Look, as far as I'm concerned, Neville had to disembowel somewhere around 500 horned toads.
Yeah, you know what would have been cool is that later in the series, if there was a moment where somebody needed to disembowel a horned toad, and Neville's like, not a problem.
Neville's like I got it.
Pulled out like a boot knife and just does it right then, right there. No problems whatsoever. Yeah. I
also, for the longest time when I was like reading these books, whenever they would talk about cauldrons, I would imagine like the cauldron, like a witch's cauldron from like storybooks, where it was like, roughly up to their chest in size or something.
Oh, like huge.
Like a cauldron.
Like a cauldron.
Like a giant cauldron. Like then you see them like in the movies, it's like, oh, it's like a little tabletop cauldron. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. But to me, a cauldron was never, something that wasn't enormous.
Okay.
Right?
So where would you rank cauldron size versus barrel size?
I would say cauldron's probably, like in my own imagination, like maybe about the same size, just a lot like wider.
Wow.
Like huge open mouth,
That's a big cauldron.
I mean, that's literally what I thought.
Do you think the whole class would need one at that point?
I mean, yeah, these are huge potions, I guess.
They're just single-handedly fueling the entire wizard populace.
I don't know.
Right there out of Hogwarts.
Did anyone else think that the cauldrons were way bigger than like tabletop cauldrons? How did you picture them? Were you about right?
I think I was about right.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I sort of pictured like maybe the size of like a basketball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
Man.
like for carrying your treats on Halloween.
I'm imagining, like, do you remember the kid's story about like the 3-stone soup?
No.
No? Okay. Well, never mind.
It sounds like a great tale though.
Well, they just keep putting rocks in the soup and they're like, that's the secret ingredient.
Is rocks?
I don't know. I think they're just like placeboing them into thinking it's good.
Yeah. I mean, they would almost have to be.
They were big rocks.
Oh, okay.
You didn't eat the rocks. You just like put the rock and it sank to the bottom.
I see.
Yeah.
And then you get some of the bits.
No.
No. You
There's
don't
no
taste,
rock in it. Yeah.
You don't. Wait. Well. Okay.
There is a big stone in the bottom of the cauldron. They're cooking for like the whole town.
You're understanding, you know, the confusion, right?
I mean, I think if you think if you just like cooked a rock, it would turn into bits of rock.
No, I don't. I mean, I'm assuming as a children's tale, that's what would happen. You know, or like if it was like a rock full of like calcium or salt or something, you know, that like some of it like oozes out, adds to the essence. What is the leaf that you put in like soups and stuff?
A bay leaf.
A bay leaf. Yeah. Like a bay leaf, like a bay rock.
A bay rock. It's a seasoning rock.
It's a seasoning rock.
Exactly.
What is salt?
Well, I mean, salt is rocks.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's not what they were doing in this book. They had like a big stone that sank to the bottom and it was just there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tune in for our new podcast, Jay and Ben break down children's tales.
That's not what we're doing.
That's an extremely good point.
Excuse me. Harry Potter is for all ages.
It is.
Yep. All right, we're still on the first page here. Neville has disemboweled somewhere north of 500 horned toads.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. And then we said, you know why Snape's in such a foul mood, don't you? Said Ron to Harry as they watched Hermione teaching Neville, what is this, scourging charms?
Scouring, sorry.
Yeah, scouring charm to remove the toad guts from under his fingernails. Gross.
Nice.
And I think this is interesting because they're going to say, oh, Snape's in such a bad mood because Moody's here. But like, I think Snape's in a bad mood because his dark mark is getting darker.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I think.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I do think and you know, there's a couple of instances in this chapter where I know something about this seems suspicious. And I don't know if like maybe the way that this is being phrased just does a really good job of like making kind of like allowing you to cozy up to Moody because all of a sudden there's somebody that like even Snape is kind of fearful of.
Oh, I mean, so much of this chapter is positioned to make you like and trust Moody.
Yes, yes, absolutely. But no, I think that you make a good point. He could also be kind of dreading the arrival of Karkaroff, which he
could be
likely knows is en route. But Karkaroff is going to bother him for the better part of the year.
Yeah,
about the dark
this exact thing.
Yeah, so you make a really good point. Like that's especially being around Moody. This is probably like where Snape may even know. Like, look, I know Dumbledore trusts me, but he's brought Moody in, and Moody's big on this stuff, and I don't really want him like spilling the beans to the rest of everybody else that like I used to kind of be involved, and I kind of got the mark to prove it, and like, that's not good.
Right.
Yeah. So I think that totally makes sense.
Yeah. And then I feel like there's like an unfair thing for Snape here where it says like Snape had disliked all their previous dark arts teachers and shown it. And I was like, well, but like also like as far as Snape was concerned, Quirrell was trying to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, which he was and was also Voldemort. So like that one's kind of fair. And like Gilderoy is a lying buffoon and is just not likable outside of being the reader.
Yeah, I mean exactly.
Yeah.
Like he's fun to watch.
He's fun
for
to watch,
us, but like even McGonagall hates him. Flitwick, Sprout. Like I don't think anybody liked him.
Right, and then like Lupin obviously is the most likable person in the world, but was part of a group of boys that bullied him. So I'm like, I don't know if Snape had good reason to like any of them.
You know, Harry's sample size. He's not working with a great one.
He's not. Yeah. And he did still make the Wolfsbane potion for Lupin.
He did.
But he did also tell everyone that he was a werewolf. So
he also did that.
So anyway, not really trying to defend Snape. I just don't think this is a good point here. He's just doing a bad job of making his point.
Exactly. Yeah. No. We're with you though, pal. We're Team Harry.
Yeah.
Not Team Snape.
Obviously.
It goes without saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to coach him through a better like debate skill.
Right.
know?
Yeah. I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
Cool. All right, let's see. And then they're like, well, I reckon Snape's a bit scared of him, And then, Ron jokes that imagine if Moody turned Snape into a horned toad. That'd be quite a sight. And then, Neville walks up and just disembowels him.
Oh,
that'd be pretty bad.
Man, that would be the ultimate foil.
That would.
So it's exactly like I said earlier. Like they stumble across something and they're like, hey, a horned toad. And Neville's like, not a problem. Boot knife. Got it right here.
Right. And then he'd be like, wow, maybe that detention was worth it after all. Probably not.
And then it like cuts the end of like the really corny high school, like, you know, TV sitcom or whatever. And
we're all just sort of like the toads we disemboweled along the way.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. We're like, did Neville just kill Snape? Like, is that what just happened?
Is that what just happened? No, I don't think so. Hopefully not.
No, canonically, we know that doesn't happen.
That doesn't happen. Yeah, that's Voldemort.
Right.
/ Nagini.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see. Moody. They all arrive to Moody's class extra early, except for Hermione, who turns up just in time. Who Harry cuts her off when she tries to tell them that she's been in the library, which I think is funny.
I know, been in the library.
Yeah, we know. We've heard.
Yeah, when it comes from Harry, it seems so much more reasonable than if it's Ron. It's like, Ron, come on, man. She's allowed to be in the library. When it's Harry, it's like, okay, maybe it's too often.
Right, yeah. Like Ron's always picking on her. But if Harry does it, it's like, dude, Hermione, like, get out of the library.
I know, seriously. Yeah. Seriously. But they hurry into their chairs. They take out their copies of The Dark Force, A Guide to Self-Protection. And they wait unusually quiet. And they finally hear Moody coming in. And the first thing he does is says, you can put those away. Which I think is just kind of interesting because it is like the exact opposite of their first class with Umbridge.
That's exactly what I said. Exact opposite of how Umbridge will start.
Yes. Oh my God. Almost word for word. The same note. That's so good.
That is so funny.
Where basically she walks in and she's like, one's away. And we're all just like, you're a toad we'd like to disembowel right now.
Oh, indeed.
How well is this joke working?
Oh my gosh. This is working out great. If only Neville had disemboweled her.
Can you imagine if Neville disemboweled Snape and Umbridge?
Oh my gosh.
We're starting to have ourselves some fanfic boiling on the surface here.
Right?
This is good.
This is very good.
Yeah.
I like it. I don't mind. I don't think anyone would have blinked an eye if Neville had disemboweled Umbridge at the Battle of Hogwarts.
Yeah, definitely
People
not.
would have been like, that was amazing. Good job, Neville. It wasn't gross or weird that you murdered her.
It's kind of like how Molly destroys Bellatrix.
Yeah.
We're all just sort of like, yeah,
Molly killed someone.
It's like, what did you do? I don't even know what that spell was.
Did. Yeah, like she just collapsed.
But neato.
Yeah, that's insane. No one seems to question that one, do they?
Brick killed a guy.
I saw that. Indeed. Let's see. But then he starts telling them, he says, I've had a letter from Professor Lupin about this class, to which I'm like, wow, even Moody is writing to Professor Lupin, but not Harry.
It just makes me glad to know that Lupin has gotten at least one letter.
I know. I know.
And I bet he really took his time and was extremely thorough and sent like a very detailed analysis of how the past year went.
It makes me just really like, based on this, because Sirius is going to finally write back to Harry in this chapter as well. And it's just the least helpful note ever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, imagine if you'd send it to Lupin. He could have been like, here's a full list of potential reasons your scholarhood, Harry. I think you should probably tell Professor Dumbledore. I'll communicate this to Sirius myself. Don't worry yourself with that. Don't worry. I'm an adult wizard and can communicate with my best friend better than you can.
Yes.
Here's several other action points you might take.
By the way, have a piece of chocolate.
By the way, I've included a slab of chocolate for you and a gift certificate to Zonko's.
Make sure Malfoy's not up to too much shenanigans.
If only, Harry. By the by, heard you were in the Triwizard Tournament. Here's a list of potential problems with dragons, underwater living, and hedges.
A pair of hedge trimmers. They were my dad's.
They were my dad's. You don't know why you need them yet, but I'm sure you'll find a good use for them. And Harry would be like, okay. Finally, he would get the joke.
Finally, he would gets the maze, and he pulls out a pair of hedge trimmers, and Crumb is like, "Oh, come on!
Hey, come on, man!
Someone clearly told him what was up."
What, these? I carry these with me everywhere.
They're my pocket hedge
trimmers. Oh man. So anyway, moving on, Lupin or Moody covers everything they went over last year, all the different dark creatures. Basically says very good, but you're very behind on curses. And he says, I've got 1 year to teach you how to deal with it. So he just straight up tells them he's only going to be them for a year. It's not even a mystery anymore.
Right.
Like, oh, is he still going to be there? And he says, yep, I'm staying for just 1 year, which he says is a special favor to Dumbledore. But this is another one of those things where it's like, it's true, but not how the students believe it to be, because he's saying he's doing it as a special favor to Dumbledore. But like realistically, like Barty Crouch Jr. is only going to be there for 1 year because he believes that Voldemort will just be back after this year.
And at that point in time, he will just be rejoining him in his ranks. Yep, totally. 100%. There is sort of let's see here. He gives like the weird smile as well. Moody's magical eyes spun around to stare at Ron. Ron looked extremely apprehensive, but after a moment, Moody smiled. The first time Harry had seen him do so. The effect was to make his heavily scarred face look more twisted and contorted than ever. Do you think that basically what's happening in that situation is like Moody is literally thinking about the reason why he won't be coming back? I think it's like kind of like a twisted smile.
I think he's noticing Ron and he's realizing that like, oh, this is a great chance to lie to this person. To like make a convincing lie. Or
Red
whatever. Red hair, hand-me-down robes. You must be Arthur Weasley's boy.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's just like, yes. And then so what does he says? Your father got me out of a very tight corner a few days ago. Which is like, this is such a... It's so annoying. It's like he got me out of a tight corner a few days ago. That's true. He got this person out of a tight corner a few days ago. Not the real Moody, this guy.
Right.
And it's like, it's true, but not the way they think it's true.
I know everything. Like you can see both sides of everything through everything he says.
Yeah. He's such a gifted liar. And it's very, very clever. So I think that's what he's doing. He's just like, a fantastic opportunity to to compliment Ron, to get Ron to think he's cool, to compliment his dad. He already knows Ron and Harry are friends.
Right.
Like, it's just like, this is a great way to win the students over.
Yep.
So
that's what I mean. This chapter, he definitely is getting you to warm up to him.
Yes, absolutely. But then it says, so the last line on this page says, Professor Dumbledore's got a higher opinion of your nerves. And what he's saying is you're not supposed to be old enough to deal with the unforgivable curses yet.
Right.
But okay, my question is, do you think that's true? That do you think he talked to Dumbledore and is like, I'd like to show them the curses, and Dumbledore's like, well, unconventional, but yes. To me, or is he just saying he talked to Dumbledore?
That's the thing, is that I don't know, because I mean it kind of goes back to the line at the end of Philosopher's Stone where he's sort of like, everything that happened between you and Professor Quirrell in the chamber was a complete secret. So naturally, the whole school knows.
Right.
And it's it seems almost impossible that murmurs of seeing the unforgivable curses performed in class don't make it back to Dumbledore. It's the same thing as the ferret situation, or all the other little random antics that Moody gets into, where it's Dumbledore's not just going to allow this. There's no way in the world he doesn't know.
Yeah.
The main thing that makes me believe that, yes, he did talk to Dumbledore about it is that basically he is saying, or that apparently this is part of standard curriculum. They do teach them in 6th year, and he's just jumping the gun on
that's true.
When to show them.
Right.
So it's that doesn't feel totally unreasonable.
Right. Plus you've got the Harry favoritism.
Yes.
Kind of thing going on. And Dumbledore, even Sirius, will say that means Dumbledore's reading the signs.
Yes.
Or whatever. So maybe Dumbledore is just we're going to need to fast track some of this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It definitely seems like there is, Voldemort's return is fast approaching, and these are the spells that he was using last time he was in power, and we're going to find out how he used each of them on the people in this room, or at the very least, I want to have a conversation about that possibility.
Right.
Yeah.
So there you go. I think that's where we're going. And then we also learn, we've learned before, in the last chapter, that his eye could see out of the back of his head. Now we learn that it can also see through solid wood, as he's spying on Lavender, passing notes about her horoscopes to Parvati.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So that confirms that apparently Moody's eye can see through solid wood as well as out of the back of his head. And he then asked the question, do any of you know which curses are most heavily punished by wizarding law? And it's actually kind of interesting that it's not first referred to as the unforgivable curses,
right?
But most heavily punished by wizarding law. But several hands rise in the air. We get a rare situation where it seems like more people know the answers than just Hermione.
Yeah.
Although Hermione does know the answer, but Ron's hand goes in the air, and Moody points at him, and Ron just sort of tentatively is like, "Is it called the Imperious Curse or something?" To which I think is very interesting, because the next two curses that we're going to learn about, we know that are the Cruciatus Curse, which we know that Neville's parents were impacted by, and he's the one who gives the answer for that one. And Avada Kedavra, which Hermione is the one who will provide, but obviously Harry and his parents were impacted by.
Yes.
So the fact that like Ron leads with the Imperious Curse does lead me to wonder at all if there's any possibility that like Arthur would have been under it at some point.
I know, like the way he answers it is also kind of like suggests that too.
Yeah, he says your father would know that one, and would is in italics.
Yeah. So it's like he said, but then he says gave the ministry a lot of trouble at one time, the Imperious Curse. So like, is he saying Arthur would know about it because his dad works for the ministry, or he would know about it because of other reasons, like it was put on Arthur or like his family or something?
That's really, I guess, like the good question that we would kind of need to like just kind of keep our eye out for a potential explanation for. Obviously, it wouldn't have happened yet, but I have long believed that as of Percy graduating from Hogwarts, there's a decent chance that he has been under the Imperious Curse, and it's like part of why he goes like so in step with Umbridge's regime, and he kind of becomes like increasingly more difficult and very like ministry. I mean, he's always kind of like ministry oriented, but like it seems like by the end, the version of him that like shows up at the Battle of Hogwarts is almost like, I don't know what happened to me. Like I don't know what came over me.
Yeah.
You know, and it's sort of like, what did come over you? Like you've always been kind of annoying, and like that's okay. And even I think like in the epilogue, Harry like sort of overhears Percy in the distance talking about broomstick regulations or something of the sort, you know, and it's like, okay, like that's Percy and his personality, and we can't fault people for being who they are.
Right.
But some of his other behaviors, it's like, it feels like you've stopped being Percy a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. Like, and even when he like describes when he returns, he's like, it's been coming on for a while now.
Yes.
Which sounds like maybe he's been like fighting it for a while.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Kind of thing.
Yep.
So yeah, that is possible. But then there's also some verbal irony in what Moody is saying here. He says, your father would know about that. Gave the ministry a lot of trouble at one time. Literally, Arthur just came face to face with I was going to say with the Imperious Curse. I guess maybe not. But like, he just came face to face with someone who's putting someone else under the Imperious Curse. Which is Barty Crouch Jr., who's putting Moody under the curse.
Oh, yes, exactly. Yeah. So he's dealing with it right now.
Right now.
Like Arthur just got hoodwinked a little bit by somebody under the Imperious Curse.
Yeah. Well, I guess he wasn't talking to like Moody under the Imperious Curse. Right? He was talking to Barty Crouch Jr. disguised as Moody.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
but Barty Crouch has Moody under the Imperious Curse, so there's that. I feel like I did learn things about this. I'm surprised Ron doesn't know all three of these. These kind of feel like the sort of thing that like wizard kids would just know.
I totally agree with you. Yeah. And even the fact that he's sort of like unsure about it, and he's like, is it called the Imperious Curse or something? It seems a little unlikely, but maybe that's just like nerves of answering such like a serious question.
Yeah, absolutely. But so now we get our first demonstration of an unforgivable curse, the Imperious Curse. He gets out one of the spiders. I guess he has to do, I'm surprised he doesn't do the same spider 3 times, but
you easily could. Yeah,
you easily could, right?
Considering the paces you're about to put it through.
I know, right? It's going to die. But he pulls it out and starts making it swing around, does some trapeze tricks. It makes it doing some tap dancing. And everyone's laughing except Moody. Think it's funny, do you? You would like it if I did it to you. And then it says laughter died away almost instantly. This is another instance of like Barty Crouch Jr. and Moody talking at the same time, though.
Yes.
Because this is like, he says, you'd like it, would you? If I did, because like it says he's not laughing, right?
Yeah.
Like, and you think, oh, he's not laughing because he understands how serious this is, or whatever. He, Moody, the Auror, understands how serious it is. But he, Barty Crouch Jr., has been under this spell for 13 years in a row.
Yeah.
And he did not like having it done to him at all. Like, and I mean, even the way he talks about this one, it says, total control, said Moody quietly. And it's just like, is that a clue? You know?
I totally think it is. Yeah. I mean, it's like it's very hard to read between those lines, because at this point in time, especially a first time reader looking at the words on the page, like it makes perfect sense. We know enough about this character to where it's like, haha, yes, it can be funny and that got your attention, but like this isn't funny. Like this is very serious. Like, you know, I'm doing a playful demonstration, but like imagine the real world. And it's not hard for me to be like, ooh, okay, you're right. Like that does seem dangerous. But when you know what's going on, I think you can see the duality of it.
Yeah.
Like you can see both versions, because you're absolutely right. I mean, he has been as of this point in time, at best he's been out from under the Imperious Curse for what, like maybe 3 weeks?
Yeah, maybe.
So this has been an affliction that has very recently been a big deal. And it, just like we're about to see, like with Neville, whose parents have experienced the Cruciatus Curse, it's like witnessing it like is very upsetting.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so it's like, even for him, he's kind of like, I don't like this.
Yeah. No, absolutely not. But I mean, I guess he presently has his own father under the Imperious Curse, right?
Also true.
Yes.
Also true.
So that's true. He didn't stop him from doing it.
Right.
Boy, and he's going to get so dark in this chapter at one point here, but we'll get to that. Let's see. This is the part I thought was super interesting, because part of what's always confused me is that like everything about Barty Crouch Jr. makes it seem like he's like a really powerful wizard.
Yes.
And like super good at stuff. So I'm always like, why did it take him 14 years or whatever to break the Imperious Curse on him?
Right.
When like Harry is able to do it after like 1 minute.
Like a handful of lessons.
Like a handful of lessons. Yeah. I'm like, it doesn't seem right. Like that this guy who's like very cunning and very like good at what he does, like can't break free. But I think he gives us the reason, because he says the Imperious Curse can be fought and I'll be teaching you how, but it takes real strength of character and not everyone's got it. And he has very poor character.
True.
You know?
Yeah.
Like he does not have good character. Obviously Harry has tremendous character.
Yes.
You
yes.
know?
That has got to be so like interesting. Like it almost makes you think, just for example, that like a Kingsley Shacklebolt would be way harder to place under the Imperious Curse than maybe like Bellatrix Lestrange.
Right.
You know, it's like, because Bellatrix, ridiculously powerful, but like maybe like, to put it in video game terms, like a little bit of like a glass cannon.
Yeah.
You know, like super, super dangerous, but also maybe a bit more like susceptible.
Right. Yeah.
And that would make sense.
Yes, I think that's what it kind of comes down to. Because like that's the thing. I've always imagined it's like a matter of like willpower or something.
Right.
It's not strength of will, it's strength of character.
Right.
Which really makes the bad guys the ones who are way more susceptible to the Imperious Curse.
And that's sort of the double-edged sword to it, though, isn't it? Is that they're also probably the only ones who would ever do it.
Right.
You know?
Exactly. As if you have strong character, you're probably not doing it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
That tracks.
Yeah.
That tracks pretty good. But then you're even going to see like Barty Crouch Sr., who doesn't have like the best character or anything, but he's going to break free of the curse like way faster than his son does.
Also true.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like actively fighting it seems, for most of the time he's under it.
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. So there's a little bit more to that. Obviously, like, you know, casting the curse on your son isn't great either, but his son is also a total like sociopath. So,
yes.
Yeah.
With this weird little tongue flick thing.
Nope, that's not canon, Ben.
No, I know. You want to know what is canon that wasn't included in the movies, though, is the phrase constant vigilance.
Constant vigilance.
I couldn't believe this. I remember going back to like one of the earliest Harry Potter like movie or videos we ever made on Super Carlin Brothers, and going and being like, oh, we'll throw in a constant vigilance right there. And like me and you were like scrubbing the movie, and it's like, does he not say it ever?
Does he not?
He doesn't
in the movie?
No.
That's unbelievable. They got to fix that.
I know.
Yeah. Goblet of Fire fails us again.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Anyone else? Another illegal curse. Hermione's hand flew into the air again, and so, to Harry's slight surprise, did Neville's.
I know. Neville's having quite a chapter.
He is having quite a chapter. It does say, and is this the first time that we properly get information that Neville's good at herbology?
No. There's been like one. I think in Prisoner, there's like a thing where they're supposed to be getting like a seed out of a plant, and like Professor Sprout's like, Neville's already finished his. Or
You're
whatever.
right. Yeah. You're right. Yep. That's true. But herbology is the only class that Neville usually volunteered information for, which is usually his best subject. Neville looks surprised at his own daring. It's interesting to me also that Moody is kind of ignoring Hermione. Like it takes me back a little bit to Snape's first potion lesson, where Hermione's arm straight in the air and he keeps like drilling Harry,
right?
Which we all know is because he's just excited to like pick on Harry and make a fool of him and everything, like, oh, newest celebrity.
Mm-hmm.
But this is also kind of fascinating to me that Moody is sort of like, Not Hermione, the person who's been impacted by it.
Right.
And immediately rolls in on Neville, who says, "There's one, the Cruciatus Curse," said Neville in a small but distinct voice. Moody was looking very intently at Neville, this time with both eyes. And this is like kind of hard to think about because Barty Crouch Jr. is likely one of the Death Eaters that was torturing Frank and Alice Longbottom.
I mean, not likely. He just was.
He just was.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's looking very intently at Neville. He's just like, oh. He's just like sizing up his prey. Yeah. Basically here. He's like, oh. Because, he knows. He knows what he did to Neville's parents.
Yes. "Your name's Longbottom," he said, his magical eye swooping down and checked the register again.
Yeah. Ugh. Dude, the way he treats Neville in this chapter is like straight despicable.
It is.
Like, I mean, I was reading and I was like, I don't think I've really thought too hard about the situation that happens like after class, but it is dark.
It's bad.
It's bad.
It's really bad. Yep. The Cruciatus Curse, said Moody, it needs to be a bit bigger for you to get the idea. And then he uses Engorgio on the spider. Then he raises his wand, points out the spider, and mutters, "Crucio!" And no sound came from the spider, but Harry was sure that if it could have given voice, it would have been screaming.
Yes, but so it starts, shaking, shuddering. Hermione asks him to stop it, looking at Neville, who has hands clenched upon the desk, knuckles white, his eyes wide and horrified.
Yeah.
Which, man, I just can't even imagine what Neville's going through in this moment.
Right.
Because, like, he would have visited his parents tons of times at this point, but obviously never would have seen what happened to them in front of himself before.
Exactly. Yeah. So now you're getting like a live display of the horrible thing that they would have gone through, and he knows the outcome.
Yeah.
So it's not just like being squeamish or whatever. Of course, it's actually really well done because we won't really discover. Well, no, we will. We will discover more about Neville's parents in this very book.
Yeah. When Harry goes in the pensive.
Yes. Yeah. But I do think it's like well set up. It's a piece of the story that really takes place over Goblet and Order of the Phoenix as it sort of comes out.
Yep. So Harry will learn what happens, but Ron and Hermione won't.
Exactly.
Yep. Moody tells them that you don't need, what does he say? You don't need thumb screws or knives to torture someone if you can perform the Cruciatus Curse, which I think is funny because I think like Filch always wants to use things like thumb screws or whatever.
Yeah, so, but it's because he can't do magic.
Because he can't do the Cruciatus Curse, which makes you feel like he would use it.
Yeah, it does feel that way, doesn't it? Just a little bit. Let's see here. Right. Anyone know any others? Harry looked around. From the looks on everyone's faces, he guessed they were all wondering what was going to happen to the last spider.
I can't believe no one else knows.
It does seem very surprising.
Right?
Yeah. This seems like it would be everyday knowledge.
It does feel like that.
Yeah.
Yes, but this is another one where I hate in the movie how Hermione answers the question like extremely gravely. Avada Kedavra. She's like afraid of the words or something.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway.
Fear of the name increases fear of the thing itself.
That's basically so true in the wizarding world.
Yes.
Yep. But obviously then we're getting to Avada Kedavra, the killing curse, which every time it appeared in this chapter, I highlighted in green just for fun.
Hey, look at that. That'll be a nice page for somebody.
Exactly.
Yeah. Look at you going the extra mile. I'm still in pink highlighter mode, guys. I'm sorry.
Wow. Geez, Ben.
I know. Nothing festive about me at all.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Not taking any thematic highlighting for the magical words.
My bad. This one is also kind of interesting because I can't tell if the piece of Voldemort's soul is activating inside of Harry at all.
Do you think? No, I didn't get that at all.
No. Okay. So
no.
He basically he reaches in, he gets the spider out of the bottom of the jar, which is actively trying to evade Moody's fingers, almost as if it knows something bad is about to happen. Moody raised his wand, and Harry felt a sudden thrill of foreboding.
Maybe. Okay, I see what you mean.
Right. It's almost like. I mean, I guess Harry is putting all the pieces together here.
Right.
That this is what happened to his own parents. But that sudden thrill of foreboding almost feels like what I can imagine like Voldemort to experience whenever he uses this spell.
There is, man, it makes me want to go back to the scene in Deathly Hallows when they go to Godric's Hollow and you get like the flashback from Voldemort's point of view to when he like attacks the Potters.
Yeah.
I think there is a line of something like that thrill that preceded murder or something.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe a little bit of that, like sort of just like flashing deep into the surface.
Yes, and then Avada Kedavra Moody roared, so he just yells this straight up.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Can you imagine like walking like with your hall pass to go to the bathroom and you're like, what's going on in that
What
class?
was there? Yeah, right?
Yeah.
But then you get the flash of blinding green light, which is, of course, your clue as the reader that this is what, Harry keeps seeing because the green light has been mentioned a bunch of times.
Yeah, dating back all the way to Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah.
It's been like one of the earliest memories that Harry has.
Yes.
And then I thought this phrasing was interesting. I don't know if I've ever really caught it in the past, but it says that the flash of blinding green light and a rushing sound as though a vast invisible something was soaring through the air.
Yeah.
You make anything of that?
I mean, I highlighted that and I said, what could this be? I'm like, is this like Death himself or something?
Right. Like,
like
is like when you cast Avada Kedavra, you've almost like summoned like a thing.
Right. Have you like summoned Death to go hit that person?
Right.
Like, are you controlling it or something? Because it says a vast invisible something, and then I think it comes up again later. It says, so this was how his parents died, exactly like that spider. Had they been unblemished and unmarked too? Had they simply seen the flash of green light, heard the rush of speeding death before life was wiped from their bodies? And it's not death capital D. It just says heard the rush of speeding death.
Right.
But like the sound, like it sounds like there's like a something moving.
Right. Like almost like a giant like invisible force of I don't know how to describe it. Yeah. Like part of me, like my mind almost went like a little thestrally here, which I don't really know if it would like apply at all, but it's something highly associated with death that is otherwise invisible.
That's true.
And it's kind of like a force to be reckoned with. But I don't know. I mean, it's very, this kind of goes back to like how is magic created, or is it just like discovered along the way?
Right.
And it's sort of like, what would this be? Like what could a real life human have encountered in the world and magicified it?
Yeah, I don't know. We made a video about this once, like how Avada Kedavra works, and I think our theory at the time was that it was like lightning was sort of like what it was.
Yes,
because
yep.
Which would explain like why Harry's scar is shaped like lightning,
right?
Because that's the pattern it was making, and because Dumbledore died, like the tarot card is the lightning struck tower,
right?
Which is like death. So It's like Harry has a lightning bolt scar, and the lightning struck tower is where Dumbledore dies, and that's like the name of the card. So, like,
it's very interesting that we've kind of got like two very key Avada Kedavra death related instances, and lightning is attached to both of them.
Yes,
and it's almost like this idea of like a huge surge of electricity would certainly be enough to kill someone.
Right.
Although the unmarked, unblemished, healthy in every way other than the fact that they were dead.
Right.
Kind of
there's that.
To go back to like the Riddle household, like, people aren't being harmed. And then I know that like a lot of people, the other kind of like common theory is that the wand movement would follow that of the lightning bolt. And that's sort of like how Harry's
like,
scar
like why it's traced that way or something.
Yes. Yeah. Like you sort of like would do like that same movement there. But I don't know. Yeah. I found that to be just kind of interesting. The vast invisible something.
Something.
Like, I've never really put like a whole lot of stock in the fact that like it could be like a thing.
Yeah. Like I don't know either. The other thing is that like death, like at least according to the tale, has an invisibility cloak.
Yep. Yep.
So it's like this is another one. Like, did the Peverils make it, or is death like a real like entity or something, or is like death in wizarding lore known to be like an invisible entity, and so like when they created the invisibility cloak, it's like, oh yeah, this is like Death's cloak.
Like
this
Death's
is how
cloak,
he's
yeah.
invisible. It's like that's what they're like. That's where the inspiration is coming from. But like Death himself is out there, and if you can harness the spell, you can like literally like shoot his essence at someone or something.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
but like Dementors are invisible to Muggles.
True.
Right. So there's that. And we think like we've talked about on this podcast, like, is it possible that Death is like super Dementor or something?
Like the original Dementor. Yeah. Yeah. That like sort of like everything else came from. Because there's the one Dementor in particular that almost like looks at Harry curiously.
Yeah.
During like the Patronus scene in Prisoner of Azkaban. It's like, what do you mean? You like it almost like pushes like the Patronus aside and. Yeah, it's
like stronger than other Dementors, and we're like, are you recognizing Ignotus's heir? Are you recognizing the two souls?
Right.
Or there's nothing special about this Dementor, it just happens to notice Harry.
Right. There's even the phrase though that like at the end of the Tale of the end of the Tale of the Three Brothers that like Death greeted Ignotus like an old friend.
Right.
Like it feels like that's like what's happening. Like Ignotus, old friend.
Right.
Weird.
I know. That one Dementor.
I know. I really like it's stuck in our brains.
I don't think we're off track. This is how Avada Kedavra works. We're learning about it.
Things keep fitting.
Yeah.
What are we supposed to do? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Anyway, and then in case you hadn't put everything together, Moody goes ahead and just spells it out for you. He says, not nice, not pleasant, and there's no counter curse. There's no blocking it. Only one known person has ever survived it, and he's sitting right in front of me. And then you can tell Harry's just like, oh boy, okay, so my worst fear is confirmed. Like that is exactly how my parents died. That's the spell I was hit with. And it's like weird because he's learning this in real time, but like this is also another thing where it's like feels like maybe Dumbledore could have told you about the spell before now. You know?
It does feel like this should be coming from Dumbledore, not from a teacher.
Yeah, not from a Death Eater.
Right, definitely not from a Death Eater.
Yeah, so definitely extremely shocking information that he gets there, and then you get another very nice little not like hint or anything, but like It says he remembers it, how Voldemort had killed Harry's father first, how James Potter had tried to hold him off while he shouted at his wife to take and run. Voldemort had advanced on Lily Potter, told her to move aside so he could kill Harry. So like that is how the sacrificial love works. That sentence right there is why Lily protects Harry, but James doesn't protect Lily.
Yes.
Because of the told her to move aside. And you just read through that and you're like, well, why didn't he tell James to move aside? Why didn't he just kill her? Why did he ask her to move at all? Like, you just don't even think to ask it.
I know.
Like, there's a clear difference, and it's right there.
It's right there. It is so very interesting that as early as book 4, it's being written in this particular way, like with that distinction in mind, because it's like that does mean it's planned. Because that phrasing alone ends up being like the crux of the explanation.
That's what I highlighted though. Like this is the key to it all.
Right. Yeah. That's the moment.
That's the moment right there. So that's when you really learn, and you could start piecing it together. Like that's the difference. But I bet most people don't stop. They're just like, oh, okay, interesting. Harry's just reliving a bad memory, moving on.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. No room for pause whatsoever.
Yeah. But let's see. So Harry kind of like zones out as he remembers all of this, but then Moody starts talking again, and he gives us a little bit more about how he works. It says, Avada Kedavra, a curse that needs a powerful bit of magic behind it. You could all get your wands out now and point them at me and say the words, and I doubt I'd get as much as a nosebleed. Which is like interesting to me because he just said there's no blocking it. There's no counter curse. But it's like, if you got a nosebleed, that means they would have cast the spell at you and it would have done something. And you wouldn't have died, so you would have survived it.
I know. It's a very good point. It's a very good point because, it's like you'd have to assume that somebody in the clutches of being in a terrifying situation might try to use Avada Kedavra, even if it's like in a self-defense type of thing, pinned into a corner, like give it a go. And it like half conjures and doesn't work.
Right.
And I don't really know like where that lands, or if when he's saying like, I doubt I get so much as a nosebleed, like if he's giving us a marker for like an effect, but what he's really saying is like, I wouldn't even get a nosebleed. Like nothing would happen because you couldn't do it.
Right.
And so maybe that's the real point.
Okay. That's like, that could be the difference.
But I agree with you. And this is like one of the first times because Harry Potter deals with like a very soft magic system. Like we're never given any really specific insight into the physical toll, or like, again, to use like video game terms, like the associated mana cost to cast a spell.
Right.
And this to me almost suggests that like it would take every bit of magic you possess to cast it. Like,
right.
You know, if you were playing a video game, it would use the whole bar. And it would have like a big cooldown time.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
like
you got to reset. Instant kill.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. 2 minutes from now, you can do that again.
Exactly. But you can't just go into like a swarm of like, you know, baddies and just rip them apart that way.
Right.
Because that would just otherwise be too much. So that's something I always think is kind of interesting, because it's like, I always want to know the toll. Like, because otherwise, if you could just go into battle and just like cast spell after spell after spell, it doesn't really feel like the gradient of getting better at being a wizard, better at defensive magic, is as important.
Yeah, but then it definitely seems like the more you've practiced a spell, like the more powerfully you can cast it.
Right, like do it
stuff.
like in a bigger way. Like the Patronus definitely seems like that. Like there's layers.
Yeah, like, you know, sometimes Harry can cast, like the Patronus Mist isn't very strong, but then like Harry's Patronus drives off like 100 dimensions by itself, and everyone's like, that's basically unheard of.
Yes, it's like, just beast mode cantering out there, ripping them all to shreds.
Exactly. And then like Harry's like shield charms always seem really powerful.
Yes.
And stuff like they like form like physical barriers and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a very good point. Very good point. But then Moody does go on to explain these three curses, Avada Kedavra, Imperius, and Cruciatus, are known as the Unforgivable curses. Is that our first ever glimpse at that term?
That is, other than the chapter title.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And the use of any of them on a fellow human being is enough to earn a life sentence in Azkaban. That's another one that's interesting, because we know that he's going to use the Imperius curse on just about everybody in the room.
On everyone in the room.
Which all I can imagine is that like that's a different version of it. Like you're not doing it like under the same circumstances as, what am I trying to say here? Like you're not doing it for evil. It's not like malice. It's like, this is more like for demonstration purposes.
Like instructional. Yeah. Like in a controlled classroom environment. I would say he is doing it for evil, and he's just like, here's how I'm going to be spending my days.
Well, I mean, there's that. Yeah.
Good at masking, kind of accomplishing, killing two birds with one stone, as it were.
Right.
Yeah. But let's see. Everyone leaves the class and they're all talking about the lesson. Everyone seems to think it was like really cool, except Harry did not find it very entertaining, nor did Hermione. They notice Neville is
just kind of staring at the stone wall opposite of him.
Yeah, he is just having a real bad time with this situation. Quite understandably. That was probably quite traumatic for him. And then they almost get him to tell him. It says Ron gave Harry a startled look. Neville, what? So, and like later, Harry will be like, how could I have not asked Neville in 4 years of knowing him? But it's like, they did ask him right here, almost.
Yeah, I mean, like, Neville, are you all right? Said Hermione. Oh, yes, I'm fine. Neville gabbled in the same unnaturally high voice. Very interesting dinner. I mean, listen, what's for eating?
Yeah, what's for eating?
he's a bit thrown off.
He's absolutely a bit thrown off. And then this is the part where I feel like the more you know about the situation, the more absolutely disgusting the next two sentences are, where Moody shows up here.
Yep.
So what he says is, and it sounds so good, it says, "It's all right, Sonny. Why don't you come up to my office? Come on, we can have a cup of tea." And man, oh man. So here's the situation that's happening in case you're not keeping up. Basically, Barty Crouch Jr., the man who tortured Neville's parents into insanity and just caused this particular traumatic event in him in the middle of class, is now asking, or he's pretending to comfort Neville, even though he's the one who tortured them. And the purpose of comforting him is to further manipulate him into helping him bring Voldemort back and kill Harry.
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah.
It's pretty bad.
It is bad.
And he's like, I mean, especially because he's coming across as being like endearing. He's even got like, I've got some books that might interest you. Like, it's all such manipulation.
It is.
Which, I mean, yeah, this is one where, oh man, I don't know. Like it would almost be interesting in the like TV series to get like flashbacks at the end of the film to like, because you can't reveal too early that Moody is Barty Crouch Jr. Because anybody who doesn't know the story,
you have to make the show as if no one knows.
As if no one knows.
Yeah.
But like it would be very interesting if like as he's sort of like revealing who he is, Harry is like going back and like replaying these scenes in his mind. He's like, oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think that would make it pretty powerful. Because it's like you don't realize how diabolical it is unless you know.
Yeah, and it's just like he's basically like reaping the results of his own torture to further his own agenda again. Yeah.
Yep. You're exactly right.
Yeah.
But so then something kind of similar happens is like then they're walking away. They're kind of like, what was that all about? Hermione's like, I don't really know. And Ron is also not really like totally taking in the ramifications of what they just learned. He's like, some lesson though, huh? He's like, he really knows his stuff, Moody, doesn't he? When he did Avada Kedavra, and the weighted spider just died, just snuffed it. And then Ron fell silent, looking back at Harry, who didn't speak again until they reached the Great Hall. That's a little bit of like foot and mouth.
Yeah, absolutely. Ron putting his foot in his mouth. That's pretty Ron right there for sure.
Yep.
And then also, I'm sure you guys all picked this up as well when, Barty Crouch says, I've got some books that might interest you. That's, of course, setting up for the second task when they're going to be in the lake. Magical water plants of the Mediterranean. Exactly.
That's where Gillyweed is. Yep. This is when he gives him that book.
This is when he gives him the book. Yes. So even now, before Harry's in the tournament, and that's why it's so hard for you, the reader, to catch it, because so far you don't even know about the Goblet of Fire. Harry's not in the tournament, and Moody's already cheating.
Yes. Yeah. So that does mean then that Moody really knows just about everything that's coming.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he definitely already knows about what the second task is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see here. So then we get the big question. Wouldn't Moody and Dumbledore be in trouble with the Ministry if they knew we'd seen those curses? Harry asked as they approached the fat lady.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I'm like, would they? Because like as of next year, the Ministry starts like imposing a lot of their like educational decrees and whatnot. But like it doesn't seem like Hogwarts, for the most part, operates under like Ministry guidelines.
Yes.
It's not like an extension of the government.
Exactly. And that's like one where it's kind of like tricksy to see maybe like in a country where so many of our schools are governed by the government. We have like, in the state of Virginia where we live, for example, we have like standards of learning examinations. Like we are supposed to learn certain and specific things,
right?
Which at times, to like a teacher's dismay, I think it comes at the cost of not being able to do like the educational things that kids might find interesting because they have to allocate so much time to SOL curriculum,
right?
Which is like kind of meeting like a minimum standard of things. But you're right. Like, yeah, it's like I think that like Hogwarts must operate under its own jurisdiction, and then Dumbledore being so high ranking in so many other columns probably takes other huge pieces of defense where people, it's like, who's going to question him? Because he's probably their superior in just about every other capacity.
Right.
Other than Minister for Magic.
Right.
But let's see here. So then this is kind of interesting too, because this is the second time it's happened. I didn't catch it the first time. Attacks first. Let's see here. Let me go back down. But Dumbledore's always done things his way, hasn't he? And Moody's been getting in trouble for years, I reckon. Attacks first and asks questions later. Look at his dustbins. Balderdash. And Balderdash is kind of like a funny password, because it almost feels like it could just be like the end of his sentence.
Yeah.
Like Balderdash just means nonsense. So it's like, it's funny that like the way that he's like ending that there, it's like he's walking up and he's like, like attacks first and asks questions later. Look at his dustbins. Ridiculous.
Yeah. Exactly.
Balderdash.
Yes, it does mean that. I kind of thought that too when I was reading it. But then they discover Neville there, who's reading the book that Professor Moody lent him, Magical Water Plants of the Mediterranean, which this is one of those where it's like, I guess it's a clue. You could, like, once you know that Harry needs to go beneath the lake, like, maybe you could piece these things together. But this is a very hard dot to connect, because Harry doesn't use this.
It doesn't work.
This bit of manipulation doesn't work. But like if Neville had successfully given Harry the information, or like Harry had turned to Neville, like, you, the reader, might have been able to connect the dots a little sooner. Like, oh, Moody gave Neville the book and then Neville told Harry, kind of thing.
Right.
But that's not what happened. So even though the line is there for you to follow. Harry doesn't follow that line, so it's very difficult to connect the dots.
Exactly.
Until much later.
Yeah, and it ends up being Dobby in the book who ends up giving it to him, not Neville like it is in the movie.
Exactly.
But then this is also an interesting line because Harry is sort of like respecting what Moody's done here. And he's like, telling Neville what Professor Sprout had said, Harry thought, had been a very tactful way of cheering Neville up. For Neville very rarely heard that he was good at anything. It was the sort of thing Professor Lupin would have done.
Oh, and that's the line right there. That line right there really puts you on Moody's side.
100%.
Yeah, you're like, oh, he's gruff and different, but like he's like Lupin.
Yes, exactly. And it's like to be like Lupin is pretty high praise.
Yeah, that is. So that's this whole chapter is just about like making you like Moody.
Yes.
Yeah. Throw you off the scent.
It works so well.
It does. It's so frustrating.
It is frustrating.
But also like it's such a great reveal in the end. Like it feels so bad. Let's see. Then this is always like Harry and Ron then pull out Unfogging the Future to start doing their divination homework. And it's a very interesting bit of divination homework they're going to do here. I'm also surprised when they sit down to do this that like Neville and Dean and Seamus don't join them.
It is kind of surprising.
Like it seems like everyone would hate this class because none of them are good at it.
Right.
You know?
Yep.
And like why doesn't anyone else help? Like whatever.
I know, yeah, it does seem ridiculous. And I also feel like I get like a very weird take on it. Maybe compared to like astronomy, which they actually also take. But like, I haven't got a clue what this lot's supposed to mean, he said, staring at his long list of calculations. I'm like, I just have a hard time believing that like Trelawney is successfully making calculations.
Oh, I know.
You know, like she must know how to do this if she's teaching it.
Oh, I know.
But it actually sounds complicated.
Well, it does sound complicated, or maybe like not. I feel like the way they're cheating doesn't really make sense because it's not like they'd still have to be right about certain parts of it.
That's true. For her to properly grade it.
Yeah. Look, what does he say? It says like, I'm likely to develop a cough owing to the unlucky conjunction of Mars and Jupiter. And it's like, okay, but like you could make up I'm likely to get a cough, like whatever.
Right.
But like the Mars and Jupiter thing, like that doesn't matter. Like she would know that there's not an unlucky conjunction.
Yes, exactly.
So like either they're able to get as far as, well, there's an unlucky conjunction of Mars and Jupiter. I don't know what it means, but like,
exactly.
Like that, like, are they able to do some of it or not? But that's not really the important part.
Well, what gets very important is that, like, as we always say, like Trelawney is like basically always right. Well, it's like, it's almost like she might even be like a good teacher as well, because it seems like Harry and Ron are about to be
they are
very close to the mark.
They are about to have such a fun little. If you ever watch Jay vs. Ben, and Ben writes down an answer, and once we find the answer, it's like, oh, but see,
like you could see where I was coming from. Like it was like right there.
Yes,
yeah.
That's about to be their entire homework session here, because they are about to do just a plot exposition foreshadowing dump on the rest of the book here.
Yes, they sure are. Yep. So they're making everything up, and Harry says, "Right, okay. So on Monday, I will be in danger of burns."
Burns, yes. And then Ron says, "Oh yeah, we're seeing the Scroot." So he says that's right, which I mean, I guess he's technically correct. But really, what this is foreshadowing is the dragons in the first task.
Yes, and you might be like, "Well, that's a bit of a leap until you get to the next one," because it says, "Okay, Tuesday, I'll." Lose a treasure possession, said Harry, who was flicking through Unfogging the Future.
And that's going to be Harry losing Ron in the lake.
Yep, second task.
Yep, and the second task. So now we've got the first and second task done.
And then the next one says, because of Mercury, why don't you get stabbed in the back by someone you thought was a friend?
This one's kind of a double header. You could either interpret this as Ron just sort of turning on Harry for half the year, but I think more specifically, this is Moody.
Moody, yeah. So it's like even in the chapter that like all this stuff is going down, and we're like reinforcing him. It's like that is the type of thing where it's like, wait a second.
Yep.
But everything Trelawney related is such nonsense.
I know.
That's why I think it must have been so fun to write this stuff, is because it's sort of like nobody takes it seriously. So I can say all these truths, but nobody's going to believe it.
Right. Exactly. And then moving on, he says, and on Wednesday, I think I'll come off worse in a fight. And this is going to, you could put this one or two or both ways, but you could either say this is Cedric dying, or you could say that this is just like Harry versus Voldemort, and Harry comes off worse in the fight because Voldemort returns.
Yep. And then, so then we've got like, I was going to have a fight. Okay, I'll lose a bet. Yeah, you'll be betting I'll win my fight.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that one maybe less dramatically so with less flourish, but it just sort of does, it feel like the Quidditch World Cup has set us up for this idea of betting on sporting events. Harry is involved in a sporting event that Ron is spectating.
Yeah. I mean, this could also, like, maybe this is like some Fred and George Ludo Bagman foreshadowing or something.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Less ridiculously on the nose, but still feels like it's in the ballpark.
It's in the ballpark, yeah. Does seem like that. Speaking of Fred and George, though, we get a quick update on them. There's something secretive about the way they're working on the piece of parchment. Harry was reminded of how they sat together writing something back at the Burrow. And then he can kind of like overhear them a little bit, very conveniently for the reader.
I know it's in a very quiet voice that nevertheless carried across the almost deserted room.
I know.
No, that sounds like we're accusing him. Gosh, be careful.
Right. So this is them trying to write a letter to Ludo Bagman, who has cheated them. And at this point, it sounds like we're accusing him. That means it sounds like they are at a point in their negotiations where they think he has not accidentally paid them in leprechaun gold, but intentionally.
Right.
And they do suspect foul play, but they're trying to still give him the benefit of the doubt, at least on paper.
I mean, and that's the thing too, is that like this is a very, I can imagine in the real world, this is a very sensitive situation where it's like you don't want to make the other person like overly flighty. You don't want to be like, dude, I'm about to call the authorities. It's like, let's just work this out. Like we can figure it out. It's gonna be okay.
Right.
You know,
like we made a bet. You gave us the wrong thing. It faded. You still owe us money.
Right.
Yes. Here we go. So let's see. Then Hermione comes back, and I thought this was hilarious. Is that I love the exchange here between Ron and Hermione, where she's like obviously doesn't approve of divination at all, and like doesn't normally approve of like making up homework, but it feels like she's just like, yeah, it doesn't matter though because it's divination and it's nonsense. So whatever.
Right.
Yeah. So she's looking at it. She says, "Not gonna have a very good month, are you?" Which I love that. And Ron's like, "At least I'm forewarned, though." Which I think, what a great volley.
I know.
But then she goes on to correct there. Like they haven't even been cheating appropriately.
Right. You seem to be drowning twice, said Hermione.
Yeah.
Oh, am I?
Yeah. Oh, am I? But I think that it sounds like Hermione's correcting their cheating, but I think this is just more foreshadowing. And the twice is a reference that Ron and Hermione will be in the lake.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. 100%. Totally feels like if only there was a situation where some of the most important characters had to spend a whole bunch of time underwater.
Yeah.
That happens.
That happens. Let's see here. And then this is maybe the most forced segue in all 7 books.
Yes. This, I mean, we're going to zero in on you, page 223.
Yeah. You're. I don't. This is a dumb segue.
We've been working like house elves here.
Oh. Well, wouldn't you know, Hermione's about to tell you about SPEW. Convenient.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not very. Not a very elegant segue.
No, not the best, But then, so what's in the box? Basically this rattling box that she's carrying around. They take off the lid, show the contents. Inside were about 50 badges, all different colors, all bearing the same letters, SPEW. Spew. This is once again one of those instances where I'm pretty sure it's Draco that goes on to make the pins for Cedric, the true Hogwarts champion or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like Cedric is once again copying Hermione.
Yeah.
Like, and he'll do it again in the future with like the gold coins.
Oh, Draco's copying Hermione.
Yes. Yeah. Because Draco's obsessed with Hermione.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you imagine how big do you think these badges are?
I sort of imagine, I mean, kind of like quite large actually. I was making kind of like a $50 size, but if you go to like the Disney parks and you're like, hey, I'm celebrating my birthday, they'll like give you like a big
old button.
Like a button.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm picturing like a button.
Like a button size thing that says SPW.
Not like a soft enamel pin.
Right. Okay.
Not like something like cool.
Not something cool.
Yeah. It's kind of like
these are overtly uncool pins.
Yes. I think they're overtly uncool.
I think it is unbelievable to me as well that Hermione like named it Spew and like calls it SPEW and doesn't understand why people are saying spew.
Yeah.
Like I feel like as smart as she is, this is like putting tomatoes in the fruit salad,
Yes. Yeah. What is it?
Knowledge is knowing tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is not putting it in the fruit salad.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's missing that mark here.
Yeah.
Because Harry's like, spew? Not spew, said Hermione impatiently. It's SPEW. Stands for the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, which, if you ever want to get me to get a trivia question wrong, I always do protection and not promotion.
Protection of elfish. Yeah.
So.
Okay, but then she goes on to say, I was going to call it Stop the Outrageous Abuse of Our Fellow Magical Creatures and Campaign for a Change in Their Legal Status, but it wouldn't fit. So in case you're wondering, based on the letters capitalized in the text, that means that the name of the organization would have been the SoFMcCottles.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like that. I mean, it rolls right off the tongue.
Right off the tongue.
SoFMcCottles.
Yeah, SoFMcCottles. It's 3 C's in a row.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Creatures, Campaign, and Change. I like it. That's a good one.
Yeah. So there you go. SOAO. Yeah. SOAOFMCCCTLS.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It's catching on.
Yeah. And instead, that's just their manifesto. And then she says, I've been researching it thoroughly. The elf enslavement goes back centuries. I can't believe no one says anything about it by now, which, like, solid concern.
Yes.
Quite frankly.
Yes, it is indeed. It is indeed. And it is, at least until now, because she's stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, she's stepping up to the plate. And then I mean, I feel like this next paragraph, big Slytherin energy for Hermione here.
Let's see it.
She says, their main goals, or our long-term goals, are to secure house elves fair or short terms are to secure house elves fair wages and working conditions. Our long-term aims, including changing the law about non-wand use, trying to get an elf into the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures because they're shockingly underrepresented. These are 14-year-olds.
These are, I mean,
they're huge goals.
Noble, but big aims.
Big aims.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Big Slytherin energy, man.
Big Slytherin energy. That's right. That's right. Yeah, got to get wages for somebody who's never had them before. So that's going to be a change up for at least some people.
Yeah,
there might be some pushback there. The laws about non-wand use is kind of a big one because goblins don't have wands.
Yeah,
and they are a lot further along, I would say, in terms of their independence.
Yeah, like the equality status.
Yes.
Which is to say, not there.
Not there, yeah. I mean, it's not perfect, but I would say the goblins have more steps forward than
way more independence,
than house elves do. And then getting the house elf into the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, like that is where oh my gosh, Amos Diggory works, and you saw how rude he was
to Winky.
Yeah. And so it's like, okay, even the people there right now are not exactly like speaking the proper language towards these people.
Yeah. Well, the Department for the Control of Magical Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures doesn't seem like they like magical creatures. These are also the people who were going to kill Buckbeak.
That's true.
Don't forget that Amos wanted to kill Buckbeak.
Yeah, he signed off on that. Although, to be fair, Lucius probably threatened him. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
He still did it. And then I like that she says, "Your treasurer, Ron. I've got you a collecting tin upstairs. And Harry, your secretary. So you might want to start writing down everything I'm saying now as a record of our first meeting."
I just wrote LOL next to that. It's just like, but then I love that she says there was a pause in which Hermione beamed at the pair of them. But I'm like, she is very proud of herself.
She is and has no, I mean, it's like, she has no idea that they're not going to be 1,000% on board.
I know. She's just like, it's so obvious to her, and she's been working so hard on it. And it's like, I'm proud of you, Hermione. Like clearly you're not reading the room at all, but I appreciate your pride in this cause.
That being said, thank goodness for Hermione's sake that there's an interruption.
Yeah,
the silence was broken, not by Ron, who in any case looked as though he was temporarily dumbstruck by a soft tap on the window. And his Hedwig, who at now, how far are we? Maybe 3 weeks?
Yeah, because this was the opening night of the book, chapter 1.
Okay, yeah.
So roughly, like 2 weeks if it's a day per chapter so far.
Right. So Hedwig has finally returned, and Harry runs over and is like, "About time! She's got an answer," said Ron, excitedly pointing to the grubby piece of parchment tied to Hedwig's leg.
Yep. What does it say? And we get the letter from Sirius, which is more like a note, very, very short. It says, "Harry, I'm flying north immediately. The news about your scar is the latest in a series of strange rumors that have reached me here. If it hurts again, go straight to Dumbledore. They're saying he's got Mad Eye out of retirement, which means he's reading the signs even if no one else is. I'll be in touch soon. My best to Ron and Hermione. Keep your eyes open, Harry. Sirius." Yeah. So this sells you even more on Moody. It's like, oh, well, now Sirius and Lupin approve of Moody.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's like to suspect him. And that's the thing. It's like, it's why it's so good, because you just don't suspect him.
Yeah.
And it's not that there isn't evidence that could throw you away. It's just there's so much more evidence that's like making you feel comfortable.
Yes.
All the people we care about are like, yes.
What is interesting too, I don't know if this is like, I don't know if I'm just like noticing something that's not there to be noticed or whatever, but all 4 Marauders have been mentioned in this chapter, or like make an appearance in this chapter.
That is very interesting.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Lupin is the one that typically like sort of doesn't show up very much.
Right. Because Peter's much more involved. Where was Peter in this one?
Peter is mentioned back when it says Harry had been picturing his parents' deaths for over and over again for 3 years now, ever since he'd found out they'd been murdered, ever since he found out what happened that night. Wormtail had betrayed his parents' whereabouts to Voldemort, who had come to find them at their cottage. And then just 2 sentences later, how Voldemort had killed Harry's father first, how James Potter had tried to hold him off. So there's Wormtail and James. And then Lupin sent the letter to Moody, and Sirius sent the letter to Harry.
That's so cool.
All 4 of them are here.
I love it. A very Marauders chapter.
It is a very Marauders chapter. And I'm like, I wonder like if they're all 4 present more often, or if it's just sort of like, oh, all 3 unforgivable curses were present. So like, yeah, the Marauders, like we had like, they're all so connected or something.
Right.
Like, is it intentional that they were all 4 brought up in this chapter?
I don't know. I found that to be very interesting though.
Yeah.
I found it to be very interesting. Yeah. So we'll have to keep an eye out to see if like when they come up, if they don't come up in groups more so. Cause that would be, I mean, at some point, Sirius and Lupin are such big parts of the story, it would be hard for every time.
I know, like in Snape's worst memory, like obviously all 4 of them are there because they're literally hanging out together.
Of course, that's part of the memory itself.
Right.
Yeah. But no, yeah, that'll be curious. We'll keep an eye to the ground, an ear to the ground,
an eye to the ground. We'll just be looking at nothing.
You'll be looking at, yeah. Well, you know.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. So this is it kind of comes with the classic Harry responding to all of the wrong things.
Yeah.
Where he basically just immediately starts freaking out, basically being like, he's coming back, but I shouldn't have told him. I made him think that he's got to come back, and I have like, what is he gonna say? If Sirius came back and got caught, it would be Harry's fault. Yeah. Why couldn't he have keep his mouth shut? A few seconds pain and he had to blab. If he just had the sense to keep it to himself. And it's just like, oh, Harry,
stop gaslighting yourself, dude.
Exactly.
What a bad attitude.
It's like, yes, because it's like clearly what happened was Sirius was like, yo, that seems serious. Like I am coming. I am responding to the situation. Harry's like, oh no, it must not be important. And now I've put him in danger.
Right. Well, this is like Harry's brain getting in the way of his instincts at this moment.
Yes, it absolutely is.
Like in the moment he was acting on instinct, which was spot on.
Right.
And now he's like second guessing himself.
Right.
Like letting his brain get in the way.
No good.
Yeah, not as good. Harry's definitely better when he's just like acting off gut.
Yes, absolutely. Then he ends up being mean to Hedwig, which makes me so sad.
Oh, I know. It says, haven't got anything for you, Harry snapped at Hedwig. You'll have to go up to the hour if you want food. And I was like, how dare you?
I know. Nobody is mean to Hedwig.
No one's mean to Hedwig.
No one.
No.
Hedwig gave him an extremely offended look and took off for the open window. It's like, you could only imagine what Hedwig has been through.
Right.
This is like the most talented owl we know about, and it's taken 2 weeks to deliver a letter. It's like, Hedwig's been through some ish.
I had to find a guy who could be anywhere.
Anywhere. I've been living off of mice.
I always live off mice because I'm an owl.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so there's that.
Yeah.
Although maybe snowy owls are vegetarians. Is that a thing that we learned somewhere along the way?
Is it?
I don't know. I feel like there's the scene where she like eats a piece of his bacon.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a second. Snowy owls don't eat bacon.
Oh, I don't know.
Right, anyway, so we'll keep a weather eye out for that.
All
as
right,
well.
weather eye out for
We'll
that.
keep our eye to the ground.
Keep our eye to the ground about whether or not snowy owls are carnivorous.
That's it. Let's see here, and this is bringing us basically into the last little piece of the chapter where Harry will go up to his 4-poster bed. He sort of like shuts himself in there. Ron comes up later and doesn't say anything to him, which feels like a little bit of like set up. Not really set up so much as just like, we're going to see more of that to come.
Yeah.
Like the divide, like despite the fact that these 5 people are in the dormitory together, they're all not sharing a lot of information with each other.
Right.
About like what's going on. And that is also true, of course, for Neville, because if Harry hadn't been so preoccupied, he would have realized that the absence of Neville's usual snores meant that he was not the only one lying awake.
That is a really interesting sentence too, because it's like almost like whoever the narrator is just like talking to you, the reader, instead of Harry.
Exactly. Yeah. That's a good point as well, because it's like Harry not noticing something is not part of Harry's experience.
Right.
So it's like telling you that that's important.
Exactly. Yeah. You're right. Like it's not like, oh, Harry realized that if I'd realized that if because that's exactly how you said it.
Yeah. But that brings us to the end of chapter 14.
It sure does.
Do you have a review for us?
I sure do. All right, today's review comes from Devin Wilson. Says, absolutely amazing. Hey guys, I'm a longtime SCB fan and even longer time fan of the Harry Potter series. I have a theory about why Dumbledore wanted so badly for Harry to have a, quote, relatively normal childhood. I think the reason has to do with him possibly learning a slightly misguided message from Ariana's childhood and how she may have been more likely to control and develop her magic. I just finished listening to the entire series for the first time on audiobook and want to revisit Dumbledore's conversations about Ariana now. Can't wait to get caught up. So it basically like, does Dumbledore want Harry to have a normal childhood because he feels like he's seen what happens to children who don't in the form of his sister?
Yeah, I could sort of follow that logic a little bit. Even the fact that like Dumbledore himself, even though it's not childhood, it's like it's a very formative time in his life that he is like on cloud 9. He's graduated with every award the school had to offer. He's primed and charged to just go and like take on the world and be important, be a big deal, like start to amass whatever his future will hold. And even that is sort of like taken in the form of, like the death of his mother. And now all of a sudden he's like, he's this person like bursting with all his potential. And especially in his own mind, he's like, now I'm stuck. Now I'm stuck here.
Right.
And now I can't go and like live my life. So I could even see a world where it's like something that Dumbledore values very greatly in the same way that like he sort of like puts stock into other like very intangibles, like music being like far more powerful than anything they teach it at Hogwarts.
Yep.
Possibly being representative of like the Phoenix Lament.
Do you suppose there is a door for music at the Department of Mysteries?
Yes.
I
think so.
I think there has to be. It feels like it falls right into the category of all the other things.
100% it does. Yeah. It would actually be very interesting. That feels like a cool spin-off series would be interjecting music into the wizarding world in kind of like a bard like situation. Like a bard like character that can like perform magic.
Oh, okay. That'd be interesting.
Like,
yeah. Like a choir of toads or something? Or?
No.
You don't think that's the way to do it?
I don't think the choir. I don't like the choir of toads.
Me neither.
I
Why
find it to
is
be
that in there?
Pure silliness.
Such nonsense. Don't need it.
I know.
Celestina Warback, Ben.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now that's
magic.
Magic.
That's magic.
Right in your ear holes.
Right in your ear holes.
Yeah.
Cauldron full of hot, strong love.
That's it.
Yeah.
But no, so I think that like love would be like another category similar to this. Like I think that Dumbledore, like a childlike sense of wonderment, I think is something that like I could see Dumbledore, like he knows magic. He knows the hard rules of magic. He knows how to perform the most complex things. He has a memory that's absolutely amazing. He is very calculating, intuitive. Like Dumbledore, has so many fantastic qualities, but there is something intangible about childhood that I think that Dumbledore is sort of like, kids deserve this. Like, you learn something through using your imagination. You learn about yourself. You learn how you deal with boredom. Like everything about being a child to me feels like something that like Dumbledore understands and recognizes. Like there is no substitute. You can't learn childhood from a book.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, even like down to like it feels like he tries to keep it that like magic alive in himself a little bit, like at all times. Too.
Yes, yeah.
Like with like his love of candy and using the passwords as candy and like
there's like the nitwit.
Yes, that's it.
Oddment blubber tweak.
Yeah, just like here's just some nonsense for you.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. And or even like when he's talking about like the banned item list at Hogwarts, like he's got like the little smirk. Like
he's just like definitely don't get fanged frisbees and throw them in the hallway. Please don't do that. Right.
But I think he knows that like there's nothing more important than that sense of. I mean, even like what the Marauders do, I think that like Dumbledore gives it some version of a stamp of approval. Like certainly not luring Snape into the Shrieking Shack where Lupin could have killed him or something like that. But I think the idea of like a little bit of like breaking out in the middle of the night, the invisibility cloak, letting Harry find the Mirror of Erised, like it's like I suspected you might do this,
right?
I gave you the essential tools to do this.
Like he encourages like testing some boundaries in the name of like discovering yourself.
Yes. Here's a curious question, not to take it out of the lore and put it on you on the spot.
Wow.
How do you feel about that kind of sentiment? Like you and I in high school were not total like troublemakers. I wouldn't say, but
not really.
We had our fair share of like things we did where we were probably breaking rules and or like trespassing or something of the sort.
Yeah.
You never for malice, usually always just for our own sense of adventure or exploration.
Yeah.
What do you think about like the idea that your kids may seek such experiences?
I don't know. That's a good, I mean, so I was thinking about something along those lines this very weekend where amongst my 3 kids, I've got my oldest kid, Luke, is one who likes to challenge almost everything.
Okay.
He is like, you ask him to do something, he needs to know why, he needs to understand it. He might not want to do it. He might be loud about not wanting to do it.
Sure.
And it's just like, it can be a real struggle sometimes because you're just trying to like, we're just getting in the car or we're just going to practice or something.
Right.
And it's just like, just like, it's fun. I'm not doing anything to make you miserable.
You're going to be glad you did this.
I know.
Your friends will be there.
I know. So it's like, it could be that it could feel so frustrating sometimes when you're like trying to do something helpful and they're like throwing up walls. But then like my my other son, Nick, he is very on the other side of this spectrum where he's just like very compliant, very just like, okay. And he's like, likes the, if you teach him like a lesson, sometimes he'll come back and be like, yeah, because you told me this and that's why we shouldn't do it. And it's like, yes, thank you, Nick.
Right,
exactly.
Right.
But so it's so funny because like Luke can drive me crazy with the ways in which he like, won't like listen sometimes.
Sure.
But then sometimes like I'll be talking to Nick and I'm like, well, you could like push back a little,
Oh yeah. Sure.
Don't listen to just everything I say,
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
I do understand what you mean. And I almost like Hermione is a really good character to signify that kind of relationship because it's like when we first meet her, she's kind of got that whole like, like you could get us killed or worse, expelled. Like it's almost like the idea of rule following, the idea of like doing everything according to the book is like exactly who she is and how she knows how to operate. And the ways in which the boys are kind of making her better, Harry and Ron, that is by helping her to understand that like sometimes
the rules are wrong.
So sometimes the rules are wrong, or sometimes you need to stand up for something, or sometimes like we are in the name of good going to cross that line, but we are not there to cause harm. We are there to cause good.
Right.
But we need to know that you need to know that we have to do that in order to do good.
Yeah. The greater good, as it were.
Yeah. And we see that, even like, by Polyjuice Potion, it's like they're finding a book from the restricted section. They're brewing a potion, without the permission of anybody. They're stealing lacewing flies. Like, these are all things that they're doing in the name of trying to figure out who's patrolling the castle with the giant snake.
Yes.
But like it takes a little bit of rule breaking to do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even like forming the DA.
Yes.
That's a huge one. It is interesting where it's like, yeah, you're right. At first, Hermione's like, rules are rules, rigid. That's it. No reason to like, why would you break them? Rules exist for a reason. And then it's like, well, sometimes things are more important than the rules. Right. And sometimes the rules are wrong. And that's definitely what's happening in book 5. The rules are becoming so obviously wrong.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And so I don't even know. I mean, it's even an interesting thought there where like Harry's approval to be on the Quidditch team is like a first year. You almost wonder if like Dumbledore knows that Harry's time to get to be not that I think that this is like, I don't think he's like giving Harry a sympathy spot. I think he knows Harry's good enough to do it. And Harry proves that he's very good at Quidditch.
Right.
But like even the approval to allow him be on the team, it could be like this kid, he's not going to have a lot of time to have fun.
Right.
We need to let him have fun.
Yeah. Do you think, okay, this is an interesting, I've never thought about it like this, but just comparing it to a different book, like in the book Ender's Game.
Yep.
When all the kids are heading up to the space station for the first time.
Yep.
The commander like specifically compliments Ender like with high praise so as to make all the other boys turn against him.
Yes.
Yes. You think there's any of like Dumbledore doing that to Harry? Like, oh, Harry, you're the best at Quidditch. You're on the Quidditch team in an unbelievable fashion.
Honestly, that's kind of interesting because, not only is he on the Quidditch team, he also wins the House Cup by rather extraordinary circumstances by the end of the year. He's definitely Dumbledore's favorite student.
Right.
Dumbledore actively loves him.
Yes.
So that's an interesting thought. Like in Ender's Game, the whole idea is that General Graff, who is putting Ender in that situation, knows that Ender has unique responsibilities, that he can't be one of the other kids, that he must be able to rise above them. And it's like he knows that Ender is good enough to prove himself, but he can't be idolized. He almost needs to be like, people need to be jealous.
He can't think he can get help anywhere.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so that's an interesting one because Dumbledore does permit Ron and Hermione to know a ton of information that like Harry is not even allowed to tell Molly and Arthur. He's not allowed to tell Lupin,
right.
McGonagall, like there are adults who he could tell the whole story to who might have insights on how to help, but
yeah, he doesn't.
He doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. He can only tell Ron and Hermione.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It is all very interesting. I like the thought with Ariana though, because I think there's even more to that whole story. That's something I would die to know more about. Like, what did the Muggle boys do to her? Like what was going on? Why did their father Percival react so aggressively as to be placed in Azkaban where he would just die, like living out his days?
I know it's really vague what happens to her.
Yes.
And it seems like maybe it was like physical abuse. It seems I've like seen online people think it was like sexual abuse or something.
Oh no, to Ariana?
To Ariana.
Oh man, that's
so like I don't know. I think it's left vague on purpose to just sort of like let you wonder.
Kind of like a fill in the blank with what you think is the version of
what do you think was bad enough for him to attack them?
Right, right. And maybe that's sometimes where it's like not using too much information is better than using more information, because anybody could step in and be like, well, what is the worst thing I can think of?
Right.
And whatever the worst thing you can think of is punishment. You saw where the punishment goes, so it must have been bad. But yeah, that's all information I want to know a lot more about. Even the fact that Dumbledore's mother, Harry describes her as like having like extremely like dark hair, like it reminds him of like in the indigenous people of America. And it's like even then, like when we learn about Aurelius Dumbledore, or Credence as we know him most commonly, being like sent across the ocean. This like idea of transatlantic travel makes me wonder if like somehow Kendra Dumbledore like left the Americas.
It's sort of what it sounds like.
It's almost certainly, yeah. And I mean, it's not a European who is leaving the Americas. It has to be somebody who was like native to America,
right,
who is now traveling in the other direction. And then the big question is like, why? And even at the same time as all that information was coming out, we were getting information about, Ilvermorny and Makusa and American. We need more information is all it comes down to.
We're not going to get it, Ben.
I'm mostly just venting at this point.
I know, yeah. We're not going to get those 4th and 5th movies.
I know.
Not going to happen.
Whatever.
I know.
Well, I'll just use my imagination.
I know.
It's fine.
Just fill in the blanks.
I have lots of beautiful things up there, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah,
cool.
That's good. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for tuning into this week's episode of Through the Griffin Door.
Yes. Make sure you, I think, as of recording this, this is the last recording before we're actually going to be on the road, on tour.
I know.
So exciting. So can't wait to see all of you out there, or maybe by the time you're hearing this, we've already seen you all out there.
True. It was so much fun, right?
It was so much fun. But otherwise, make sure the way it's going to work, we will be releasing the live shows, I think, on YouTube, right?
Yes.
So if you want to see the live show, you can watch that on YouTube. But then we will also be back in office recording the official episodes as well.
Yes. So in each upcoming week, if you want, we will do all the chapters here from the studio like we always do. But then we will also have videos of our live performances posted over on the YouTube channel, which, again, we're still trying to hit 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. So be sure to go and check it out through the Griffin Door.
Yeah, otherwise that is going to do it for us. And make sure you join us next week for Chapter 15, Beauxbaton and Durmstrang, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.
Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the riddles inside Goblet of Fire, Chapter 15, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang.
Oh, I'm excited for this chapter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a good one.
Yes, this should be thrilling.
I think it's going to be thrilling.
Yeah. I think we're going to have just ourselves a whole boatload of fun.
A whole boatload of fun.
May.
Yeah, I think you may, Ben.
Oh man, as ever, guys, we got to take a look here at the chapter art for Beauxbaton and Durmstrang, which is going to depict the ship under which the Durmstrang students are able to somehow magically, water frolickly,
aqua travel. Yeah,
that sounds better.
Know.
Yeah, aqua travel.
Do you think so the ship arrives? Is it arriving like I don't know, is it like a submarine? Because the lake is not connected to the ocean or anything.
No, yeah, it's not. I mean, if anything, it should be a freshwater lake, and
right.
So it's there's sort of a bizarre kind of magic involved where it's is this like a water-based flu powder situation?
I don't know. Yeah, it's we know they can travel through fire. Can they also travel through water in some capacity? Because I don't not believe it. It's just we never get any more details about this. But then at the end of this book, Ron's going to be how are they going to get back to Durmstrang? Do you think they'll be able to steer the ship without Karkaroff? And Crum's Karkaroff did not steer the ship. He was locked up in his cabin while we did all the work.
Which sounds terrible unless how non-instantaneous is this method of transportation?
I know. I imagine it's pretty quick because it's not like the bodies of water are connected. So wherever they leave, they must just immediately be. How much steering was there at all?
I mean, a lot or none.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very confusing. It's very confusing. And the other thing that I feel like I've got to bring up about the ship in particular is that there are going to be extremely extraordinary steps taken with the arrival of the ship to make it not sound as though it is backwards regurgitating from a toilet.
From a toilet?
From a toilet. Like
I don't think I noticed that.
Okay, I'm trying to find the specific pages where this description is happening, because I was just like, what is happening? Hang on one second, because I know I'm jumping ahead here, but it's important for our chapter art. Harry listened. A loud and oddly eerie noise was drifting towards them from out of the darkness. A muffled rumbling and sucking sound, as though an immense vacuum cleaner were moving along a riverbed. "The lake!" yelled Lee Jordan, pointing down at it. "Look at the lake!" Let's see here. The surface was suddenly not smooth at all. Some disturbance was taking place deep in the center. Great bubbles were forming on the surface. Waves were now crashing over the muddy banks. And then, in the very middle of the lake, a whirlpool appeared as if a giant plug had just been pulled out of the lake's floor.
Boy, it doesn't not sound like a toilet flushing, does it? If you open the back of a toilet and just like watch what happens when you push the flusher, like you're pulling a plug and the water's just rushing down.
Yes.
Yeah. Through the jets, making all of the bubbles.
Making all the bubbles.
Yes.
And what's interesting about this particular version of toilet tech is that it's also the way that you get into the Ministry of Magic.
You're right.
You flush yourself in.
You flush yourself in. Oh my gosh. So there are two examples of travel by water.
Travel by water.
Or travel by flush, basically.
Right.
Right. So you're telling me that the lake flushes and regurgitates some ship.
I'm not saying it.
Okay, just reading what's on the page.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Wow, this is bed chapter art with Ben and Jay.
Yep. We're
off to a good start.
We are. Mm-hmm. Things can only get better.
They can only get better. Okay. Anyway, moving into the actual chapter. If you recall from the last chapter, Harry has been freaking out because he finally heard back from Sirius, and Sirius says that he's coming back to the country, and Harry is like, "Oh no, I can't let that happen. It'll 1000% be my fault if Sirius gets caught by the Dementors and not like that Ratman person guy who lived in my dorm or something."
Yeah,
it won't be his. It'll be my fault. Me, Harry, Gaslight Potter for sure.
Yes,
that's it.
Harry is so not easy on himself.
He is not easy on himself.
He's going to have generational trauma from existing inside of his own brain.
That's for sure. For sure. Fortunately for Harry, he wakes up with a fully formed plan in his mind, to which I said, sort of. I mean, it's a pretty bad plan. It's not necessarily a bad plan. His plan is to send Sirius a note basically saying, "Hey, you know what? Forget what I said. Doesn't matter. Don't come back to the country. I was just kidding." But this is his note, okay? It says, "Dear Sirius, I reckon I just imagined my scar hurting. I was half asleep when I wrote to you last time. There's no point in coming back. Everything's fine here. Don't worry about me. My head feels completely normal. Harry, Believable Potter." Which to me, I'm like, dude, this took you all night to think of?
Yes. You basically wrote two sentences that both say the same thing.
And neither of which I just like when I read this, I can because we use Grammarly like on or I do when we're like writing our scripts for our main channel videos.
Yeah.
And I can just imagine Grammarly underlining all of this and being like, "Would you like to sound more assertive? Would you like to sound more confident in your writing?"
Sounds redundant. Try again.
Sounds redundant. Maybe try phrasing it this way. And I'm like, hey, yeah, Grammarly would be ripping Harry to shreds here.
Yeah. That's to be fair, they don't have a language arts class. So.
Well, they don't, but still, come on, Harry. No.
But anyway, yeah. So he's got this fully fleshed out plan. Well done, Harry. I bet it'll totally work. And then he climbs out of the portrait hole and up through the silent castle, held up only briefly by Peeves. And it's just like, I mean, this again kind of goes back to the whole thing that we have about Hagrid and how he was like potentially framed by Tom Riddle for having the spider, because Hagrid, who is notably a half giant, is apparently down in like the dungeons next to the Slytherin common room taking care of Aragog. And it's like Harry is literally up and there's no one out in the castle, and he's still held up by Peeves. Who tries to overturn a large vase on him. You know, classic walking the hallways of your castle stuff.
Classic regular stuff. There is no consequence for this either. This is just like very tiny, like life at Hogwarts world building sort of stuff.
It's true. Yeah.
It's just like Hagrid. It could very easily just say he climbed out of the portrait hole up to the silent castle, finally arriving at the owlery, and you wouldn't blink.
You wouldn't blink. Yeah,
nothing would change.
You are missing no details whatsoever. Yeah. It's not like the Montague situation with the vanishing cabinet. Yeah, where it comes back up later.
Yeah.
But we do learn that the owlery rather is situated at the top of the West Tower, which is just a little piece of trivia for us in the future that I'm certain we will forget, and we'll be like, at least it's one of 4.
It's one of those 4, and thank goodness, Ben, we just get a really detailed description of the floor. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't want to overstate it, but it might be covered in ship.
This is a very shippy floor. There's no doubt about it. It says the floor was entirely covered in straw, owl droppings, and the regurgitated skeletons of mice and voles.
Yes.
Great.
And then it doesn't even really stop there either. It's like this is clearly an area where it's like it is vitally important that you know about what the surface of the floor is, because it then says he spotted Hedwig nestled between a barn owl and a tawny, and he heard it over to her, sliding a little on the dropping strewn floor.
Dude, the thing about that bothers me whenever there's descriptions like this are like, they have magic. Like they could clean it up so fast.
Yes.
You know? And like we know, for example, like in this book, the house elves are introduced to us, the audience, as being the ones who are cleaning the castle, or at least cleaning the common rooms and stuff. And it's like, no one can send a house elf up to the owlery to be like, snap, or like any teacher at all to be like, gone. Like, do the students need to be walking around on all of this ship? You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. It seems so just completely unnecessary, and yet there it is. Especially because when we go back to like the pre-edition of plumbing, a la the Chamber of Secrets being rerouted, what they would actually do is just go to the bathroom and then vanish it somewhere.
Right off the floor. Right off the floor, Ben.
Which also brings up a very interesting question, because it's sort of like the classic like Ravenclaw knocker question of like, where do vanished objects go? And then McGonagall is like,
into non-being, which is to say everywhere.
Yes, and but we know at Hogwarts.
But indeed.
This
is a great episode.
It's already off to a roaring start. That there is the room of hidden objects, which I just have to imagine is where a lot of things are actually being vanished to, because by the time Harry gets there, there's just piles and piles and piles of junk.
There's more stuff in there than could possibly be accounted for number of students finding the room.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Which also makes me think that upon entering the room of hidden objects, it should be pungent.
It should be. I think you're right. It should be pungent. It also makes me think, because like, when do they learn vanishing spells? You know, it's not like a year one sort of thing. Like, can you imagine this being a problem? Like, if you're a Muggle-born student and you arrive at Hogwarts and you go to the bathroom and they haven't installed the plumbing yet, you're like, what now? What now? And then like you gotta go, and you're like, I don't know how to. What do I do now? Like, what do I do? What do I do? Can you imagine having to like call a teacher like, Professor McGonagall, can you come vanish?
I need help.
We haven't learned. That would have to be like class number 1. You know,
it would be. It would be. Oh my gosh, this is so good.
There is literally, in case you're wondering, there is a whole article on the Pottermore archives about the plumbing being installed in the castle and how they didn't used to have it. and this is what they did. I'm not sure why that was information we needed, but it exists. You can find it. We're not just like riffing here.
No,
Yes.
this is true. This is true.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So Harry's sliding across the floor, probably doing like some figure skating type maneuvers.
Probably.
I mean, he's like, well, now that I know I can slide,
Now that
I
I
may as
know.
well do like a pirouette or
Yeah,
something.
the triple axel or something.
Oh yeah, there we go. You thought of a better figure skating maneuver than I did. All right, let's see. Then he goes over to Hedwig, who was evidently still furious about his lack of gratitude the previous night, which completely reasonable. In the end, it was Harry suggesting that she might be too tired and that perhaps he would ask Ron to borrow Pigwidgeon. That made her stick out her leg and allow him to tie the letter to it.
But then he has the gall to say, just find him, all right? As if she didn't just spend the last 2 weeks doing that.
I know, yeah. It's like, Harry, she's good at this.
She's good at this, man.
It's proven.
Yeah. She is, I'm kind of on Hedwig's side here.
Right.
Yeah.
But then she proceeds to nip his finger rather harder than she would have ordinarily have done, hooted softly in a reassuring sort of way, and then she spread her wings and took off into the sunrise, and Harry watched her fly out of sight with the familiar feeling of unease in the back of his stomach. I highlighted and underlined this particular section because it reminds me so much of just a few months prior when Harry would have been watching Sirius on Buckbeak's back, flying off into the distance.
Oh, you're right.
So he's normally doing it into the sunrise. He's watching Buckbeak and Sirius leave into the moonlight, notably.
Oh,
in the last scene because it's the full moon night because Lupin's whole transformation.
Exactly, you're right. Yes, absolutely.
And so it's kind of interesting because I think in that moment he's kind of got this feeling of like relief, and now he's looking at the sunrise rather, and feeling unease.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
That is a nice little parallel there.
Yes.
But then we get to breakfast where Harry decides he's going to tell Ron and Hermione about his amazing plan. And Hermione says, "That was a lie, Harry." To which I said, "And a pretty bad one."
Yes.
Yeah. She says, "Well, you didn't imagine your scar. How did you know it?" And he's like, "Well, duh. I know I didn't. I know I'm lying. Come on." And he says, "So what? He's not going to back to Azkaban because of me." To which I just crossed out me and wrote Peter.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, he is the one to blame here, Harry.
He is the one to blame, yes.
Although this is a rare moment where I feel like Ron seems to be understanding Harry's emotions better than Hermione.
True.
And he's basically just like, drop it. And Hermione listens.
Yeah, rare as well.
Right, yes. So, but I think in this particular situation, it must just be the case that both Ron and Hermione even are recognizing like that Harry is just always going through a lot. And he is like, they can extend him the grace that is, you sent a bad letter to Sirius, but we kind of understand how you got there.
Right. We understand how you got there. There's nothing we can really do about it. So,
Right.
Yeah.
You can't click on send.
Also, you told us what you wrote, and like, we already kind of realized it's not going to work. So
it's like, we know Sirius and we know your writing was bad, so it's fine.
Yeah, Hermione's like, it's good. If only you let me correct it, I might have made it better, but then I wouldn't have let you send it. So,
Yes.
Then I highlighted this dude. The next sentence says, Harry did his best not to worry about Sirius over the next couple of weeks. Okay, that might seem like a very innocent sentence, but we are on chapter 15. And as we've mentioned a few times, each chapter has been moving forward about 1 day at a time.
Yes.
So that means every chapter to this point if we're on chapter 15, that means only about 14 days have passed since the beginning of this book. And now, in one sentence, Harry did his best not to worry about Sirius over the next couple of weeks. 14 more days will pass.
We should have told people to hang on to their butts.
I know, get ready to fast forward here.
Yes.
Yeah. That's just, I think it's funny to me how sort of like the beginning of the book can go so slow, and then it'll just be like, it was late February, and you're like, oh, I guess nothing much happened. Harry just went to class for a couple of weeks.
It's so unlike Harry too, because like every time, and I mean maybe it's just because we're so biased, because every time we get the reports, but like I can't believe this means that he went to 2 weeks worth of potions where like nothing noteworthy happened.
Nothing happened,
like Snape didn't try to like poison him or say anything terrible.
Yeah.
Or,
just a regular day down in the dungeons.
Exactly. Just hanging out, just regular class.
Just learning, hanging out with some scroots,
right?
Planting some plants or whatever.
Maybe when you look at it this way, maybe Snape isn't so bad. You
know what I think is great about herbology, speaking of plants, is that like, can you imagine if part of your every year curriculum at school had just been gardening? Like, wouldn't that have been great?
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it either. If they were just like, hey, guess what? This year we're growing tomatoes, and next year we're going to grow okra, and we're going to learn about pH levels and soil and how to till land and stuff. I'd be like, this was tremendously useful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
You know, although in fact, I do remember going to a summer camp when I was a kid that was only 1 week long, and I did have a gardening class in a greenhouse. And I was like, this is really exciting, except I feel like there was a piece of me that was kind of like, does anybody else see the issue?
Yeah.
That 1 week is not enough time to grow these plants.
Really growing. It's enough to get like a bean to sprout.
It's enough to get a bean to sprout.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure we made those things that, like, you know, they grow grass out of their head. You put like little googly eyes.
Oh, yeah.
And I think the grass was starting to sprout by the time
there you go.
Friday rolled around. So
yeah,
worth it.
Anyway, just, Through the Griffin Door for gardening in schools.
Yeah. That's our
as an everyday class. This math, then gardening.
This is our official position.
This is our official position. Yeah. And personal finance, but that's a different story. Anyway, moving on. Let's see. They says their other lessons are becoming more difficult and demanding than ever, particularly Moody's defense against the dark arts, which I highlighted on my first pass, and I thought, like, that's surprising. Like, he's actually doing like a really like effective job teaching them and giving them hard lessons and stuff. Cause like, you know, he's not really a teacher.
No, right. He's not. Yeah. I mean, it says particularly Moody's defense against the dark arts. To their surprise, Professor Moody announced that he would be putting the Imperious curse on each of them in turn to demonstrate its power to see whether they could resist its effects. And it's like, yeah, you're kind of like, this is where at first I feel like it can feel very much as though the like miscues with Moody are being like unfairly used against you.
Right. Because like this is a step too far. It's like, it's unfair for him to be the twist villain if he's also going to do this.
If he's going to be like a super diligent teacher.
Yeah.
But maybe there's a reason.
Yes. I think, and here's what I think the reason is that he is being a very good defense against the dark arts teacher, specifically because he wants Harry to win the Triwizard Tournament.
Yes.
Like, that's his actual plan, is to get Harry through the maze. So it benefits him for Harry to be really good against defense against the dark arts when he like gets into the maze and when he's down in the water or fighting the dragon. Like, he is trying to train Harry, not to make him a better wizard, just to like give him as many edges as possible in the tournament.
Yes.
Because like, as far as, and then like even the Imperious stuff, it's like to him, I think he is just like putting the class under the Imperious curse for the literal joy of it, perhaps. Maybe. Yeah. But like, then you're like, well, then why does he like insist that Harry knows how to throw it off? Because to him, it is arrogance. Like, even if he teaches Harry to throw it off, that doesn't really matter, because in his mind, Voldemort is the greatest wizard that has ever lived. And Voldemort will not have trouble with Harry.
Right.
Like, he doesn't see Harry as a threat. He's just like, yeah, whatever. You're just some dumb kid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And if you're sitting there thinking like, well, how do we even know that he's already trying to manipulate the Triwizard Tournament and the Goblet of Fire and everything else that's going on? For one, we can go back to Bertha Jorkins, because Bertha Jorkins worked in Ludo Bagman's department.
Yep.
And therefore would have known that the Triwizard Tournament's coming up, and this is all part of like why they go and break Barty Crouch Jr. out, and like why he's impersonating Moody and blah blah blah. But even beyond that, in just the last chapter is when Moody is going to give the magical water plants of the Mediterranean to Neville, and so like even that, like he's already planting the seed, no pun intended, for Neville, someone who is sleeping in Harry's dormitory, to be able to help Harry figure out how to breathe underwater.
Right.
Something that Harry won't ultimately turn to, but is in fact a tactic employed by Barty Crouch Jr.
Yes.
So yes, 100%. He is definitely teaching them as hard as he is able to do so, because he's just not concerned that there's a world where Harry gets to the graveyard and Voldemort loses.
Right. Like he's not like, there's no world where I train Harry and like I can teach Harry everything I know and it won't matter. Voldemort will slash him down with no problems.
Right.
Yeah. That's his opinion of Voldemort.
Yep.
He also, this is, I feel like, is maybe a little hint that it's the imposter, where Hermione says that that it's illegal to put the Imperious curse on people, and he says, well, if you'd rather learn the hard way when someone's putting it on you so they can control you completely, fine by me, you're excused, off you go. But to me, it's like, I don't think it would be fine by the real, like he would not say, the real Moody wouldn't say that, because it would not be fine to him if Hermione just like skipped this lesson.
Oh, right. Yes. It would go against his ideology of constant vigilance.
Right. Constant vigilance. Exactly.
Right. The real Moody would never be like, leave. He would explain, no, this is why you have to learn this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then I think it's funny where it says Hermione went pink and muttered something about not meaning that she wanted to leave, which is just funny because like her need to be right, even when she disagrees with herself, is like so strong.
Yes.
Yes. Like, but the rules say this. I mean, I don't agree with the rules, but I have to tell you that they are there.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yep. And I love Harry and Ron grinned at each other. They knew that Hermione would rather eat booba tuba pus than miss out on such an important lesson.
I literally highlighted booba tuba pus. It just said stop because the number of times Jim Dale has read booba tuba pus into my ears into this book. I'm just like, why? Stop writing this word.
Booba tuba pus.
Finnegan. It comes up again later in the book too, Ben.
We can never get enough, can we?
Yeah, you can't get enough booba tuba pus.
It does feel like it should be like the what is it? The Deus Ex Machina, where it's like the mandrakes.
Yeah.
Like it seems like they should be coming up in some capacity.
Yeah. Why don't mandrakes come up again?
Right.
You know?
I don't know.
They're not. Yeah, it's because it's not year 2 anymore because the chamber's not open. You
Right.
know?
We're good.
We're good now.
Right.
Yeah.
We've moved past it.
Yep.
Anyway, so now Moody began to beckon students forward and turned to put the Imperious Curse upon them. Harry watched as one by one of his classmates did the most extraordinary thing under its influence. Dean Thomas hopped 3 times around the room singing the national anthem. Lavender Brown imitated a squirrel. Neville performed a series of quite astonishing gymnastics he would certainly not have been capable of doing in his normal state.
Boy, that's an interesting one.
That one is kind of fascinating because gymnastics, as anybody who's ever watched any of it would be vastly aware, is that it is a physically demanding endeavor.
Right. Like it's like this kind of suggests that the Imperious Curse makes you able to do things you couldn't normally do.
Right.
Or else it's suggesting that Neville has the muscle tone and balance and all of the actual like physical requirements to do gymnastics. He just like doesn't like know how.
Right.
It's like Barty Crouch knows how to do the gymnastics, so he can tell Neville. And good news, Neville's body is ready for gymnastics,
right,
and can do it.
But if not Neville who can physically do it, then it probably means that Barty Crouch Jr. is quite the connoisseur.
Oh, for sure.
You know, of gymnastics.
Probably while he's been stuck under the Imperious Curse for 13 years, laying in bed at his dad's house, he was like, "I'm just going to put on like the Muggle Olympics for you."
Right. Yeah. So just binge this.
Yeah, you can just watch. Who would have been the Olympic athletes in 1994? That would be the Winter Olympics, right? Yeah, that would have been. So 1992 Summer Olympics gymnasts. I don't know, but clearly he was picking up some stuff.
He was picking up some stuff.
He was picking it up, man.
He was into it.
Right.
Yeah. Backhand springs.
I was only 4 then, so I don't know who that was.
Yeah. But anyway, then Moody goes, "Potter, you next." This is again just like a little bit of a contrast to last year, where when Lupin is teaching the lesson on boggarts, Harry rather significantly is not included in the lesson. However, this is sort of like the twist.
The reverse,
where Moody is pulling it forward. So I don't know that is necessarily like something where it's like, ooh, that's suspicious. But it is interesting that it's like they're both the real first practical like examination type classes that these two teachers do, and they handle it so differently.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, that is very interesting. So he gets the Imperious Curse put on him, and it says, "It was the most wonderful feeling," which I think it's very interesting because this is like an unforgivable curse, but it actually doesn't like hurt. It actually feels really good.
Yes.
Even though it is quite bad. And just like the way it was all worded, it reminded me so much of in the first Avengers movie of all things, when Loki is like emerging and giving his little speech in Germany, I think, after he steals the guy's eye. He says, "This is the unspoken truth of humanity, is that you crave subjugation. The bright lure of freedom diminishes your life's joy in a mad scramble for power." So like that, this is what he's saying. Like his philosophy is the Imperious Curse. Like if you just listen to me, you will feel amazing and wonderful and light. You'll have 0 choices and you'll have to do everything I say, but it'll feel great.
Right.
Yes. So if you're imagining the Imperious Curse, or like, that's Loki's philosophy. I know know that's not related to Harry Potter, but
you know what?
Yeah.
We can cross paths every once in a while here.
Yeah.
With the old MCU. But yeah, so I mean, and then the other really big one, and I actually had a note that I brought up back several chapters ago from page 103.
Oh, okay.
Because the actual description of what it feels like to go under the Imperious Curse is incredibly similar to that of the Vila dance, which if we jump back to that, it says, the Vila had started to dance and Harry's mind had gone completely and blissfully blank. All that mattered in the world was that he kept watching the Vila because if they stopped dancing, terrible things would happen.
Yes.
So maybe not like an absolute blow for blow, but I mean, you can't deny the difference.
Blissfully blank, right?
Yes.
And it says, it was the most wonderful feeling. That's blissful. And it says, every thought and worry in his head was wiped gently away, which is blank. That's the exact same. It's just differently worded.
Right. And I mean, it feels like it's no mistake that both of these concepts are being introduced in the same book and are so similar
absolutely
to one another.
Yes.
So I definitely think that like whatever Vila magic happens to be is closely connected to
the Imperious Curse. Yes,
Yeah.
I agree with you. And it seems like it feels like, whatever the Vila magic is, it's like emanating out as like a diet version of the Imperious Curse. And it really only has like one command, like when you're doing the Imperious Curse, you can give the person any command,
right,
and they'll have to do it. But it seems like the Vila magic is like only ever giving one command, which is "I'm beautiful."
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's very like them centric.
Them centric, indeed. But to this exact point, like in this class, Harry is going to successfully throw off the Imperious Curse,
right?
No problem. And then for the rest of the book, he will not be charmed by Fleur ever again.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. And I think that is no mistake.
No mistake.
And it's also interesting because like I think even like Ron is even more susceptible to the Vila music than Harry is. But like I think like even like Arthur does a better job of like
resisting it.
Yes, exactly. Let's see here. Because it says, Ron, meanwhile, was absentmindedly shredding the shamrocks on his hat. Mr. Weasley, smiling slightly, leaned over to Ron and tugged the hat out of his hands. You'll be wanting that, he said, once Ireland have had their say.
Yes.
Which I want to bring that up here in a couple of minutes as well, specifically with Arthur, because I feel like it says something very big about Arthur.
I agree. I think I know what you're going to say, but
yes.
Okay. So anyway, Harry has the curse put on him, and just immediately... it says, or he starts telling him to jump on the desk, and on the very first try, another voice awakes in the back of his brain and says, "Stupid thing to do, really." It says, "Jump onto the desk." He says, "No, don't think I will, thanks," said the other voice, which I love how polite his other voice is.
Yes, but I also want to say that I think that this is something of significance.
Yep.
Because somebody certainly out there is thinking, like, I wonder if they're going to bring up whether or not the other voice in the back of his head is that of Voldemort.
Nope.
And I don't think that it is at all, specifically because of what it takes in order to fight the Imperious Curse. Exactly,
Ben.
Which Moody himself, I believe, is about to explain it to us. Or let's see here, making sure I got my details right.
Got it right there. You think what he says is that it takes real strength of character to throw the curse off.
Yes. And that I think is the really big deal.
Yes.
Because it's not like strength of willpower or strength of determination. It is like this inherent goodness inside of somebody that is what makes them capable of counteracting the curse itself.
Yes.
And so it's like when you go to Arthur, it's like Arthur, I think, is just an innately good, kind, humble human being.
Yep.
I like the fact that in this particular situation, like Harry is going to be able to throw the Imperious Curse rather quickly.
Yep.
And even the fact that like when he is counteracting it, he says, "No, I don't think I will. Thanks." And it's like the politeness, I think, is very interesting because this has always been one of my favorite characteristics about Dumbledore, and it will continue to come up in the chapters to come, especially when he's dealing with like Rita Skeeter and the other heads of Durmstrang and Beauxbaton.
Yeah.
Like Dumbledore's politeness is going to be just like utterly unfailing.
Yeah.
And I think that is also playing into Dumbledore's strength of character.
I absolutely agree with you. Yeah, I think there's like, that's why he is so like, it'd be very difficult to put the Imperious Curse on Dumbledore.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think he would be able to throw it off pretty quickly. It's almost kind of reminding me of like the Dementors a little bit, where it just seems like all the bad guys are not affected by the Dementors. In like a similar way.
Because you would think that for Voldemort, like, he says that when he's talking to Fudge, I believe what he says is that the Dementors are natural allies of Voldemort and his following.
Yeah.
And it's kind of curious because you would think that anybody being exposed to constant time around Dementors, i.e., prisoners of Azkaban, like the whole point of the prison,
right,
is for it to be a non-positive experience,
right?
But if they're amongst the same ranks, it's like you would think if you're a Voldemort, it's like, well, this is going to hurt my other people,
right? Yeah, if you have Dementors around, like, wouldn't it affect them too?
Right,
but like it doesn't seem to. Yeah. Like, but then like I don't know, but like Umbridge still has like the Patronus to like protect herself from the Dementors.
Umbridge is in that like weird gray area island of her own, though, where she's not really a Death Eater. She's definitely not a good guy.
Yeah.
But also not in the same way that like Narcissa isn't a Death Eater.
Right.
It's like Narcissa is heavily associated, and she's almost like the secretary for the who's the person who like brings fruit to the soccer games? That's what I'm trying to think of.
Oh, like the team mom.
The team mom, not the secretary. That's not the word choice I wanted. She's like Narcissa is more like the team mom
of the Death Eaters.
I like to think she brings like fruit slices.
Yeah, like they came back from the Battle of the Seven Potters. She's like, guys, I've got orange slices.
Yes, exactly. You need your vitamin
Good battle,
C.
everybody.
Way to go! High fives.
High fives. Yeah, we're not going to give them we're not going to go give them high fives though, because we wanted them dead.
Yeah. That was our goal.
Yeah,
there were 7 of them, and it would have been fine if they all died. Anyway, but so Umbridge is sort of in her own weird, mysterious, misty, dark gray column.
Indeed.
Anyway, so yes, so then what we get is Moody being like, "Look at that, you lot! Potter fought. He fought it, and he darn near beat it.
Yeah,
we'll try that again, Potter. And the rest of you, pay attention. Watch his eyes. That's where you will see it. Very good, Potter. Very good indeed. They'll have trouble controlling you."
The truest thing he says in the entire book.
It's like, you are dead on the money. Although I did cross out "they'll" and just put "will."
Yes,
will have trouble controlling you.
Yeah, they will have trouble controlling him because Harry throws off the curse entirely after one class, which is super impressive when you consider that, like, Barty Crouch Jr. is a really powerful wizard.
Yes,
and like very cunning and all of that, but he is under the curse and unable to shake it for 13 years.
Right.
Basically, because as the book would say, he has very poor character.
Very poor strength of character. Yeah. Exactly. And actually, another thing that I wanted to bring up about this, because I do think it's similarly fascinating, is that Cedric in the maze in particular is kind of a problem for Moody.
Yeah.
And the reason I think so is because he can put the Imperious Curse on Crumb, but all he can do is use Crumb to try to attack the other champions.
Right. He can't. He's like, it's not like, I'll just put Crumb under the Imperious Curse and put Cedric under the Imperious Curse.
You can't put Cedric under the Imperious
Curse
because he has strength of character. He's too good.
Yeah. I imagine he had the same class with Cedric's grade as well.
Yes.
And learned this about him.
Yes, exactly. So Cedric is a bit of a problem for Barty Crouch Jr.'s plan, and to the point where it literally is almost the problem. Like Cedric, the narrowest of margins, ties rather than just outright wins.
Oh, he could have won.
Right. That's the thing, is that like Cedric just should have won the Triwizard Tournament.
But the same reason he just should have won is why he can't be controlled by the Imperious Curse, because he values fair play so highly.
Exactly.
Yeah. There it is. It all comes back to itself.
Oh, Cedric.
Oh, Cedric, indeed.
Okay, let's see here. So then, as we scoot forward, though, what we're also going to see is that Ron is skipping on every alternate step. He was having much more difficulty with the curse than Harry. And this, I think, fits perfectly with our Vila theory, because Ron will also struggle with Fleur for the rest of the book, basically.
Right. Yeah. And to be clear, like this doesn't mean like just because Ron and like Hermione are susceptible to the Imperious Curse doesn't mean they have like low character or anything. Harry's is just exceptional.
Right. I mean, to the point where like, the fact that this is one of the 3 unforgivable curses means it is a huge problem for people out there in the real world. But like Harry is a rather singular entity.
I mean, he's the chosen one.
He is the chosen one.
The chosen one.
So that's a good clarification though, because people are going to be like, what about Ron, Hermione?
Yeah.
Especially Hermione.
Yeah. Oh, especially Hermione. No, Hermione. Yeah, she's very good character as well, for sure. Let's see. I think it's funny that Ron's like, when are we supposed to be reading up on resisting the Imperious Curse with everything else we got to do? Which, one, you'd think you'd read up on resisting it before it was put on you.
Yeah.
But 2, this seems like exactly the kind of like thing you'd be interested in learning about.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also seems like the kind of thing that 2 weeks have passed, which we brought up. We made a big deal out of that, which means it's been 2 weeks since they last had their first lesson on the Unforgivable Curses, which is the title of the last chapter.
Yep.
Which sort of makes you think that if you walked out of that lesson and he was assigning you homework and he was planning 2 weeks from now to put you under the Imperious Curse, that the homework for the past 2 weeks should have been resisting the Imperious Curse.
It does seem like that. Yeah, but I guess it wasn't. But then I guess he's also not a real teacher.
Yeah,
so
there
is that. Then there's the sentence that is in every book, which is all the fourth years had noticed a definite increase in the amount of work they were required to do this term. Like that sentence is in every single book, where it's like, boy, Harry and his classmates realized that they didn't even know what the meaning of work was this year.
Yes. I know what you mean. Although it does remind me of my own schooling, where it seemed like every single year, like you'd be in second grade and the teacher, would be like, now they're not going to tolerate this when you're up in third grade.
They ain't going to tolerate it.
Then they say the same thing, going fourth into fifth. And they're like, when you're in middle school, when you're in high school, when you're in college,
you're going to have to handwrite in cursive 20-page essays.
Right. And if you forget to put your name on the test, they're just going to throw it in the trash can. And then the professor in college is like, no, I need to know because I don't want you to fail my class.
Right. Yeah.
Education is the point of being here.
Right. Yeah. I'm not going to fail you over something like that. Come on, guys.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go. We're all trying to learn here.
Exactly.
We're not like trying to make you fail. What would be the point of that? Yeah. Anyway, then we have a nice little setup for Order of the Phoenix here, where McGonagall tells them that next year they're going to have their ordinary wizarding levels. They're drawing closer. And then, Dean's like, we don't take them till 5th year. And is this the chapter where McGonagall is just like being super feisty with everyone? Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yep. Yeah. So basically, like Dean's like, wait, we have like a whole year till we take OWLs, and then she's just basically like, I might remind you that your pincushion, Thomas, still curls up in fright if anyone approaches it with a pin. And it's like,
sick burn.
Right. Yeah. So you can only imagine the Dean sitting there being like, well, geez, man.
I was just asking a question. Yeah. I know. It's like, because you just say, like, he brings it up and she's like, maybe not, but believe me, you need all the preparation you can get. Miss Granger is the only person in the class who's managed to turn a hedgehog into a satisfactory pincushion. That could be the end of the sentence.
Yes.
That could be the end of the thought. Like, look, you need preparation. One of our students is doing really good. Also, you're doing really bad.
You, Dean.
You, Dean.
Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Thomas. Yeah. Oh, dear. But on the other hand, they're doing quite well in divination, where Harry and Ron received top marks for their homework, where they just kept predicting bad things, which, as we went over in the last chapter, it's actually no wonder that they got top marks, because they actually just predicted a lot of things that are going to happen.
They did indeed. Yes. But they were less amused when she asked them to do the same thing for the next month after next. And both of them were running out of ideas for catastrophes, to which I was just sort of like, not to worry. Barty Crouch Jr. will help come up with some ideas.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. There's that. And then I think it's just funny where it says she asked them to do the same thing for next month after next month or whatever, where it's like, and it says, they were running out of ideas. And I'm like, boy, imagine having to come up with different Harry Potter theories for months on end. My goodness.
I know.
What would you do, Harry?
You'd think that you'd run out of ideas by now.
You'd run out of ideas.
Been there.
Been there, Harry. Heard. Oh, geez.
Meanwhile, Professor Binns, the ghost who taught history of magic, had them writing weekly essays on the goblin rebellions of the 18th century.
Again?
This is all they ever study. And,
I know.
And I just highlighted that one. I was like, Florian Fortescue, where are you?
Yeah, where are you? Gotta hear about them goblin rebellions, Harry.
Here's an ice cream.
I know. Like, is there anything in Wizard of History that isn't goblin rebellions?
I have no idea.
Doesn't seem like that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Professor Snape forced them to research antidotes. I saw though it says forcing them to. What do you mean forcing them to? That's just the lesson.
It's potions class. It's like this seems like a completely and very effective skill to learn.
I know. It's like, meanwhile, in French, we were being forced to learn conjugations, and it was like, well, yeah.
That's learning French.
That's learning French.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
But notably, they're having to research antidotes in 4th year here. And fast forward to 6th year, they're going to be doing antidotes again. And the Harry is going to have no idea what's up.
He has
Nothing.
he doesn't know how to do it at all and just basically bust out the old Bezoar trick.
Yeah. Although later in this book, he is going to fail to put a key ingredient in his antidote, and that key ingredient is also the Bezoar.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. Like, Harry just lets all of this year just drip right out of his head.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he doesn't like Snape, but like, this is one of those sections where I'll be like, Harry, this is kind of on you.
It's like, hey, we've been over this.
Snape spent all of 4th year teaching you about antidotes.
Yes.
Or at least writing information about them on the chalkboard and then sitting at his desk reading, I can only imagine, like gossip papers or magazines.
Which weekly?
Which weekly, probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
For the recipes.
Yes, for the recipes.
Right. Let's see here. Then we learn a bit about Professor Flitwick teaching them about the summoning charms, which again is kind of just like one of those details where it's sort of like summoning charm is going to be the first charm that Harry will cast once he becomes a fully grown wizard.
Yeah.
And he is like, Osseo glasses.
Yep.
And it's important in this book because it's what he uses to summon the firebolt.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I just can't help but think that this again seems more of like a first year type thing. Whereas like teaching them in first year how to like open any locks.
Yeah.
You know, like they teach them how to open anything in year 1, but not how to summon stuff.
Seems like summoning stuff would be, the actual most 101 magic ever.
Yes.
Instead, Ben, he had them read 3 extra books in preparation for their lesson on summoning charms. They didn't even have to read about the Imperious Curse until after they tried it.
Wow.
Meanwhile, summoning charms, 3 books just to get your mind ready. Just so you get it.
Just to sit down for the lecture.
I know. Like, what is going on? This doesn't seem like that. Even I don't know if it says simple spell in the book, but like in the movie, like this is like Moody. It's just like a nice simple spell is all you need. Simple, Potter. Simple spell. Summoning charm. Spell it out. Wink. Get it? Got it? You good? Cool. But no, apparently he doesn't have any idea about summoning charms because it's a 3-book lesson.
Do you think that Moody's magical eye can wink?
I think if it was like book canon, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Obviously the one in the movie can't because it's fake and stupid.
Attached with like a leather strap.
I know. Probably has like a footrest coming off it somewhere.
I was going to say, have we upset people with this take yet? Because
No.
I'm sure it's coming.
No one likes the strap on the eye.
Well, we thought that about the footrest too.
Ben, I'm positive about this.
Okay.
People could not be pro eye strap.
All right.
There's
all right.
no way.
Well,
Guys, don't let me down.
Yeah, right.
Don't let me down on the eye. You don't like the eye strap, right? Right?
You are so asking for it.
Ben, guys, come on. We good?
We're good.
Okay.
We're good.
We're good.
We're good.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah. Anyway, the blast-ended screws are getting much, much bigger, and Hagrid's basically suggesting that they come out every alternate evening to make notes and take them on walks, maybe?
Yeah. Draco Malfoy, I will not. See enough of these foul things during lessons. I love how earlier in the page it says Hagrid suggested they come down, and then Malfoy's like, nope, and he's like, you'll do what you're told.
Yes.
It's like, oh, so now is it a suggestion or do I have to do it?
Right. I'm suggesting you do this. You have to.
You have to.
Yes.
Like, okay. Okay. Seems like you're just giving me extra classes all of a sudden out of nowhere.
Right.
Yeah. Your homework is come back to class.
Right. Yes. Yes. Just more classes. That's
More
all.
classes. That's how homework works.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, either which way, Hagrid does have a zinger right back from Malfoy. He's you'll do what you're told, or I'll be taking a leaf out of Professor Moody's book. I hear you make a good ferret, Malfoy.
Wow. Inappropriate and a threat.
And people have an issue with Hagrid.
I know. Like, you wonder why Draco doesn't like you. It says, that said, Malfoy obviously had done his very best to get Hagrid sacked the previous year, to which I just said, and almost nothing else.
Yes, that is the entire point of Malfoy for all of Prisoner of Azkaban.
Pretty much. That's about all he does, is just pretend to be hurt by a hippogriff.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
And then the students enter the entrance hall where the just possibly most popular bulletin board posting of all time exists. Which is, of course, letting us know about the Triwizard Tournament, and the delegations from Beauxbaton and Durmstrang were arriving at 6 o'clock on Friday the 30th of October, which is just a little piece of trivia there. Do you remember which day it is?
Yeah, like, are you aware that it's just one day?
Yes, because I mean, this is kind of, I mean, again, we don't know how long the toilet flush technology of the giant Durmstrang ship is.
Right.
But I mean, if it takes a long time, then like, what's the jet lag situation?
Don't know. I mean, probably
ship
the same
lag.
time zone, right?
I mean, probably so.
Yeah, if you're just traveling north to south, but who knows where Durmstrang is? It's a closely guarded secret.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But what we know for sure, though, is that they will arrive on the 30th of October, and then the Goblet will spit out the names one day later. On Halloween.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's that. Lessons will end a whole half an hour early. Wow. Let's see. Then we get to hear the reaction from the other students. Ernie McMillan, that old DA lag, says, I wonder if Cedric knows. Think I'll go tell him. Like, okay, Ernie. Trying to like a little butt kissing over there. You know?
Yeah.
I was like, maybe I can get on the Quidditch team.
Yes, exactly. More than anything, I think this is just reminding us, the reader, of our likely candidate, because we're going to basically spend a lot of time with the silver-haired girl from Beauxbaton, Victor Crumb, and Cedric over the next few pages.
Yeah, there is some like red herrings thrown in there with Angelina and Warrington from Slytherin entering as well, but like, it's like, if you can't, like, we've spent a bunch of time. Cedric was at the World Cup with them. We've already been Amos.
Right.
Yeah, he's being set up pretty solidly.
He already beat Harry last year.
Yeah, even last year Cedric is being set up as the champion here.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see. And then, so Ron says, what, that idiot, Hogwarts champion? Which, yep, he will be. And then Hermione says, he's not an idiot. You just don't like him because he beat Gryffindor at Quidditch. To which I'm like, Hermione, you were there. Everyone's insistence that Cedric beat Harry at this Quidditch match drives me crazy.
I know. It's like, guys, there's a bare minimum an asterisk next to this particular match.
Yes. Like the field was swarmed with Dementors. Okay. Like there was a clear problem. Even Cedric himself was like, yeah, that really shouldn't have counted.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know why why is Hermione attacking Harry here? She seems to be just trying to like argue with Ron for basically no reason.
Yeah.
But instead she's attacking Harry, as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
Harry's just like, oh, thanks, Hermione.
Yeah. But she also mentioned that he's a prefect, which is just light set up for the fact that he'll have access to the prefect bathroom later on, I guess.
That's a good point. Yes. And probably suggests that, he is a good student. He is like, has been elevated to a position of responsibility.
Yeah.
Though notably not a head boy. I guess he's only a 6th year.
Is that right?
I think it's right.
Because he has to be at least 17, right?
True.
Yeah. Do you think would just be 7th years?
Maybe he'd be like an old
6th year.
Like he's an old soul.
He's an old soul.
Yeah. Let's see here. We get a little bit. There's going to be like this hilarious teeter-totter, I feel like, between Ron and Hermione over the next several months when it comes to just all things dating, all things Triwizard Tournament, all things international relations. Because Ron's going to be like, you only like him because he's handsome, said Ron scathingly. And Hermione's like, excuse me, I don't just like people because they're handsome, said Hermione indignantly.
Yeah. He's going to be like, Lockhart.
Yeah, which is kind of like, good point.
Good point. Didn't
point.
like him because he was good at magic, did you?
Nope. We know that much for certain.
No.
But it's going to end up being the case that like Ron is going to be completely like fawning over Fleur when she arrives.
Yes, and her mind is going to be like, he's not even that good looking, talking about Crumb.
But then she's going to end up dating him.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, let's see here.
Harry noticed too that the castle seemed to be going an extra thorough cleaning, which again, I'm like, how hard is this to do with magic?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't seem like this would take that long. And then it says several grimy portraits had been scrubbed, much to the displeasure of their subjects. And I'm like, do you prefer being dirty? Like paintings?
Well, it says that they were wincing as they felt their raw pink faces. And you kind of have to wonder, it's like, are we changing the art?
Well,
you know,
maybe.
like what if the depiction of the art was supposed to include like a grimy faced human being?
Well, that doesn't seem like then cleaning it would make it pink, though. It just would like be a cleaner brown.
A cleaner brown.
Yeah. Right?
That's what I would tend to think.
This seems to me that they've just gotten comfortable being dirty.
Maybe.
Yeah. And they're just like, wait a second. I don't like this at all. Magic's supposed to be kind of messy or something.
Yeah. It's a grungy place. Hogwarts.
I know, right? With all of its shippy floors and stuff. McGonagall, still on the warpath, says, Longbottom, kindly do not reveal that you cannot even perform a simple switching spell in front of anyone from Durmstrang. Just like, oh, okay. Just thanks for bringing that up, Professor. And then Professor McGonagall barked at the end of a particularly difficult lesson, which Neville had accidentally transplanted his own ears onto a cactus, which... whoops.
I know. Yeah. It's a simple mistake.
Well, maybe this is why he's so good at biology, though. You know, he's listened to the plants.
He knows the name of plants.
He knows the name of plants.
Or
exactly.
At least the sound of them.
The sound. Yeah.
Because his ears.
Because his ears. Really good listening.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. Oh, don't make Name of the Wind references.
Ben, I don't know what you're talking about.
Not now. Anyway, then we get a little reminder of each of the Hogwarts house colors. We have red with gold for Gryffindor, blue with bronze, eagle for Ravenclaw.
Or Ravenclaw.
Yeah. Yellow with a black badger for Hufflepuff, and green with a silver serpent for Slytherin.
Ben, when they make the TV show, they have got to do the bronze eagle for Ravenclaw.
They have to get this right.
They have got to get this right. This is your chance.
This is paramount, people. This is paramount.
It's not hard. It's right here.
It's right in the books.
We do not need the blue, silver, raven for Ravenclaw.
No.
Bring back the bronze. We can do it.
But then we get the largest banner of all bore the Hogwarts coat of arms, lion, eagle, badger, and snake united around a large letter H, which feels just a little bit of foreshadowing even for like next year, you know, like we are stronger.
Oh yeah, when the Sorting Hat gives its speech about being united.
Yes, exactly.
And all that, yeah.
The other thing I always think is kind of interesting about this, and I don't know why me and you have this so baked into our heads, because it never, I don't think, says it, but I tend to think of the color for the Hogwarts coat of arms as being like purple.
Yeah, I also, I think that as well. I think probably because when you meet Dumbledore for the first time, he's wearing purple robes.
Maybe that's what it is. And I guess to be clear, I imagine like the shield to be like gold, but I picture like the backdrop to kind of be like that royal purpley color. And I think I even had as a child before the movies came out, I had like a purple flag from Hogwarts hanging in my bedroom. So it could be even like that.
Yeah.
But that might have just been like somebody making a royal Hogwarts looking something.
Could have been,
you know, but it wasn't canonical. But either way, I always think of it as purple.
I always think of those as being like the most canonical things, because those were like before the movie. It was like the Harry Potter merch that existed before the movies.
Right.
So they're not based off of anything in the movies. They're just like toys based off of things you read about.
Yes.
Which to me is like these are the real ones.
The real ones.
You know, this isn't based off Daniel Radcliffe or Emma Watson or anything. This is just Harry and Hermione.
Exactly.
Yeah.
exactly.
Just it. In purest form.
Let's see here.
Next up, we get a check-in with Fred and George, who are discussing Ludo Bagman. Unbeknownst to us, the reader says, it's a bummer, all right. George is saying gloomily to Fred, but if he won't talk to us in person, we'll have to send him a letter after all, or we'll have to stuff it into his hand. He can't avoid us forever. Yeah, so this is them talking about Ludo Bagman stiffing them on their bet from the Quidditch World Cup.
Yeah, the stuffing it into his hand, though, is kind of an interesting piece because it makes it seem like there's almost something like magically binding about having the letter put in your hand.
Right.
Because
like they're serving him as papers or something.
Yes, exactly. It's like, okay, fine, I'll read it because I have to now. But like otherwise, it's just like he could just throw it away.
Right. If you stuff it into his hand, you may as well just say it to him in person.
Right. Yeah, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
We get another little nudge here. You two guys have any ideas on how to get into the Triwizard Tournament? Harry asked. Thought any more about trying to enter? And let's see here.
Well, they start treating Ron kind of poorly again. They're sort of like in the last chapter, like, what do you say, Ron? If we figure out how to get in, you want to enter? Like, they're kind of being very inclusive of him, but clearly all like the Bagman stress is like they're taking their frustration out on him now.
Oh, that's a good
he's
point.
Like,
yeah.
Who's avoiding you? And he's like, wish you would. And like, what's a bummer? Said Ron. It says, having a nosy git like you for a brother.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then we get another piece of McGonagall's sassiness. Speaking of people getting things off their chest, I asked McGonagall how the champions are chosen, but she wasn't telling to George bitterly. She just told me to shut up and get on with transfiguring my raccoon.
McGonagall feisty this chapter.
She is feisty. And now I need to know, do you think that they were trying to transfigure the raccoon into an onion or?
Oh, into a raccoonion?
A raccoonion?
I can only imagine. What else would you turn a raccoon into?
I can't think of literally anything else.
That's all. Okay, so probably they're transfiguring the raccoon into an onion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Almost certainly.
A raccoonion.
A raccoonion. New headcanon.
Yes. Yeah. Also, do you think she actually said, shut up? She's like, how do they choose the champions? Shut up, Weasley.
Maybe.
Yeah. It seems like maybe he's paraphrasing, but I don't know. The way she's treating everyone else.
I know, yeah. It's only going to get more.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Wonder what the tasks are going to be, said Ron thoughtfully. I bet we could do them, Harry. We've done dangerous stuff before.
Yeah. He says, not in front of, Fred says, not in front of a panel of judges you have. And I'm like, yeah, like that matters. It's, not in front of a panel of judges, but in front of, Voldemort and 100 Dementors.
Exactly.
I've done it in front of that. Does that count? Fred?
Yeah, Fred.
Fred,
Hey.
you think you could have handled that? Huh? Yeah, I don't think so. I didn't think so. Jeez. Even Ron has gotten through some dangerous situations, like with the chess set and stuff.
That's true. Yeah. And at the very least, he's down there with Lockhart, but on the other side of the rock wall.
On the other side of the rock wall. Doesn't exactly go kill any basilisks or anything like that.
Right.
He got away from Aragog. Pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, the car helped, but
the car helped.
Yeah.
Yeah. He brought the car.
Sort of. We'll give him credit.
Harry. Yeah.
Let's see here. The heads of the participating schools are always on the panel, said Hermione, because all three of them were injured during the tournament of 1792 when a cockatrice the champions were supposed to be catching went on the rampage.
There you go, which I think is actually bad logic because it's like, because we know that all three of them were injured in 1972, it means that they're always on the panel. I don't think that's necessarily if so facto or anything right there.
Right. 1792 rather. I think you said 1972.
Oh, well, 1792. There we go.
Yeah. Let's see here. She says she read about it in Hogwarts of History, though of course that book's not entirely reliable. A revised history of Hogwarts would be a more accurate title, or a highly biased and selective history of Hogwarts, which glosses over nastier aspects of the school.
Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it?
It really does. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. She does such a good job with these things.
Yes. But of course, she's talking about the house elves, and it says, not once in over 1,000 pages does Hogwarts of History mention that we are all colluding in the oppression of 100 slaves. Do you think that means that she has completely reread the 1,000-page book since finding this out?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yes,
got it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It is also really surprising that they're not mentioned, though.
It is surprising because I think that we will go on to learn that it is the largest population of house elves per anything. So
I think so.
That statistic alone just seems like it would be mentioned.
It does seem like that. And the fact that they're not, though, does, it does make Hermione have a pretty good point.
True.
Yeah.
True. Yes. Yeah, you're right. Which is almost always the case with SBEW, where it's like, it's funny how it's almost written in this kind of like
like nagging and irritating way, but the whole time Hermione is right.
I know, that's sort of the thing. When you come back, it's sort of like, it's frustrating how everyone's treating her, even though she's frustrating everyone with this. But like, even that's what this is sort of about. It said she'd been badgering Harry and Ron ever since to wear the badges, and it's just like, yes, always badgering. Very good tact, you know. Or I think it's funny because she's always badgering Ron about tact, and yet here she is, just
not having it. Yes,
yeah.
with this,
cornering people, shaking the collection tin under their noses. Neville does sign up. She gets him on the list because of her impressive glowers.
Yes.
Yeah. Neville's not having a great chapter. He's been forced to join SPEW. His ears are on a cactus.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
She's like, what am I doing?
Why is it always me?
I'm just in the background, guys.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, let's shoot forward just a little bit because now we have the return of Hedwig, who has a letter in response from Harry's extremely well-written one to Sirius earlier in the chapter.
I know. It says, nice try, Harry, which I was like, that's generous.
Was it?
Was it a nice try? Yeah.
Right, yeah. But... It almost he goes on to say, I'm back in the country and well hidden, and it almost feels like he should have just included like too late.
Yeah, too late. I'm already back. Seems like you could also say like too late. I'm well hidden. Dumbledore found me a safe spot to hide. Like, you know,
the communication breakdown amongst characters in the Harry Potter series is basically the crux of how it all works.
Basically. I mean, Sirius in particular, we know is just the world's worst communicator well.
You know, eventually he tries with Harry. He gives him the mirrors.
Yeah.
He's like, we can talk to each other.
I know.
Whenever you need me.
I know. Whenever. Like, this is the thing you have to realize about that is that they have all these ways they're like have to overcome communicating. Like Hedwig just sort of guessing where Sirius is and eventually finding him, and these like very slow, very coded messages. And it's like he has the mirrors the whole time if he's just willing to go back to Grimmauld Place and get them, which he's not.
Right.
Which, reminder, he's also not even willing to go get his wand yet. Like he's operating wandless in all of this.
He still has no wand.
I don't think he has a wand. Yeah.
Wow, man. I guess I've never really considered that before.
Right? Still wandless.
Still wandless.
Yeah.
Okay.
Presumably that's where it is, because next book he will definitely have it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Also a reminder that he is able to do Animagus form without his wand.
Without his wand.
Where Peter, on the other hand, we think needs one.
Yeah, exactly. Because he's not as good a wizard. Yeah.
We also get the nudge to not use Hedwig. Keep changing owls and don't worry about me. Just watch out for yourself. Don't forget what I said about your scar. Sirius.
I love his reasoning too. Or like Hermione says, they're not native birds. A snowy owl returning to wherever he's hiding. And I'm like, do you know what kind of ornithologist you're going to have paying attention to figure this out?
Right.
Like how many, I have one of those birdhouses in my backyard that takes pictures when the birds are eating the birdseed from it.
Yeah.
And it's super fun. But if you thought I was noticing the same cardinal coming back, like as far as I'm concerned, it's a different cardinal every time.
Right.
You know, I'm not like, oh, wait a second. I know this one.
However, if it was a snowy owl, would you start to think it was the same one every time?
Well, yeah, I probably would.
Yeah.
You're right. I guess that's a good point.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, who's out there they don't have birdhouse cameras in the Hogsmeade area.
That's true.
You know?
But maybe they're like big time. Maybe bird watching is like a huge activity for wizards.
They're like, we have like not much to do.
Right.
Like magic takes care of almost everything.
We just look to the sky.
We just look to the sky and like, oh my God, there's that bird again. I wonder where he's going. Probably somewhere secretive and weird.
Right.
Yeah.
The real thing that's going on here is that Harry is going to start to be very isolated from all the people that we know love him.
Yes.
Including Hedwig.
Yeah.
So pretty much what's about to happen is just that one of Harry's old, reliable, trusty friends is about to, not be able to be there for him.
Yes. So Hedwig is going to get cut off very soon. Ron will get cut off as well. And then Hagrid will become less available because he's interested in Madame Maxime and is handling the Scroots. And yeah, Harry is going to become very isolated here in the future. Let's see. Beauxbaton and Durmstrang are on their way, though, which makes even potions more bearable, as it was half an hour shorter. Yay. But then they're all lining up outside and says, the heads of houses were ordering their students into lines. Weasley, straighten your hat. That's McGonagall. And then she scowls at Parvati, who asks her to remove a large ornamental butterfly. I'm like, McGonagall, chill.
Yes, Ms. Patel, take that ridiculous thing out of your hair.
Yeah,
it's like McGonagall, what do you think is going to happen?
I know.
When these people arrive.
They're going to be like, excuse me, Hogwarts is great. There was that girl with the butterfly jewelry in her hair, and
kind of ridiculous.
Gotta tell you, not impressed.
Not impressed?
Not impressed.
None whatsoever.
Thought you had, we call them standards here.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. This is like those videos where it's like when you have house guests come over and they just like kick in the door and run past you and like look in all of your closets looking for like where you've hidden your mess.
Right. Yeah.
You know, it's like because that's what people are looking for.
That's what they're doing.
When they come over.
They're coming over. They're trying to figure out like you're not clean. I know it.
I know it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Anyway, so let's see here.
Hermione herself is about to get kind of feisty here, I think. So they're out there waiting for it, and Ron says, "How do you reckon they're coming? The train?" Hermione's like, "I doubt it." And you're like, "Why?"
How then? Broomsticks, Harry suggested, looking up at the sky. I don't think so. Not from that far away.
Yeah. A port key, Ron suggested, or they could apparate. He says, you can't apparate inside the Hogwarts grounds. How do I have to tell you? Skips over the port key one because that would actually be a pretty reasonable explanation.
Right.
Yeah. But in the meantime, I was like, offering no explanation for herself, just shooting down ideas left and right.
Yes. It's like we're just covering all the means of travel that we know, Hermione.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I know. She's just like, but she's, it's this attitude like, those are ridiculous suggestions, boys.
Right.
Come on.
Right. Yes. Like, what if instead they were like, how about a giant house being driven by like elephantine-sized horses?
I know, right?
Like, you know what that one makes sense.
You're right. How do you think they'll get here? I don't know. Maybe a giant carriage. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like,
I think they'll probably be coming out of a toilet in the lake. Don't be ridiculous, Ronald. Yeah.
What a ship idea.
What a.
Okay.
I love how they're all out there too, and Harry gets over it pretty quick. He says he wished they'd hurry up. Maybe the foreign students were preparing for a dramatic entrance, but Harry's just out there starting to feel cold. He's like, you know what? This was exciting for like 10 minutes, but it's cold.
I'm chilly.
I want to go back inside. I'll see him later.
Right. But then Dumbledore announces the delegation from Beauxbaton approaches, and then out of nowhere, Dennis Creevy, who I may remind you is a first year, who fell into the lake, traveling across for the first time, is Muggle-born, is about to really have some backbone.
He is about to be, I mean, he's going to have. The Creevy brothers have a little more backbone than you'd think in this particular book.
They do.
But they are, like, Dennis is being weirdly savage right here. Says there was, or seen something large, much larger than a broomstick, or indeed 100 broomsticks, was hurtling across the deep blue sky toward the castle, growing larger all the time. One of the first years shrieked, "It's a dragon!"
To which Dennis Creevy responds, "Don't be stupid. It's a flying house."
Don't be stupid. It's not that ridiculous of a guess. It's not even that far off.
Guys, everything about this scene is ridiculous.
I know.
All of it.
It says Dennis's guess was closer. I mean, kind of. There's like, it's a flying house just because the carriage is house size, but it's being pulled by giant winged creatures.
Yes.
You know?
Powder blue horse-drawn carriage.
Yes, powder blue horse-drawn carriage.
Let's see here.
Which is it does kind of remind me of like at the beginning of Crimes of Grindelwald when they're using the Thestral-drawn carriage.
Yes.
Yeah, like flying through in the rainstorm, the world's worst prison transfer ever.
Yeah, it goes so badly.
It goes so badly.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's see here. And it says that it's pulled through the air by a dozen winged horses, all Palominos, and each the size of an elephant.
Wow.
Which is kind of unbelievable because if my memory serves, I think that there's only a dozen students inside of this very large house, which means that it effectively requires one elephant-sized flying horse to fly each student.
That's a really big horse.
It's a really, really big
horse.
It's like, imagine a horse, double it.
Yeah. About elephant sized. Probably.
Yeah.
Here we go again, though. The front three rows of students drew backward as the carriage hurtled even lower, coming into land at tremendous speed. Then, with an almighty crash that made Neville jump backward onto a Slytherineer's foot. Poor Neville. Glad we got that update.
Right. Yes. just a moment where you can see this Slytherin fifth year just glowering at Neville, being like, "Hey,
Hey,
what's up with that?
Especially because, like, why are the Slytherin 5th years standing behind the Gryffindor 4th years? Like, it said the heads of houses were organizing them all. And it's just like, all right, Gryffindor's all over here. Snape's like, Slytherin's here. You guys over there next to the Gryffindors. You stand behind Longbottom. Yeah.
He's going to jump. We're going to make a point of it.
Yes.
I've put in a good word with the narrator of the story.
Yeah. Don't worry. It'll get mentioned.
Yes.
Yeah.
We then learn that the horses themselves, the really large ones, are golden in color. So a little piece of trivia there.
Golden horses, fiery red eyes.
Fiery red eyes.
Some intimidating giant horses.
They truly are.
Yeah.
They truly are indeed. Which, I mean, there is a giant mystery. There's a very like big whodunit kind of going on.
Yeah.
And so the fiery eyes, I feel like could be like, could someone from Beauxbaton be dangerous?
They probably like look kind of evil.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
We also get the detail that the Beauxbaton coat of arms is 2 crossed golden wands, each emitting 3 stars.
Yep.
So just another little piece of trivia to include.
Pretty good.
We learn that Madame Maxine is just the largest woman that Harry has ever seen in his life.
Yep.
With a shoe the size of a child's sled.
Sure, very specific.
Very, very specific.
Yeah.
Sometimes I need to believe that there's some hyperbole going on when it comes to these descriptions because like Hagrid has like dustpan sized hands.
Yeah.
And it's like, they can't be that big, right?
I don't know.
That's
that would
real
make
big.
them kind of bigger. It's like, this is like the size of trash can lids, right? Is that what it is for Hagrid's hands?
Hagrid's hands, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, then it says the horse's hooves are larger than dinner plates, which almost makes it sound like Hagrid's hands are bigger than the horse's hooves.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. They do require a forceful hand, as we're about to learn.
Well, yes, indeed.
Yes.
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, so Madame Maxine, very striking, says, as she stepped in the light, flooding from the entrance hall, she was revealed to have a handsome olive-skinned face, large, black, liquid-looking eyes. So we have fiery eyes and liquid-looking eyes.
Yep.
And a rather beaky nose, which I feel like makes you, it's like, I feel like Madame Pince has always kind of got that, like, bird-like appearance, like beaky, and you kind of, like, never like Madame Pince. So it's kind of like a comparison to make you not trust Madame Maxime or something.
Maybe so. Yep, you're right. But then we get some more of that like Dumbledore politeness. My dear Madame Maxine, he said, welcome to Hogwarts. Dumbledore, I hope I find you well.
Oh, excellent Madame Maxime voice.
Thanks.
Thank you.
In excellent form, I thank you, said Dumbledore. My pupils, said Madame Maxime. It's like,
oh man,
it's hard to go deep and French at the same time.
I know, right?
Yeah.
But then let's see. We learned that there's just about a dozen boys and girls, which seems like so few.
But notably, boys and girls.
Boys and girls. Yes.
We don't have gender coded schools.
Yes. So in the movies, it seems all the Durmstrang students are boys and all the Beauxbaton students are girls. That's not how it is. There's boys and girls from each school. Although in the movies, they do get the colors correct. The Beauxbaton do wear blue. The Durmstrang do wear red.
Blood red.
Yeah.
There you go.
Don't
Good
be.
save.
Yeah. Hold on. Wow.
But then we also learn that the Beauxbaton students are shivering, which was unsurprising given that their robes seem to be made of fine silk, which I guess maybe makes sense for like high fashion in France or something. But they are staring up at Hogwarts with apprehensive looks on their faces.
Not impressed.
Yeah, not impressed whatsoever, despite all the cleaning that it underwent. Imagine if they had seen it last week.
Imagine, I know, if they came in here and all the paintings were still disgusting. I mean, God forbid they see the owlry.
I know. Yep. And let's see here. Where is the line from Hermione? Because I feel like she is like, oh, come on, it's not even that cold.
Oh, I know, right? I feel like, I don't think I highlighted it, but Madame Maxime asks if Karkaroff has arrived yet, and Dumbledore says he should be here any moment. Would you like to wait here and greet him, or prefer to go inside? And she's like, I'm going inside. Like. Don't want to be part of any of this pomp and circumstance or anything.
Harry's over there shivering like, can I go with them?
Can I go with them,
Yeah.
please? Yeah. Of course, she does have one concern though before she goes inside, which is who is going to take care of the horses? And Dumbledore's like, our care of magical creatures teachers will be delighted to take care of them. The moment he has returned from dealing with a slight situation that has arisen with some of his other charges. Which like even Dumbledore is like, yeah, those Scroots were I'm gonna give you a pass, but like I wrote it down.
Let's hope they die soon.
Let's hope they die, Hagrid. Okay, that was a pretty bad call. All right,
Yeah.
We're gonna see.
Right.
But don't like it. So she continues, says, they are very strong. Dumbledore says, I assure you, Hagrid will be up to the job, which indeed he will.
Yep.
She doesn't think so. She says, will you please inform these Hagrids that the horses only drink single malt whiskey? To which every time I read this line, I am always like, I must be remembering it wrong. Because, like, are you kidding? Are you, like... Excuse me? Are the horses drunk all the time?
little ship face.
Are these are some ship-faced horses, man. They're only drinking whiskey?
They would be so dehydrated.
They'd be so dehydrated.
Oh man.
This is probably why I took up. This is probably why they're late.
That's it. Yeah. It's like I mean, never mind like a DUI. This is like the vehicle is drunk.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm not driving under the influence, officer. The car is drunk. Yeah, I didn't drink anything. I poured. Don't worry, I poured all the whiskey right in the gas tank. So nothing to worry about. We're fine. It was good. Oh my gosh. All right. So Madame Maxime eventually leaves her very ship-faced horses to go inside. And now they're wondering, they all assume that the Durmstrangs are going to be arriving the exact same way. How big will the Durmstrang horses be? What kind of alcohol will they drink? But then Ron demonstrates he has some very good hearing here. He's the first one to hear the Durmstrang ship arriving.
Yeah.
It says, could you hear something? Harry listened. A loud, oddly eerie noise was drifting toward them from out of the darkness. A muffling, rumbling, sucking sound as though an immense vacuum cleaner toilet were moving along the riverbed. Yep. There we go.
We just need to insert like a really good like stock toilet flush right here.
Yeah, just here. Just so you kind of know exactly what the lake sounds like.
So imagine this, except imagine it lake-sized.
Yeah.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
It's like I was there.
I know.
I could see the mast coming right out of the middle. It's a mast, he said to Ron and Hermione. It had a strange skeletal look about it, as though it were a resurrected wreck. Every single thing, every description of the Durmstrang students and Karkaroff and the ship is going to be phrased to make you distrust them a lot.
Yes. Yeah. And I mean, like, Karkaroff is a truly massive, like, red herring. And even in the movies, I think there's another one of those situations where it's like, I feel like, kind of like what I was saying about like Barty Crouch Jr. earlier, when he's like teaching them too well about things. In the films, there's actually a scene where Karkaroff like sneakily goes into the Goblet of Fire room, and it's just him by himself, and it like closes the door behind him, and it's like, what's he doing?
What's he doing?
It's like, even at the end of the movie, it's like, it's not like in the movies, it is Karkaroff who put his name in there. It's just like, it's just a scene that is meant to make you think he did it.
Yeah. But if you go back and like know the truth, it's just sort of like, well, what was this here for? This did nothing.
Yes. It's like, this scene should not be included.
Why is he being sneaky? But like, there's no reason for him to be sneaky. It's just a way to throw off the audience.
Exactly.
Which I think is not like the audience should always be able to figure it out. Like, it should be there.
Yes.
Like, it's okay if it's confusing and really difficult to figure out, but like completely unfair play like that, I don't like.
Yeah, I agree.
But either way, it says the boat is strangely skeletal, as though it was a resurrected wreck. That makes it sounds very like piratey, kind of like, swashbuckling, steal your stuff kind of ship.
Dangerous, yeah.
Dangerous. Ship said, all of them, Harry noticed, seem to be built along the lines of Crabbe and Goyle. They will remove that line will be like removed later when they take their like large furs off, so that it's like, oh, they actually weren't that big. They just looked that way. But it's like, you always believe the first lie kind of thing, where it's like, they're all built along the lines of Crabbe and Goyle. That immediately makes you, the reader, feel like, oh, they're all like Crabbe and Goyle.
They're all going to be like large, muscular, oafish, maybe like kind of jockish or something.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, then we also get we get the introduction to Karkaroff. Dumbledore! Dumbledore, he called heartily as he walked up the slope. How are you, my dear fellow? How are you?
Yeah.
And
So jovial.
Yeah. And I love Dumbledore's response. Blooming. Thank you, Professor Karkaroff. I'm going to start responding more often. It's like, how are you today? I'm blooming.
I'm blooming.
Yes,
Karkaroff. I love the description of his voice too, which Karkaroff had a fruity, unctuous voice.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know what? The book will not let you forget the unctuosity.
Yeah,
of
the
his
unctuosity
voice.
of that
Yes,
voice. Yeah.
Yes, it will continue to come up.
Yes.
It also says that that he was tall and thin like Dumbledore, but his white hair was short and his goatee, finishing in a small curl, did not entirely hide his rather weak chin.
Right. The finishing in a small curl, that's in parentheses for, I don't know why it needs to be in parentheses other than but the fact that it's in parentheses makes it feel more like evil than if it was just like his goatee, which finished in a small curl, did not entirely hide his weak chin. It's like the finishing in a small curl is like, just so you know, it's in a small curl. Like that's sort of like Jafar, like evil kind of looking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. He's the kind of guy who's going to do like
he's going to be doing, yes, very evil.
Yes.
Weak chin. That may as well, weak chin makes you think weak character.
Right.
Dear old Hogwarts, he said, looking up at the castle, smiling through his rather yellow teeth. Just what a dirty guy. And then it says his smile did not extend to his eyes, which remained cold and shrewd. So everything about him is coming off as false.
Right.
And then he immediately displays favoritism as well, summoning just a single student, Victor, come along into the warmth. And then, so just immediately you've got pirate ship, you've got Crab and Goyle, you've got unctuous voice, you've got a smile that doesn't extend, you've got a curly beard, or weak chin, yellow teeth, favoritism. Like, it is 3 paragraphs of otherwise like a pretty good description, but like you immediately just like, these guys,
they are up to no
they are
good.
not great.
Like if they were the villains, you would get to the end of the book and you would be like, yeah, it was pretty obvious.
It was pretty obvious.
It was pretty obvious what was going to happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So not the best there. Then of course we have our huge cliffhanger for this particular chapter where we discover that Victor is not just one of the students, but is in fact Victor Crumb.
Harry, it's Crumb. Dun dun dun.
Whoa, and
No
that
way.
concludes chapter 15 of Goblet of Fire.
Yes,
Jay,
it does.
do you have a review for us?
I sure do, Ben. Let's see. What do we have here? This comes from biggest Harry Potter nerd ever.
No way, the biggest?
The biggest.
What an honor to have him here on the show.
They say, best podcast ever. Hey, brother, this is one of my favorite podcasts ever. I have 2 questions. First question. Could a true student from any house, if he or she got a hold of the hat, pull out their house's relic? This has been a long-standing theory I've had and wanted to hear your take on it. And second question, what in the world does Dumbledore mean in King's Cross Station? Of course it's all in your head, Harry, but why shouldn't that mean it's real? This quote has confused me since I first read the story, and I've read the story 6 times. Keep up the good work. Can't wait to hear what comes next.
Oh man, well, two really great questions.
Yeah.
I think the idea that the Sorting Hat would be capable of delivering any of the Founder's objects to someone worthy from their house is a concept that we used in
our
Ron and
Hufflepuff story to get Ron to pull the cup out.
Yes.
So we have used that idea before. I don't know if that's actually how it would work.
It's curious to say the least, because I think the Sword of Gryffindor has rather peculiar powers associated with it.
It does.
That like it can present itself to a Gryffindor in need.
Yeah.
Which then it's sort of like, is the Sorting Hat even necessary?
Right. Because like Harry getting it out or Ron getting it out of the pond seems to also count.
It does seem to also count, but like in that particular situation, like Dumbledore has to like remind Snape of the circumstances required for the sword to behave in the way that it's supposed to.
Right. So it doesn't like actually materialize there. Like Snape does put it there.
Right. So
Yes.
so then the big question is almost like, does the fact that the hat once belonged to Godric Gryffindor in particular, and what it is capable of manifesting is the Sword of Gryffindor.
Right.
Because it does end up also materializing it yet again for Neville.
And then there's like the very clever like play on words between sorting hat and sword in hat.
Yes, which I've always sort of loved. Yeah,
Yeah.
it definitely feels like that's like intentional.
Yeah. The other thing is that not like just because we know of 4 specific, like 1 relic per founder, like it doesn't mean those are the only relics that they might have left behind.
Sure.
Like the sword seems like very much this is like the Gryffindor relic, and the cup even seems like this is like the Hufflepuff cup. And like we know about the diadem of Ravenclaw, which I could even say, you could even say like, yeah, sure, that's like the Ravenclaw thing. But then the locket just feels like a personal item, you know, that Slytherin did own.
He did own, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it's passed from, like heir to heir, I guess, because the Gaunts do eventually have it.
Yeah.
And our theory with the locket is that it was always sort of meant to provide instructions on how to get to the Chamber of Secrets.
Right.
And especially because if you can only open it speaking Parseltongue, it would basically ensure that the only person who could find it is somebody who was descended from Slytherin himself.
Yeah. I agree.
Which, yeah, so it's a very curious question in terms of like what would be the circumstances under which it would be behaving as it does with the sword.
Yeah, like a true Slytherin would a true Slytherin in need be able to pull the locket out?
Like it seems like the hat would almost have to like agree, because we know that there's a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, which is quite dangerous.
Yeah.
So you would have to think that like the hat is not just going to be like, here's the key to danger. Of course, this is only our theory, so it's not like that's even confirmed.
Right. Yeah, that's only our theory. Maybe let's try a different one. Like if it was the cup, for example, then.
Yes.
Yeah.
What would be like the dire circumstances under which the cup would be necessary?
Right. Yeah. Like we don't know exactly what the cup does either. That's the other problem here.
It is the other problem. We know from Hepzibah Smith that it supposedly has all sorts of magical powers, but she hasn't tested them.
She has not tested them.
The things we've attributed to it is turning water into wine, because
Yep.
it just feels very like in keeping with the other themes of the story.
Yeah, like kind of like Holy Grail-esque.
Very
Like
much.
that's like the most famous magic cup, obviously.
Yes, for sure. The thing that we used it for specifically in our Ron series was for it to multiply Phoenix tears.
Yes, and to purge the
Piece of Voldemort's soul.
Voldemort's soul. Well, that's what the Phoenix Tears did.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
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 Okay.
And then the piece of soul has to go somewhere.
Has to go into Ron.
Yeah. Oh.
Spoilers if you haven't watched that one, but you should, because we spent a long time on it.
We did. Yeah. Like 10 parts or something.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, I don't know that we have a canonical explanation. I don't hate a circumstance where it's possible.
Yeah.
Because I do think that each of the even though it belonged to Godric Gryffindor, all the founders put their minds into it, their intelligence into it. The real question to me would almost be, does Voldemort's tampering like impact anything?
Yeah.
Relative, like once it's in the room of requirement, is it stuck in the room of requirement because of the special magic of the room of requirement?
That could be the case too. But then it's sort of like, where is the sword before it comes to Harry? You know, is it just sort of like in non-being, or does it have like a base point it returns to?
That's another one where it's like, could it be like in Godric Gryffindor's like grave, like where he's like buried with it, like in the way that many people are buried with their wands?
Yeah, I mean that would make sense to me.
That would make sense to me as well. Like, and it sort of like is always toggling back to its original resting location.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? I had one more thought about this that I thought was interesting. Yeah, I mean the locket obviously ends up being massively protected. The cup ends up being placed inside of Gringotts. So it's tricksy to know prior to.
It is. So like the locket, like if it was in the potion in the cave, could the Sorting Hat retrieve it if this was one of the Sorting Hat's powers?
Say that again.
Like if the locket, like before Regulus takes the locket out of the cave.
Yep.
If the locket is just in the potion in the cave, could the Sorting Hat if this is one of its powers, could it retrieve the locket?
I don't know, because even Dumbledore like tries to like do all the magic to the potion itself, and he can't vanish the potion.
Right.
You can't summon the locket. I don't know. Yeah, it's complicated, and we don't have enough precedent. I was gonna say the other thing too is that we've always long believed that the Sword of Gryffindor would have been the obvious last artifact that Voldemort would have been using in Godric's Hollow, killing the son of 2 Gryffindor students.
Yeah.
You know, like in order to create his final Horcrux.
I mean, it's so perfect.
It's so perfect. Like it almost can't be anything else.
Yeah.
Like it would be the obvious, noteworthy kill that finishes his mission and ensures his immortality. And his victory.
But then where's the sword?
But then where's the sword? Yeah.
Right.
So that's also where it's fascinating that it's like the Thrice defying him is part of like the prophecy involved there. And it's sort of like, if they keep defying him, is there a world where like that is how Voldemort came to learn how the Sword of Gryffindor works? Because you'd have Gryffindors who are the ones who are defying, you know, and therefore maybe it's coming to their aid under those circumstances.
And then this is like a movie thing, but it's like, so it's hard to know like how canon you want it to happen. But like in Malfoy Manor, when Griphook or when Bellatrix has the sword and then like Voldemort shows up and starts just like killing people because Harry got away, like they cut back to the scene where you can see that Griphook has died and the sword just vanishes from his hand.
Right.
And it's sort of like it would kind of make sense if like when Neville needed it, it vanished from there and went to the hat. But the way the movie presents it, the sword disappears, goes to an unknown location, and then later Neville pulls it from the hat.
Right.
It's not like the act of pulling it pulled it from Malfoy Manor. So where was it in that short limbo time?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's again where I would have to go back to Godric Gryffindor's gravestone.
Yeah, I kind of think that's probably like the resting point too in my brain. The other question, what was the other question? On this particular review?
Yes, it's the is this all just happening inside of my head? And he says, of course it's happening inside of your head, but why should that mean it isn't real?
Okay, so my interpretation of this particular line is that it's actually about. It is like a very meta comment, I think, about the Harry Potter fandom, because it's happening at the very end of the 7th book, and the entire fandom has spent 7-8 years reading the books and coming together, and it's like all about to end.
Right.
And so I think what this line is supposed to be is like, yes, the story's over, but that doesn't and it was just a book, but it's real because you, the readers, are out there and you make it real.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
That's always sort of how I've interpreted it as well, because that scene itself is rather unusual, because it's like Dumbledore is explaining to Harry inside of that scene information that could not have come from anybody other than Dumbledore.
Right.
So it's like it's not like all Dumbledore is doing is confirming or like using information Harry always knew, but like maybe like finally grasping it. Like Dumbledore telling him stories about his childhood fling with Grindelwald and the fear about who killed his sister Ariana. Like that's not stuff that like Harry has in the back of his mind. He's just never properly handled. It's like Dumbledore has to be the one telling him.
Right.
Which is why I think it makes it confusing. But I do completely agree with your sentiment. Like I think that's like the story itself winking out of the book at you, the reader. And it's like, these stories can be as real as you need them to be.
Right.
Despite the fact that you've just created them as this like universe inside of your own head. And we've all done that. We've all probably done it differently.
Yeah.
You know, in some ways. But then it's fascinating how often we've all done it the same way.
Exactly. It's like, the story, of course, when you read it, can only happen inside your head. But the fandom, the people you meet, the places you go, that's all real.
Yes.
Yeah.
And really, I mean, when it boils down to it, I mean, not to make it like overly sappy, but it's the point of this endeavor that we're doing right now. It's the point of bringing people together to enjoy it and to explain what our perspective on the story has been. And, as much time as we've spent with it, because we've had the opportunity to study the series semi-professionally.
I know.
Is sort of like, I mean, it's to share that. It's to give it to everyone so that they can think about it in possibly new ways.
Yeah.
You know, so it's I actually love that line. Like, I think it's kind of wonderful.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that they asked about it. That was a good question.
Yes, I know. I thought I was like, ooh, I know I'm going to read this one.
Yes, yes. It's perfect. It's perfect.
It is a very good one. But otherwise, guys, I think that is going to do it for us today. Thank you so much for listening to this episode. And make sure you join us next week for Chapter 16, The Goblet of Fire, here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edghill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.